did it. We did it. We made it to the end of the week and we're still alive. And it is Friday, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV on this beautiful, cloudy Chicago Friday. We have an all-star cast today for you, and I'm glad that you're here today with us. And, well, actually, watching these markets out, Johnny will talk about it a little bit better, but boy, Alice, to the moon. A lot of these markets did and are still up where they are. They ran north. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but this is Opening Call. He's Frank Zappa, and we're the mothers of invention. We have an informative and educational show for you each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, and the guy who insists we go to the moon. Yeah, we did go to the moon, didn't we? Even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, without music to decorate it, time is just a bunch of boring production deadlines or dates by which bills must be paid. Thank you, Frank Zappa. God rest your soul. All right, so let's get ourselves ready. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, the trading mentor, everybody's good friend, and our very own muffin man, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Opening Call, Friday, May the 3rd. May the 3rd. Yes, May the 3rd. That means tomorrow's May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
The 4th be with you,
day.
yes. We got a really good show today. I'm really excited about it. But of course, our Opening Call, our focus is on context, risk management, and patience. Hopefully, we're all going to have a very good and profitable trading day.
I'm ready. Hey, let's get to the news here. We got a big day ahead of us here. So, as you can see, these markets took off here. We had the numbers. Johnny will be talking about that earlier today. We did see the Dow up about 214. S&P gained about 9.2%. And the NASDAQ up about 74 here. Now, yesterday, the main indices advanced, boosted by the interest rate commentary from Uncle Jerome, Fed Powell. And the thing is that earlier this week, he signaled a potentially dovish pivot. Didn't say we're going to raise rates. He said we'll not be doing that. Well, we'll see what he's got up his pant leg. Heavy tech composite was the best performer out of the major averages, and we did see that chip maker surged more than 9%. Apple revenue fell in the opening 3 months of the year, but still topped the downbeat projections, sending shares the iPhone maker higher in extended hours yesterday. Want to buy me out? Well, Sony and the private equity firm Apollo Global have proposed an all-offer cash worth $26 billion for Paramount Global. We'll see what happens there. Johnny, what else do you got for us today?
Well, as everybody is aware, as far as economic numbers this morning, the unemployment numbers came out and non-farm payrolls came out. And apparently, what I would consider as bad news for the employment situation is good news for the markets. Of course, that's kind of been the opposite for a while. The unemployment rate rose by 0.1%. They were expecting it to remain at 3.8%. It came out at 3.9%. Non-farm payrolls, they were looking for an additional 238,000 non-farm payrolls to be added. It was only 175,000. There was also a miss in private non-farm payrolls. They were looking for 181,000. That came out at 167,000. Even the hourly earnings month over month in April was expected to remain at a pace of adding 0.3%. It came out 0.2%. So apparently, again, bad news is good news. That they've been trying to slow the employment situation to help with inflation for a while now. This is a little bit of a downtick, and I think that's going to be encouraging. Eventually, who knows when, for an eventual rate cut. We also have at 8:45 the PMI composite due out, and at 9 o'clock ISM services index, and at noon, of course, we've got the Baker Hughes rig count due out. As far as the VIX is concerned, VIX dropped about 6% after that number came out. A $13.8 index, also lower at 104.6. The yield on the 10-year also dove to the downside, 4.5%, the last I checked. And as far as earnings are concerned, nothing hugely impactful today. Although we did see Hershey's. I don't know if you're a Nestle's guy or a Hershey's guy, Eddie, but the Hershey's beat expectations on earnings per share as well as revenues. And that is going to be about it for known economic information due out today.
Right. As long as it says chocolate, I'm good with it. Nestle's, whatever.
And if I'm the
I love
muffin man, I just make mine a chocolate chip muffin. And I do not live on Drury Lane, so don't go looking for me there.
The muffin man. Dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to give you an idea here right now. Crude, if you were trading crude today and you got that head fake, boy, it spiked to a high 79.63, and we are all the way down to 78.87. Looking at the lows here at 78.80. Oi, we'll see what happens there. But crude prices edged higher near the 7-week lows earlier, but headed for the steep losses as we did see. Crude futures 79.31 a barrel, and the Brent 84.05. Both benchmarks are set to lose about 5 to 6% this week, as investors worried about the higher for longer interest rates curbing growth in the U.S. Well, not sure if we're curbing growth here, but China is extending growth. Did you hear about this one, Johnny? China is going to launch a moon mission. The Chang'e 6 is expected to return from samples from the dark side of the moon. I don't know. Don't they watch like movies about the dark side of the moon?
Ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy.
Well, we'll see what happens. China launched a lunar probe today to land on the dark side of the moon, the far side, with return samples, and we'll see what happens there. But the launch is the latest in advanced Chinese and increasingly sophisticated space program, and China returned samples of the moon near side. This is the first time that anyone has done so since the U.S. Apollo program ended in the 70s. It's weird. Zebra's still on the run. Armed and dangerous, be very careful. I have not gotten an update on our runaway zebra. And let's get to our tips of the week. Got a big announcement after that, huh? Tip of the week. Review your performance daily. Stay dedicated to yourself. All right. Nobody else is going to be dedicated to you. All right. Hone your craft. Work on your performance, your skills. All right. And look for new levels of excellence. Always, even if it's a step by step, make yourself better. Journal this. Remember, improvement is a journey. All right. It's not going to happen overnight. So enjoy the process, and by all means, celebrate your success as you move forward. John?
Yeah, reviewing your performance is, of course, going to be something that is only going to help your performance in the long run. And there's no real right or wrong way to do it. It's a practice. The point is just start the practice. Give yourself 5, 10, 15 minutes at the end of every day, review your performance. And again, that's something that we have to kind of grow into. And don't feel like there's a right or a wrong way. Just do it, and you'll get better at it over time, just like everything else. The more you do it, the better you're going to be at it.
I like that. Okay, our big announcement. Big announcement. We don't know what it is. My fingers and toes are crossed. But something big is going to happen this Monday. So we're going to give you a weekend to rest your little fanny perpendicular and come in here Monday. Don't miss Monday. I'm going to tell you right now. You don't want to miss it, but make sure you're tuned in to TopstepTV so you can stay in the know. Something big. Okay. And please remember, be kind to your support agents. They're working all day and night. They're doing the best they can. I guarantee that. I promise you that. We promise you that. They're doing the best that they can. So be patient, and everything will be. All your questions will be answered. All your requests will be answered, and we'll get you moving forward. But otherwise, without further things we do, Johnny, let's get to these charts for this beautiful Friday. Friday of trading. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, starting as always with the daily in the S&Ps. Digestion is pretty much continuing. We've got a pretty decent look back up here again at 5150. That's the weekly kickoff high. Yesterday's volume was just okay, and we did add 10,000 in open interest on a day that really kind of presented a little bit of a delta divergence through the entire day. I'm not surprised that we added potentially some pretty good longs there, and those longs are currently hoping that we're going to break out above this 5150 level. You can see it put in the high this week a couple of times. It has been the weekly kickoff high for 2 weeks. I'm looking for something to happen here. Either we're going to break out and push above it, or we're going to fail and we're going to push back into range. I don't know which one, but I feel like there's something important that is going to probably happen around this 5150 level, where it looks like we're going to be opening right at it. So we'll see what these markets do, and I'm thinking it's not going to become one of those levels that's going to become really sticky. It was really sticky Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, and then we finally had the push down off of that level here, and now we're right back to that level. So this is one of those big stacks of orders, big stacks of sell orders, and if we can exhaust those sell orders and make all those sellers feel a little bit of heat, that might be enough to continue the next leg or create the next leg to the upside. We don't know what's going to happen. We're just going to be looking at trading what we see here. Here's the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory, there really wasn't any. We may be getting a little bit long right now because a lot of buyers came in after those numbers came out. Those buyers seem to be holding price up here against that weekly kickoff high. Last week's high of 51.46 is also in the area. That's also an important level on the NASDAQ, which we're going to see here soon. So it looks like we're going to be opening with a gap up against a longer time frame inflection level. Opportunities are available for you here today. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral with an excess low. What is an excess low? Well, it's when price got too cheap and buyers took over and ran price the other direction the entire day. Where did that happen? Why do I look at these afternoon pullback lows? Because, I mean, from Wednesday, put in the low. Yesterday, it put in the low. It seems like a minute level, but sometimes they can be wildly impactful as far as price action is concerned. That afternoon pullback low from the 22nd of April. Yesterday's low 50.36.25, 50.40.75 was that afternoon pullback low. We dove to it. We hit the naked point of control from that day, and then we rejected. So there's a lot of excess on that low from yesterday. Is that going to help us today? Well, we're pretty far away from that, and we're going to be, I think, maybe basing some of our decisions early in the session today off of this 5150 weekly kickoff high. On to the NASDAQ now. All right. So, the S&P, the NASDAQ, they've been in a digestive market state, digestive, range-bound, consolidating, whatever you want to call it. And again, the NASDAQ, yesterday, we had a similar day. I mean, the volume was just okay, but we lost about 3,200 in open interest in the NASDAQ, where we added 10,000 in the S&Ps. A little bit of divergence there, but we still are in the same place here. We're up against last week's high. The weekly kickoff high is higher in the NASDAQ because I feel like the NASDAQ has come back off a little bit further. This is going to be an important high for us here today, though. Looking to see if we can extend above these highs, above last week's high, and see if we can't get this market moving back to the upside. I'm sure a lot of investors would of course like that. That's just something that we do. So there's no real consistency with the ES as far as the open interest is concerned, and that could seriously change today. We had negative 6,200 in Delta by the end of the day on an up day yesterday. That's why I'm surprised that we had a loss in open interest. Perhaps maybe that was a little bit of short covering, and that's probably why we lost that open interest. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Okay. Overnight inventory after Apple came out, the extended trading hours closed up here. Settlement was, of course, 649.75. That's the 3 o'clock the settlement price. No overnight inventory until again the numbers came out and we've started to accumulate some longs in possibly shorter time frame, weaker hands trading. Here's that high, very similar to the 5150 in the S&Ps and last week's high. It really kind of capped off activity this week in the Nasdaq. So this last week's high is going to be somewhat pivotal. I'm looking for this market to either continue this push to the upside or fail and then come back in to possibly close the session gap, which takes us down to approximately 17,685. Or even back down to the settlement gap, which again is 17,649. Last week's high, 17,901 half, currently holding above it. And we'll see how these markets open up, and there could be some early opportunity here. The profile from yesterday, again, a high excess, low. The market looked lower, couldn't find what it was looking for, and that's more information, more data, and more business down there. Buyers took over and ran it higher for the rest of the session. So we got a little bit too cheap down there. I'm going to want to see if this is considered too expensive or if buying begets more buying. We need new business in the equities for continuation to the upside. All right, take a look at crude. Here's the daily. Let's get the volume. All right. So yesterday, we kind of preempted this head and shoulders pattern, and it's really held very nicely to it. I couldn't have done that if I tried. What did we do yesterday? Well, we've got a little bit of continuation of the downside. The range yesterday was overlapping to lower the previous day's range. Value did move a little bit lower. We saw a little bit of a slowdown in volume yesterday, which is sometimes that's going to happen, of course. And we did see an increase in open interest on an overlapping to lower range and overlapping to lower value. I'm giving the continuation yesterday of the breakout that happened the day before a C. I think it was an average kind of I was looking for more of an acceleration to the downside. It didn't happen. Doesn't mean it can't still happen. So right now, the auction to the downside, I'm giving it a C, just an average because volume fell off a little bit and open interest did increase, but not by all that much. Here's what we're looking at as far as the range from yesterday. So, Wednesday's range was pretty big. That was the breakdown of the neckline from the head and shoulders pattern. Yesterday's range overlapping to lower. Yesterday's value overlapping to lower. That's continuation. How good did it do? That's why I'm giving it the downside auction currently just a C, because I don't think it did all that well, but it was continuation, and value and range did move lower. I'm looking for this market to continue to push to the downside. I'm looking for opportunities for shorts as long as we remain below that 80-30 neckline. 80-30 was the weekly kickoff low. It was also the neckline of the head and shoulders pattern. So I want us to stay below there if I'm going to continue looking for opportunities to the short side. The profile yesterday It was a normal variation day. We did see some excess on the high, and we have a very low excess low. There was a failed auction at the high, and we had a pretty weak low. So I'm looking for this weak low to be retested. We've already tested to this naked point of control 78.51. The next visual target down at 77.5. Let's see if we can get there today. And gold. We are looking at some continued range-bound activity, really just kind of barcoding for the last 3 sessions. No major changes in inventory or anything like that. Volume has been kind of falling off. Now, it's starting to kind of creep into the very beginning stages of rollover. And when we do roll over, we will be moving to the August contract. We added 6,400 over all of the contracts of gold yesterday, and there was even more than that. We added about 8,000 in the August contract. So the open interest is now moving into the August contract. We're not there at rollover yet. There's still, vastly much more volume in the June contract and much more open interest in the June contract. We're just starting to see some of that open interest for future positions being placed in the August contract. Don't let that worry you. Yesterday, we did add 6,400 in open interest. It makes sense to me that we're still continuing to see volume trending lower as we are really kind of range bound. I'm looking for some sort of an energetic move, either higher or lower. We, of course, don't know which one. We're inside range from yesterday. Take a look at the 30. Lots of visual targets down below in this market. Here's where we are. So we've opened in range and in value. We had a burst to the upside. Did it change anything? Still inside extended trading hour ranges from yesterday, and price is right now back to settlement, inside range, inside value. Try and stay patient today. In gold, just looking at these markets, it seems as though the non-farm payrolls and unemployment was viewed as a positive for the equities. I'm seeing it as a bit of as Dee says, a storm in a teacup. I don't think it was the big event that everybody thought it might be. So try and stay patient, and let's take our deep breath. Be humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, remember to pray for peace every day, and don't forget to be kind to yourself and to others. Let's get ready to trade. Have a good trading day, everyone.
Are you ready to rumble? I hope so. It's Friday. Hey, coming up here next, we've got Andre Hoag, Coach J, Coach Dakota. Yes, for fast markets. After that, we got power players with What the Tuck. It's Peter Tuchman coming up with Andre, JD, and Hoag. TopQuiz. Yes, TopQuiz. I've got my questions in. Anne Marie's going to join us. She's going to see if she can get 3 right this time. I know she can. Roast My Trade, Shoulder Tap, Mick and Dolby. We got JD Robert, Group Coaching, and Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, Dolby, Hogan, Coach Jay. And the end of the day, the dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre with Zach Anthony for Power Hour. Okay, Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. See you in a few. All right, it is Derby weekend, so get your favorite in the gates. And I've got one of my favorites here right now. Andre, good morning, my brother. And
Good
I'm going
morning.
to pass the torch to him. And let's get this party started.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. You are watching Fast Markets with the all-star crew of John Hoagland, Coach Dakota, and Coach Jay in the house. What's up, fellas? Dakota, let's start with you. How are we feeling today?
I'm alive. I'm here.
boy.
I'm gonna trade.
Okay. Well, he's got. All right. We're gonna hang in there.
There we go.
Jay, thank you for Jay. Thank you for joining us today on Fast Markets. How are you feeling today, Coach Jay?
I'm feeling good. Got a good night's sleep. Ready to take some trades if they present themselves. And ready to get into the weekend.
Hell yeah!
Let's get some trades early and get it done with.
All right, Johnny. Talk to us on this open here. What are we looking at? Talk to us about the non-farm and how it gapped us up here.
I mean, you know, we're opening with a gap. 5150 is weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We bounced off that earlier, and it was resistant. If we're going to be looking for longs, I'd like to see some participation, meaningful participation above that level. It's also last week's high, 5146 half in the S&Ps. Last week's high in the NASDAQ, 17901 half. That was also presented as resistance earlier in the week. I want to see these markets leave these levels relatively quickly and go with whatever direction they go.
And we're doing that right now. NASDAQ's pushing to new highs.
Yep. So
yeah, 18.
in the spirit of Dakota, where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it? Yeah, that's the question, right?
Yep.
I would love if NASDAQ could get back to like 880s. That would be the area I would look to buy.
880s, NASDAQ 880s. Got it. 17.9 or 17.880?
17,880.
All right.
Okay.
Yep.
17.
That is what I'm looking for.
I see what you're seeing there, Dakota. I was looking at somewhere 50% of that non-farm candle is at 830. So a little further away, but we do have some support there where you're looking at, Dakota. So
that's also VWAP, Jay.
Yep.
827.
830s. Yeah, let's just watch and see if we even get there. We might just take off.
Go.
It could be a 2%er.
Yeah, 18K is right there, right? You got to think it's going to act like a magnet.
Yeah, because we just broke the highs of the week. April 28th, 9th, 30th.
All good news for the market, it seems like, right? With the Apple earnings.
Bad news is good news.
Yeah. See, Apple's doing record share buybacks. I think it was like...
yeah.
Yeah.
In the billions.
Okay. Dow broke to the upside above the 1 minute opening range. The NASDAQ broke to the downside below the 1 minute opening range. And the S&P is still in it.
Yep.
Only a $4.75 opening range in the S&Ps. Seeing some downside activity here in the crude oil, which is something I was looking forward to. S&Ps now broke the 1 minute opening range to the downside. Looks like we may get that pullback you're looking for, Dakota.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that far down. That's the question.
And Hoag, I heard you mention gap rules this morning. We're 1.5% up, right, in the NASDAQ. Do you attribute any percentage, like if it's over a percentage, 1% gap up, that you look for a continuation of that gap, right? If we don't fill it right away, I feel like I've seen gaps under 1% not fill, gaps under 1% fill, gaps over 1% not fill.
Over one, yeah. I mean, it's just It just makes sense, right? I mean, the bigger the gap,
Yeah.
the less likelihood of closing it.
Yep.
I've never looked that deeply into the percentages and how often. That's something we can do with
Edgeful.
Anne Marie and what was the guy's name? He's got that analytics company. I'm so bad at this.
Yeah, Andre with Edgeful.
That's right. That's something we can play around with. That sounds like fun.
Yep.
Really getting close to taking out the low from yesterday in crude oil. What are we seeing as far as tilt is concerned here, gentlemen? Short 73% in the S&Ps, 66% NASDAQ, 62% short crude. We're seeing some downside in the gold as well here.
Huh. Yeah, gold holding under that 2,300, making new lows on the day.
You're not going to
I'm
believe
getting a bunch
this.
of data latency right now, but
Are you? Do we?
yeah, on my side, it's just my platform.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But I see what you guys are saying.
Fellas, you're not going to believe this, but the battery in my mouse died. This is a lesson as to
I
why
hate that.
This is a lesson as to why you have a wired mouse, and you got to be kidding me right now.
You got to have batteries handy.
I do have batteries handy. I got to go run up and get them. I'll be right back. This is unbelievable. You can't make this shit up.
Go ahead, Dre.
Sounds good.
We're going to need that mouse. The house count is currently out of play right now.
Yeah, that's cool. I think we were going to be patient anyway, maybe looking for a pullback. The high of the, and I kind of always frame out these 3-minute, on a 3-minute chart, but the high of the NFP candle is right at 17,917, which looks like it's being supportive right now. But
could you imagine if that go ahead.
If that's the low of the day, right? We bounce right there.
Yeah. Andre gets into a position and then his mouse died.
Yeah, that would be. Well, that's one way to stay in.
All right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think smart to be patient. I think we get a pullback, not really seeing a push in either direction. Kind of just hanging out in this opening range for the NASDAQ right now. I'm okay being patient.
All right, we're back. We're back, fellas.
At a 3-minute opening range, right?
Yep. Yeah, 3-minute. We're trading right at the low of it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the only one that took out the high of the 1-minute opening range, and it's currently below the 1-minute opening range now. We're seeing, some pretty aggressive selling coming in. Delta's minus 600 in the S&Ps, minus 800 in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
17,880. Keying that level. 15 lot queued up.
Do you have the order in, or we
I do not.
Wait
I
until
do
we
not.
get there.
Wait.
Till we get there.
Yeah, we might not even get there.
What's that, Dakota?
So we might not even get there.
We might not even
Yeah,
get
we
there.
might not.
And we'll have to reassess. That's all right.
Yeah. I would think we would get somewhat of a pullback, right? You assume after that big of a move, some people are taking profits. We're just not seeing it yet. Or maybe they're able to take profit here and the price isn't dropping.
Linda, as far as a target's concerned for the opening range trade, I mean, if you've got it with $5 points of risk in it, you're probably at 2 to 1. Mm-hmm. These guys, Dakota's always looking for the longs, where we've been sitting here thinking, where do we buy it? I don't see anything wrong with taking it at 2 to 1, but if I really wanted to stay in it, I would look for at least a move down to VWAP in the S&Ps, to VWAP in the S&Ps, which is currently 51.31.
Yep.
So that would be another 10 points you could get out of that.
ES is giving us this pullback a lot, or yes, trying to give it the pullback a lot better than the NASDAQ is right now.
So maybe we look at ES then.
Maybe we look at ES. We can do that. While we're looking at ES, I want to throw it to Eddie for what do we have on the economic calendar today, Eddie?
Well, in about 7 minutes, we're going to be having a big number here, the S&P Global Service PMI for April. They're looking at a 50.9. Prior was a 51.7. Remember, if it is higher, it is good for the economy here, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also, in about 20 minutes here, we do have our ISM non-manufacturing employment, new orders, and the PMI. It's another big number. And prices, ISM non-manufacturing prices in about 22 minutes. Vehicle sales also 12 o'clock, as Hoag mentioned earlier, the U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. That'll be happening here at high noon here today on this Friday. Remember, these are all central times, and you can sort of watch the time here if you got TopStep X. We got that central time up there for you. But back to you, Andre.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. There's a big number
I
still
like
coming
these
on the way.
135s in the ES.
135 ES.
135s. Linda, there you go. Dakota has spoken.
Yeah, I was looking at 130. VWAP anchored to the session open from last night is at 131 right now. But it's a zone, right? So if we get close and we see the market kind of slow down, that might be our opportunity.
135 between
really hanging in there.
Yeah, very strong, very strong. All right, well, we do have numbers coming out at 45 and at the top of the hour. So if we do get in a position to be short-lived, which is okay, just that we know that going into a potential trade.
Yep.
And really likes 35s as well. 35 confirmed. All right, great. 35s, check mark, check mark, check mark. Like that level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the opening range, the high of the session, okay. I'm finding myself looking for where to buy it.
Good. Okay. I think we're all in alignment there.
Yeah. Yep.
Gold
It's
getting smushed.
$12.50 a tick, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
$50. $50 a handle. Yes. CNBC.
Dan Trader had asked, did I anchor VWAP to the NFP move? I did, and we are below it right now. So VWAP anchored to that 7:30 central candle. We're below it right now.
All right, looking for the pullback 35s in the S&Ps. 5135 potential long.
That'll back up into the opening range. NASDAQ at the low of the 1 minute opening range. We know Coach Jay likes a 3 minute opening range.
Yes, he does.
We just got back into it on the ES. Let's see what we do at 5150 here. 5150 is the high of that NFP candle.
Yes, it is.
So if buyers are not convinced right away, we could get the pullback that we're looking for. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, 5150 is kind of the go no go level. It's a weekly kickoff high. Was resistant earlier in the week. Let's see if we eat through that stack of sell orders up there, Andre.
Yeah, like that stack of papers.
Yeah.
This is kind of like PTSD from last Friday, where we were trying to buy and we can never get in, and we got to watch it rally without us.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
That's such a helpless feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a number coming out, so that could give us what we're looking for. And then again, we measure the pullbacks, right? If they're not going to be exactly what we're looking for, then if it's close enough.
Yeah, so far, I mean, you could say this pullback in the S&Ps is 18 and a half handles.
Yep.
Day session range in the NASDAQ, 46 handles.
3 minutes on the number.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie been on point all week. News, economic numbers. All over it, man.
Trouble getting outside yesterday's range in crude oil. Got a nice pullback off that low from yesterday.
What's crude trading right now, Johnny?
78.88.
78.88. Okay. Got my levels up here. See those levels pinned to the top of the chat. Got those up. Got these three gentlemen right here. Let's make some money today on this Friday. We got a number coming out in about 3 minutes. So we got another number at the top of the hour. That's smooth sailing from there on out.
Well, Linda, we don't know what's going to happen, and I'm hoping that you took that opening range trade at 2-to-1 was one of the suggestions.
Nice.
Got a little bounce in gold here.
Okay.
Off the lows.
Nasdaq took out the high of the opening range now. Let's take a look at the Mag 7.
Let's do that.
Microsoft ripping. Apple range bound to where it kind of finished the spike after the earnings yesterday. Amazon pretty much close to the bone. Microsoft is the one that seems to be most looking towards the upside.
Okay.
Traders, when we talk about the house account, it's a real live account where we take trades based on the input of our guests, trusted funded traders, and our viewers. Yes, you. We believe in our traders and are backing their ideas. So that's what the house account is about. It's about all of us. So let's keep our eyes open. Anything you got, share in the chat.
Thank you, Eddie.
Almost at the PMI composite here.
All right. Then we can rock and roll. Got non-farm out of the way.
Then 9 o'clock, we've also got that ISM service index. It doesn't look like the dome is getting too thin here.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe a little bit.
We got 126 at 18,000 in the NASDAQ. We're going to go get that. It's just about where we enter.
Now it's looking a little thin. S&Ps are 2 digits.
Yes, it is. I got the S&P. Here we go.
There we go.
Anyone? Oh, catch a pop. It's just very, very thin right now.
Yeah, it is.
Still got that 120 sitting there. Let's see if they fill it. If they fill this, we'll see what their reaction is.
All right. Coming out here at 51, I believe here. They pulled it 51.3 and also the composite 51.3. As John mentioned, top of the hour service PMI. So let's keep our eyes open. Top of the hour, we got those numbers coming out also. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. All right, let's get these numbers out of the way so we can start trading.
Yeah.
A bit of a quieter open.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was another storm in a teacup.
I would say so. Definitely would say so. Around these 5150s. Weekly kickoff high. Make sure you check out those levels we got pinned to the top of the chat.
It always
Best
sounds
levels.
better when D says it. Storm in a teacup.
Storm in a teacup.
Storm in a teacup.
We got 200 now sitting at 18K in the NASDAQ, so they're adding to that order. There was a 100 lot that showed up at 995 that got filled. So we'll see. Buyers are taking out these passive. Go ahead.
No, do we want to make anything of this 18,000 level? And we're right there right now in the NASDAQ. 18,000s. Anything doing there? Just another big fat round number.
Big fat round number. Watch the reaction to it. We did just take out that order there. For me, that's okay. I know I have buyers there. There's potential for a room up. And now where do we find the room to buy on a potential pullback?
I don't know if we're going to get those 880s, fellas. Those 880s
Yeah,
might be in the rear view mirror right now.
Long going.
Yeah.
Long going.
We'll adjust.
And long at 51.52. Try to catch the move to the upside.
Just for reference, I've got weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ up at 18,190.
Okay.
I think that's well within reach.
18,190 upside target.
And we have
We're gonna have
another
to look
number out at top of the hour, right?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Yes, we do. We'll be patient. We'll be patient. We're here for the first couple hours of the Open. Dakota, how are we feeling? You hanging in there, buddy? Hell of a week.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Just stalking the markets. Stalking these
Watching
markets.
paint dry. Watching
No one does it better, man. You are the best right now.
Yes.
Are you going to rest this
So
weekend,
fun to
Dakota?
see.
Are you going to take care of yourself? This is that camping trip you did last weekend. That's what did this. You were out in the
I didn't
cold.
go camping. I got
You
sick
didn't?
right like as I was getting ready to go camping. I got a fever 102. So
Oh, shoot.
no camping. I'm gonna just try and get some sleep all weekend.
Yes.
Just 3 days worth
Please.
of sleep.
So what I'm thinking right now, we have some nice buying above this 18K as well. If we are going to look for a push up, maybe not look for a level, I have anchored VWAP to the New York Session Open at 957 right now. And what I'm thinking is how close can we get our entry to volume, right? So if we pull back,
957.
if we pull back to VWAP, if we trust the buyers in this move, how close can we get to VWAP there? So as it moves up, you know, with price and it's getting filled, 957 from the high we just put in would put us at around 50 points. But that is going to continue to move as we trade.
Hey, your mic's a little
Hey, Jay,
wonky.
it sounds like it sounds like your mic might have glitched a little
Did you
bit.
bump
You want
it?
to just try and reconnect them real quick?
Kick the
happens
cord,
with mine.
Jay. Something
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
So he's looking for a pullback to VWAP in the NASDAQ at 957 with the idea that we're going to trust the buyers to come back in right around there. Look at the 5 minute. We're kind of breaking out to the upside a little bit.
How's that now, guys?
Same. No, still some distortion
choppy.
in there. Yeah, something happened.
Give me 1
All right, we got a
second.
number coming out.
Alrighty.
Yeah. We're just chilling. Wow.
Yeah, we are.
This might be the calmest day out of the whole week. Go figure. Calmest open, at least. It's an action-packed week.
Well, there's a lot of day left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're only 20 minutes into the trading day.
Yes, we are.
I'm, liking the fact that we are remaining very patient here. I think that's a good thing, always.
How's that, guys? Any better?
You fixed
That
it.
sounds better, yeah.
Yeah, that's
What'd you
Awesome.
do?
There we go.
You fixed it. What'd you do there?
Just turn it off and turn it back on.
The oldest trick in the book. Did you remember to
Yeah.
restart? Did you
Yeah.
restart? Never fails.
So let's see. That VWAP's moving up. It's at 960 now. If it leaves the opening range, I really like the buys. Right now, it's still in that opening range, right? Opening range high on the 3 minute is at 966. So that VWAP is still there.
Really? Wow.
Normally when I see this, I'm looking for, right, if VWAP is still in the range, I'm looking for an entry below it.
Got it.
But we'll see. And then the entry below would be
So
pretty
you're
much right at
saying
950.
you're saying VWAP is inside your opening range.
Yeah. So the anchored VWAP to the New York Session Open, right? So since the session has opened, prices moved, but buyers haven't gone with it outside of that range.
I got it. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, looking for a pullback at 957, perhaps 960.
Yep.
Just not
No.
not letting it go through yesterday's low.
No. Come back, market. Come back.
Jay, did you read Brian Shannon's book about anchored VWAP?
I haven't yet. I did get it in the mail. I haven't read it yet, though. And I heard he's going to be a guest next week.
Yeah.
So maybe I need to read it before he gets on.
Yeah, I've got I got a stack of books that I've been meaning to read, and I'm thinking about moving that one up.
Nice.
Oh,
But it's like, it's like a big stack of bids. I got a lot of support down there. I got a lot of orders. A lot of orders down there.
Gold bounced right back up to that 2,300. Kind of holding it as a resistance now. If we think gold is going to continue to sell off, we got an opportunity for a cheap trade there. If we go risk just above 2,300, but I haven't really been paying attention to that market at all.
I haven't either. We're locked in on ES and and Q for now. I think over the weekend I'll work on the screen layout here. Start expanding, getting gold in there, getting oil in there. I know we missed a great oil trade. Was it Wednesday, John? The big sell-off in oil?
Yes.
Yes. But, we're locked and loaded for all markets now with the house account. As we just are not going to get. We're not going to get those 957s.
302 sitting at 1815 in the Nasdaq. 300 contracts. So if we fill that, that could give us the pullback that we're looking for. And we'll go from there.
For those of you wondering what book we were just talking about, it's Brian Shannon's book, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Yeah. John's summer reading list brought to you. I like it.
My wife, we go on vacation, and I'm sitting there reading trading books. She's like, "Can you just not?"
He loves it, folks. He loves it. It's not just a hobby.
I'm not a really avid reader, so if I'm going to read something, I want to learn something from it. So I don't like read novels and stuff. I want to get something out of something. And I'm not saying you don't get anything out of novels. They're great, whatever. But if I'm going to read, I want to learn something.
More of a nonfiction guy.
Yes.
I tell you, all my good reading, you might say, was done on the toilet.
So we came a couple of points up to that 1815, still 300 contracts sitting there.
I see it.
And filled.
That's filled.
Yep.
Yeah, we're seeing offers in the S&Ps as well. There was 300 on the offer at 160. 163, there's 200. 163 and a quarter, there's a couple hundred. Seeing more liquidity above.
So that VWAP is now leaving the opening range. It's right at the high of it right now, 965. Again, a pullback to that. How close can we get our entry to volume? I really do like the buy side. If buyers are going to keep taking out these bigger orders up here, would not be surprised if we see a pullback from them. But then looking for that opening range high to hold, which is now that 965 area.
5 minutes remaining.
All right, back to 18,000s here. We'll see what this number does. If we get a sharp pullback on this number, should we be a little bit aggressive with the entry?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Yeah.
What are we waiting to pull back to? What are you looking at, Jay?
I'm looking at the high of the opening range right now, which is 965.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at, 965-ish.
Cool.
In that zone.
Yep.
All right.
Just give us an opportunity. That's all I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Give us a chance. Give us a chance, guys.
So let's talk about it before we get there. Dakota, where would you risk on 965?
Good question, Jay. You always have to ask a question.
Got to.
If we risk the entire opening range, and if we're talking about taking a 15 lot, if we risk the entire opening range, which is 35 points, that's the whole 10,000 right there. If we're risking 10,000, so I don't know if you have another spot in between there.
940s would be a stop loss.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the other side of the 1 minute opening range right there. Within 5 points of that.
Yep. Stop. Nice. All right. Oh, nice trade idea.
Now we just need a NASDAQ to drop like 50 points and fill
Yeah,
us.
just like do the right thing. NASDAQ, do the right thing. Come back.
Go back.
Yeah, still stuck. What up, Dolby Time? Here's a poll question. Do you use VWAP in your trading? No. Full session, anchored to U.S. Open, anchored to other areas. Full session.
Come back.
Well, a lot more no's than I would have expected. Just right out of the gate here. All right, 2 minutes. Eddie, when we get it, come on in. I'm going to try to be aggressive
Aye, aye,
here.
Captain.
Yeah, Eddie.
Jimmy from the chat says VWAP sucks.
Oof. No, don't let VWAP hear that. You're talking trash on VWAP? Man.
Right.
VWAP sucks. Man.
I think he means it attracts price.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it
think
does.
that's
Oh,
what-
that actually. I got you. I
All
got
roads.
you.
All roads.
Jay, is New York all fired up for the Knicks?
Yeah. Nice playoff win. Knicks in 6. I'm not even a
Oh,
Knicks
come
fan.
on.
But
You
it's
got a
al-
rhyme
it-
for it?
It's always good to see the Knicks do well.
It's good.
New York has a different feel when the Knicks are doing good.
I like to hear that. Knicks in 6. All right, less than 60 seconds here. VWAP overrated. Bad day to be a VWAP. I love it.
Yeah,
VWAP reigns supreme. George, what do you think about VWAP?
Gotta be feeling lonely. VWAP's like, what did I do?
Yeah, VWAP's taking it. Yeah, catching strays today, man.
30 seconds here. Check your
All
platform
right.
if you got a position on. Up to you. Flat or working.
We go.
Now the dome is really looking thin for this
Yes,
one.
it is.
Yeah, it is.
17,965. 965 ish. Wow.
Well, dang it.
Well,
There it is.
Wow.
Yes, top of the hour, 9 o'clock here. We got the PMI coming in at 49.4. There's much lower than he expected of 52. And ISM price
lower.
coming in at 59.2, much higher than the 55 that was expected.
Oh,
Here's our pullback. We did not push 1850 there, right? Major cycle level, we didn't push it. We got some buying underneath it. I think this is
Here we go.
our opportunity here.
Well, we touched 18,050 and a quarter, and then
Shit.
right back down.
What did we get to there?
We got to 966.
66.
In. Why is it rejected? Why order get rejected? What the hell?
what happened?
Order rejected. Oh shit. What
Like
the hell is
VWAP.
it? What the fuck? What the hell? Oh no. What the hell was that?
Did you get it in?
No. You gotta be shitting me. Oops, sorry. Oh, mother effer.
Maybe he'll give it to us again.
Yep, I think it will. It's right about here.
Let's try again. 6.5, 6.5.
I'm actually liking 950 a lot better.
Pull back.
Yeah,
50s in. Orders rejected. What the? You gotta be. Oh my god. Oh.
Did you get that, Dakota? Did you get 950?
No, I didn't.
Did you guys?
I didn't. I was a little slow.
No. I got
Oof.
Oh no, dude. What?
Man, I didn't get 950. I was too slow.
Yeah. I'm using the NASDAQ data, but I'm trading micros, and I got 960 and a quarter. So I'm going to try to just let this go.
Nice entry.
And that was the trade.
Yep.
950.
You gotta be shitting me. Why did it get
35
rejected?
points.
Why did we get? Hold on.
Yep.
I'm trying to get a hold of Mick also.
You had to quit ASAP.
Yes.
Not on you. Just what?
What you got in, Jay?
No, I missed it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trading micros. I'm using the data from the minis, but I got it at 960. I'm going to put my stop below the opening range since this is with micros. Code Hoag.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it, right? I mean, you want to look at the bigger, thicker contract if you're using micros.
Oh, we're still
That's where the real information is coming from.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And we're still selling, so maybe it's a good thing we didn't get that entry.
Yeah, on hindsight, but yes.
Yeah.
We're on it.
What's really interesting is at the highs, we traded, what did we trade? 50 and a quarter. Would have really liked to see it push 50, but the fact that we traded it, I'm okay, right? Someone did buy it up there,
Yeah.
which is good. We got a 100-point pullback off those highs. If we're gonna hold, we want to see this opening range.
All right.
Hold.
Yeah, that was the trade. 950 up to 980.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait and see if we could get 930s, and then I'll get into a long if we could see 930s.
930 pullback. All right.
Hey, Dakota, you're talking about the 30s. What do you see that's so good about the 30s? I'm watching it here also.
So essentially, if we see my chart, let's see.
All right, we're good to go.
Cool.
What's the level? What do we like now?
930s is what I like.
I like Dakota's 930s too.
Pull back to 930. Pull back to 930. Will we get there?
We're in the 930s now.
Buy them. We're in. We got 934. 934.
934s.
934s. Stop at. Oh, okay. Give me a stop, guys.
Okay. I like 911.
911.
Yeah. 911. It gives that that NFP candle the room to hold, right? The high of that candle is
Up to 911.
18. Yeah, 911 is good.
Stop to 911. We got in from, we were long 15 from 934. 15
Nice.
from
I got in at
934.
935.
All right, peeled off 5 there real quick.
We are
We got 10 on.
We are the NASDAQ market right now.
All right, what are we thinking here? Upside target.
Let's get back to 18. Let's get back to 8, but we need to leave this opening range, right? 965 is the high of this opening range.
All right.
We do have the buyers above us, which is good, but we need to not hold this range right now.
Yeah, we could go. We could go up to maybe 80s. We might see 80s again.
So 5 at 80.
You're long how much right now?
We got 10. We got 10 on.
Okay. Yeah, maybe peel 5 off at like 80s.
That'd be cool.
You already peeled 5 off though, right?
I did. I just lock in something. We got 15 realized, 1,500 realized.
Nice.
The rest around here. We got we're long 10 from 934 initial entry.
Beautiful. Try to...
Way to go, community.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
There we go. There we go. We got
the opening range held. We're back above that VWAP. Let's let it work.
Let it work or peel 5?
Peel 5 at 80.
I'd say peel 5.
I just peeled 5. Shit, my bad. All right, we got 5. We're going to let 5 run.
We're good.
Good. All
right, we locked in. We got locked in about 4,900 right now. We're running. Well, what do you think? Go to break even?
Come on.
We can leave these run.
44. Andre, if we hit the stop, what does that stop put us at dollar-wise? How much will we get back as far as profit?
2,500. I could move. I could
Okay,
click
so
the break even. I could click break even right here and just let that sucker go to break even. Hang in there.
We're
I'm
not
gonna get back above
holding
that.
above that
opening range
VWAP.
now.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
Hmm.
Well, that hurt. That's come on, Mark. What was that? What the hell, Nasdaq? You're supposed to just go. My goodness.
You basically bottom ticked that, baby.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was.
we didn't hold the high of that opening range.
We're not holding that opening range.
Nope.
No.
Nope, that's okay though. That's okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's
Dakota.
fine.
Our stops at 909. Stops at 909. If I put the break even button, we would have been stopped out.
You'd be out now.
Yeah, we got 5. We got 5.
Yep.
We got 5.
I would love to have this to be an excellent example of why not to move your stop to break even.
Me too. Me too. 5. Better stop. Well, at least we peeled off some there.
Yeah, good peel, Andre. That was a good call.
Yeah.
Opening range low just broke. 909s, right?
909. 909. Well, what do you think, Dakota?
I mean, I like 909.
Boy, this
I'll be a
watch this
buyer at
ladder is
909.
I gotta say, the way Topstep
What time it is right now?
What time is 9:09? Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. That means it's time to rally. That means someone hit the buy button.
That's a great trade. Regardless of what happens, beautiful entry,
Yep.
beautiful
Yeah, that was
execution.
And
We were
full
kind of
disclosure,
calling
so
the
I
market there for a
checked
minute.
it was all my fault. I had the micros up, not the minis. It was all my fault, and it might have been a blessing in disguise. So I take
No
full credit
micros
for
with the big boy account.
that.
We were we called the market there for a minute perfectly. 65s.
Oh, dude, I was
50s,
freaking out. You should be
30s.
panicking back there. I was panicking.
But I
No
think that was
blood, no foul.
That was the trade.
Yes.
I think we go up from here.
Okay.
And we're getting that excellent example of why not to move your stop to break even.
I think so, John. Never ending
Yeah,
debate.
I locked up 2K in my live account.
You're out?
Nice trade, Dakota.
What should we do, Dakota?
Well, yeah, I was out at 75.
Hold on.
So
you can't
I'm
just
not-
be bailing.
I'm not seeing any real buying come in above this 950 right now.
Neither.
We know we have it up above, but we need to see it in this zone. And I'm not
I
seeing
can peel 3. I can peel 3 right now or something. Thoughts? I still got the 5.
Yeah.
I still got the 5.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, peel 3. We locked in 5,700. We got two on we can play with. If it hits the stop, we lose $1,000. So it'd be 57.
What if it keeps going?
We're good.
Yeah,
Then we got
run.
2 on. Then we got 2
Let it
on.
run.
Yeah.
If this is going to run,
Then run.
then we can find another place to add back into it. Hoag, I think this is what we were talking about yesterday, right? Where trimming a position when it's not going your way, I think that's what we just did, right? Which makes a lot of sense. Where if we're still good with our stop market structure wise, but now we're defending the account a little bit with not taking the whole position to that loss.
I keep hearing Dakota going, now, what if we had a runner on?
What if we had? I know, John.
What if
God,
we
it's
had
such
a
a
runner?
sweet way to end the week. Such a sweet way to end the week. We could sell 2 at 18,000. That would be very, very sweet.
Dolby saying add more.
He's always saying add more. That's all
course
Dolby
he is.
says is add more. That's all he says. All right, back to entry here. Dolby time.
I mean, it's only been 5 minutes, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Yep.
things move really fast.
And we held the high of the NFP candle again on the test. So we have not tried to trade that gap at all. It looks like we're getting ready to.
What was the number? Was the number that bad? Eddie, I don't.
I mean, it was bad for employment. The rate rose a little bit. The fewer jobs were created. The jobs that are working didn't expand earnings as much as they had hoped. So it was bad news, but bad news is good news for rates.
Bad news, good news for yes, it is.
Right?
This is good news. Yeah.
So if everybody's focusing on rates and they think maybe rates will come off a little bit, that that would be good for stocks, right? I mean,
That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
People looking for a reason for Powell and the team to decrease rates, and bad
Yes,
news
they
is a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the longs don't
Yeah,
want
I'm
to get in
looking
right
to
here.
get in this again.
I was going to say, Dakota, you got to be looking to get in long again, no?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I almost did there. I was kind of thinking that maybe it will run your stop and I'll get in.
Oh, our stop, Dakota. Our stop, not your our stop. Come on now.
Because that's a good level. 909 is a decent level. I like it. And if I was thinking, well, we could go there. We was at 912.
VWAP anchored to the session open from last night is at 905 right now.
905?
Yep. If anyone caught those shorts from the highs, great job.
Yeah. What was the price? About 40s?
50 and a quarter.
50 and a quarter?
Yep. Yeah. So the question would be, if for these longs, where would you be targeting right now? Back to the highs, or
throw in the chat. Take a look at tilt here. ES 76% short. NASDAQ 76% short.
A little tilty.
Long. Let's go to the moon here. The moon. Wow. Love to see that running trade play out to perfection. It'd be really sweet.
I think we did a good job managing that trade, right? Where you don't have to get the market direction right to have the right trade, right? You take your part of it. So I feel like a lot of times, traders try to determine where the market is going to go for the day, right? Oh, the market's going to end up today. The market's going to end down. You don't have to have that right to be able to make a trade.
Gotcha.
Right? You just have to get the movement in the middle, right? And take your part of it.
And you can be right and still lose money.
Exactly.
That's the absolute worst. Yes, you can. Absolute worst. Very frustrating, but yes, very true.
Yes.
Still holding the high of that candle, holding that gap. Trying to think.
Yeah, there's a nice pattern forming on a lower time frame that's pretty bullish to me. Higher lows and equal highs, and we might be getting ready to break and run. I'm tempted to get in, but I just need to be patient and wait for a better price.
Yep.
I think you'll get a chance.
Yeah, if we accept
Bryce D says, incomplete auction on this bar. We go lower, all caps. Bryce D says. Justin McQuinn. No, this is too clean for shorts.
The trend's still up for today. I mean, we're right back to where we were.
Yep.
That's Friday. It's Friday afternoon. No more data. It's going to get quiet here. That's when those Friday rallies happen, John.
Never sell a quiet market on a Friday.
I set you up there.
Never fade the Friday rally.
Yo, it's too loud on.
The old floor colloquialisms.
The best.
Order submitted. Order filled.
And some of them we can actually say on air.
I was going to say, not a lot of them are PG.
Okay, I just joined.
All right, Dakota's
yeah, I just got
go
back in.
All right. Power of Dakota. The market will feel.
We'll see.
We need to see some buying above that 950.
Yes, we do.
I like where your entry is. We were talking about before, maybe getting an entry, if you're looking to buy it, getting an entry lower than VWAP, and that's exactly what you just did. Now we just need to see the buyers come back in for that position. We should be right at our entry right now, right?
We're about, our entry was 34s. So, yeah, we're right there.
Just not seeing any buying at this 950, but
yeah, we might just consolidate for a bit as well.
Yep.
Okay, no more numbers for the rest of the day. Michael Stan says Baker Hughes at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we have Baker Hughes. That's not going to affect equities. It's the rig count.
The rig count. Yep. Crude is still struggling with taking out yesterday's low. Man, oh man, it's taking forever.
JD's got some news. JD, we got this trade on. Once we close out this trade, we can jump to the news, but it's good. I'm glad you're locked in there.
And I need coffee.
Go get some coffee.
All right, I'll do that.
Get some coffee.
Give me a minute. Just watching.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
You got it.
Johnny, grab me a donut too while you're there.
Seriously.
Got it.
A Danish perhaps.
Nice bear claw.
Yeah. Danish.
All right, Dakota, what'd you get long? Dakota, they got you. Okay, cool. They got you at the top of the board there. Cool.
What's that?
No, I just want to make sure we update your position. We have your updated position at the top there.
Yeah, I'm not too confident about this right now. Unless
Wait a
we
minute,
continue.
Dakota.
Usually when I get in, I want it to just go.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Right? That's what we all want, is as soon as you're in, just immediately just
yes.
No drawdown.
No hesitate, yes.
Nice.
No heat. 10-year bond yield, 4.52. Interesting. We were up to, I think we saw the 4.7s earlier this week. So the yields are down quite a bit up. I think we saw 4.7. To double check that.
Nick T in the chat just said DXY with the eyes emoji. What is it doing? What is the dollar doing right now? If
Dixie.
anyone can let us know. Yeah.
What's the Dixie doing?
What's the Dixie doing?
What?
We are still holding the high of this candle. If we, it's 921 is the low. Is the low of the regular trading hour session?
921. Okay.
Yeah, where we're at right now, which is the high of that NFP candle. If we accept back into that, a move to the other side of it would not be surprising. We just got stopped out, right?
Yep.
Dollar's going up.
Well, that was lame. All right, whatever. $4,750. $4,750. Nice winning trade there, fellas. Good job.
Nice winning
I was
trade.
counting up 4.75. Oh, you could have saved 1K in profit if you either stop up to break even. LOL, Andrew. Correct. Nothing gets by you, Andrew, eh? Nothing gets by you.
$900 did hold there.
Did
yeah, I did see Dolby in the chat say 15 lot long at 900 earlier. We would have missed your entry by 2 ticks, Dolby, but good call. Really nice call on that.
I'm still liking the long side here. Yeah, like you said, it held. Yeah, I mean, I'm still in long. I'm not out of it yet. I was debating adding when we, like you said, when it hit your stop loss. I like the 909 area. I probably should have added to this, but I don't want to risk too much. I'm already up 2,000.
Good job on the trade community.
Yeah, good job.
Oh, that stop. That stinks. Watch it go. Oh, well, it's a 2-lot.
Hey, what I like, we had a trade idea. We executed the trade idea.
Absolutely.
We don't know where the market's going.
Yes,
it
we
could
know.
go. It could go our way and we lose money, like Hoag said, right? We did our job, and then we can look for another one, right? If the market is going to be heavy.
I was hoping Hoag comes back, sees the market trade like 940, 950s, and like, oh, we're sitting in the money. I'm like, no, Hoag, we got stopped out down there, man. He goes like, what the hell?
Yeah. Let's see what everything else is doing. So the ES is that the non-farm move. The ES is retracing that move a lot better than the NASDAQ is. The NASDAQ is holding the high of it. The ES is just tested right about 50% of it.
Yeah.
So who's the leader right now is the question.
It is a good
would
question.
we consider getting back in? Because over here on the 5 minute, this is looking really good. Like we're starting to find some support. If we hold this on the 5 minute chart and we continue to start push back maybe up above 940, we can see a continuation into the higher 900s.
What price on the pullback? I'm starting to feel like the buyers are getting a bit exhausted down here. They're trying to defend it, Dakota. I will agree with that. Jay, what kind of pullback will we be looking for? Are we at that pullback?
I think 900 might have been it. Yeah.
Oh, we ain't gonna see those again.
We'll see. Yeah, I don't think we are, but that's okay. So here's what I would do: is the candle that tested 900. We kind of frame a trade around that candle, right? So
I just added 3 more. I'm in 6 total.
Savage.
We can see if we get that push now. 6 contracts total.
We're pushing.
Yep. Dre, if you can, I would go 916 if we get it, but we might have just missed it.
916.
Got out of 3.
Nice shave,
I'm only in 3.
916. Cool. New trade idea. This was a 17,916. Yes, he is. That's how professionals do it. Not gonna lie, man. Working with you guys on this, it's very, very easy, very smooth, great communication, great trade execution. 916s. What do we think? We're there.
No.
Off. Okay. Man.
I wanted to see that bounce get to 950 and then give us a pullback, and it never did. So they're not buying it.
Okay. Gonna hit 900.
That last 5 minute candle is the main candle I'm going to be watching.
Okay. Talk to us, Dakota.
It has the low of 900.
We're selling here. We got stopped out on the last 2 there, John.
I saw that. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Up just under what? $5 grand?
47.50. Yeah, 47.50.
Nice.
All right, here's your 900s. 880s. Was that your previous level coming? Is that level still holding?
880s was the area that we were looking to buy when we first sat down.
NASDAQ VWAP, I have it, whole session, extended trading hour session, I have at 903. 901 half is last week's high.
All right. 901 half. Okay. 880s.
Delta in the NASDAQ minus 1,600.
1,600 Delta.
You got divergence in the S&Ps now. Okay. Positive 6,600. We're on the lows.
It's plus 6,600. Okay. Thank you, Eddie. Tilt's heavy short. Shit, we never got those 880s. Tilt short big. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah.
We are grooving today. You guys are making this very concise and decisive.
I tried to add right there. It didn't give it to me. Dang it.
I'm back.
JD, I haven't forgotten about you. Markets are moving, though. I forgot about the news. We'll get to it once these markets calm down a bit.
We got the hold we wanted at 900s.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
I was a little slow at adding there. It didn't give me that price. It might give it to me again, but if not, we might run without it.
100 lot here, 17,917. S&Ps, 917 half. 917 half, 100 lot on the bid.
Yep.
So on this 5-minute chart, I'm looking really, really bullish. We've
I see.
failed like 4 times to break below
Yes,
that.
it did. Until it was heavy short. Delta's negative. How many long are you, Dakota?
Only 3.
Only 3, okay.
I tried to get back into 6, but it never did give it to me. At 905, that would have been amazing. I think we have a nice run into the 60s.
Yeah, seeing some nice buying coming now.
Yeah,
900. Those 917 showed up below the market, right? So that's a bidder below the market, which is going to kind of act like a support. We didn't take it out. To see if they moved it up to 927 now. So someone's trying to get in.
Oh, they are. They're chasing now. Well, look at this.
Yeah. Yep.
I missed my freaking ad down there at 905.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Let's see. We're good. Let's see if they buy 950. Right. That's still been the question because they got to tell us there's more room up. 100 lot just moved up to 947.
Chasing. Yep. There's him filled.
Just got
they trade. Wow. They had to chase 30 points there.
Yep. Here we go.
This is where
it's going to go now.
Man, gummit.
Let's find a spot.
Yep.
Let's find a spot. So we got some buying right around 950. We know that buyers got filled at 47.5.
Right.
Let's see if we can get a better spot than them, 940. But I would keep the stop tight. Because we're still not pushing. We're still not pushing this 950.
We're not.
940 is volume value low.
Dakota.
Man, I'm dying.
Sorry.
I feel great, but my cough is just nasty.
It's the worst. Hang in there, man. You're doing great.
Robitussin.
All right. Yeah. So 50s, Jay. Oh, getting rejected to 50s. See if we get another push here.
If we get above these 60s, we might see another up to the highs of 18,000.
940s.
They're buying now.
I'll close out of 1. Let's see if I get out of just 1 here. Didn't want to give me the 60.
Yeah, there's a ton of buying still up above us. So if they're going to make their money today, there's an opportunity here. And we just saw that person chase the market pretty much.
Yes, we did.
To get in. So they might need to make some money soon today too, which means we can trade with them. 947.5 was their entry. Do we want to join them? I always like trying to get a better position in that person than whoever I see get that fill. So 932.5, anywhere from 932.5 to 940.
Okay. 32.5 to 40s.
Okay, let's see if we could have another run up from here.
Just my
Order submitted.
Goolsby speaking right now. Not non-voting
It's
member.
not letting me get out.
40s? All right, 40s to 32s. You guys like that level?
Dakota, do you like adding at 40?
I'm in at 25. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I like 40s. 40s would be act as support. I mean, it should.
40s? All right, we're right here. And
yeah, this level should act as support.
All right, we just bought 15 from 39s. What's the stop?
Right.
What's the stop?
I would go tight on this stuff. I would go 10 points because if we're wrong, we're wrong.
Okay, well, I'll just sell 5 right here then. Okay, I just peel off 5 real quick. Just to lock in something. Okay, stop is at, what do we buy in 39s?
39s.
What do you think for stop?
Go 30. 30, because that's the low of the opening range if it doesn't hold. Yeah, it's not holding.
Yeah.
It's not holding. Dakota, you're in at 25, right?
Yeah, I'm in at 25. To me, we're just consolidating. I still think the market's going to be moving higher, but we're just inside candle, kind of being chopped and consolidating.
Dolby says range.
We can definitely break higher and
range.
be into the 60s in a minute.
Give it the old college try here. Long from 39, 10 times. Long from 39, 10 times.
You closed some for profit, though, already,
I did. Oh, yeah. Sorry, JD. I did. I peeled 5. It was off like 1,500 in profit. I peeled something off.
Mm-hmm.
Just so we can take more heat on the trade. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
Hmm.
But, oh shit, wrong one.
I mean, this is the chop zone, right around 20,
lame.
Yep.
15s, like basically from like 910 to 950, this 50-point range.
We buy 39s, they're going to get us on this. So lame.
I mean, we might reverse right here, and we start. If we push, this could be the pullback from the original move.
It could be.
Let's get this push.
From right here. Original move when we were back down at 900, all the way up to 960, pull back to 930, and we can make another run to 960.
It's that stack of papers John talks about. Hopefully.
I was in a position if I was long on the floor and I just wanted to like hold on to it for a while, I'd step outside the pit and start yelling, "Buy them, buy them!"
Gotta do whatever. Spook the market.
Buy them, buy them.
You'd be surprised how many people react to that too.
Of course.
Yeah,
really?
I'm not sure it was legal, but hey,
I was say
not at all.
Spoofing the market. That's the old school way.
Putting in my lunch order. That's all.
So we got initial balance low at 912.
We just got. All right, yeah, we just got stopped out.
Yeah, good call.
Okay. House account P&L. It's the chop. We got caught in the chop.
Yep.
House account P&L $3,090. $3,090.
Nice. Beautiful. Yeah, we're just chopping around. We haven't broken any direction or other. We moved to the bottom of the range, top of the range. Bottom of the range is 910s, top of the range 960s.
Thank you, Robert.
There was a pretty tight stop.
Yes, it was.
I still have my 3 contracts on from 925 and a half.
Yeah, you got better trade location.
Yep.
No, here we go. Stopped you out. And here we go.
Me.
Yep.
Boy, swings are huge. NQ swings are huge.
They are. Gives me
like 40, 50 points in a minute.
You gotta be kidding me. $950. You still long, Dakota?
Yeah, long 3 from 925 and a half.
Good job.
That chart on the right, Dakota's that's the 100 tick chart?
Yeah, that's the 100 tick. I don't manage my trade very much off that. I manage it off the 5-minute over here, where
5
I
minute,
see that
right.
this is the bottom, this has been support. But over
Yep.
here on the 100 tick, I could kind of granulize it, and I could see like these little movements a
Mhm.
lot better to make more of an immediate decision if I needed to.
Right. Do you, if you're going to trail a stop, do you do that off the 100 tick chart?
Yeah. Yep. It's a lot easier to see these little pivot points and where support and resistance is.
Yeah.
All right, trade 17,950 NASDAQ. Hopefully for Dakota, we get up to those 18,000s for Dakota. Oh, that stopped.
Yeah, maybe we see 18,000. We might see.
Yeah, you'll take that.
Yeah, it's just starting to chop around a lot.
Okay.
But it's still so early in the day that I don't think this range holds for very long. But at this point, I want to see it break in a direction and then look to take a trade from there.
Okay. Two trades today. One winner, one loser. The winner was bigger than the loser, so it's good math. Keep the math on your side.
Yeah, and that loser you took some for profit anyway.
Yep.
That is true. That is true.
So
I think we got a minute. I think we're in the chop right now. Something busts out. Hey, feel free to chime in, guys. But let's go to JD. Let's get some news in here because we are chopping around NASDAQ and the S&P. So JD, hit us with some news.
What's up, guys? We're going to keep it kind of light today. Funny Fridays. Let's do it. All right, James, you got the first one? On this day in history, the very first piece of spam mail was sent out by this jerk right here. I'm just joking. I was reading up on him. He seems like a pretty decent guy. But Gary Thurk was a marketing executive for the Digital Equipment Corporation and transmitted the first unsolicited sales pitch for a new line of computers. He sent it out to 400 people who became irate, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica. Let me find it real quick. I just had it up. Yeah, the people he sent it to did not appreciate it, and he received he sent it out over ARPANET, which is a precursor to the internet.
Interesting.
And he received I don't know, some bad news from the administrators of that system, and he wasn't allowed to send any more messages for a while.
Uh-oh.
He got a reprimand from the network administrators.
Uh-oh.
So thank you, Mr. Thurk, for making everybody have a backup email account for the trash. All right. Next up, if danger is your middle name and you're looking for a quick score, head on down to Mount Erebus in Antarctica, which is the world's southernmost active volcano, and snag some of that $2.2 million worth of gold that it's spewing out annually.
What?
This volcano emits a continuous plume of gas and steam loaded with tiny crystals of gold said to be worth about $6,000 a day. Get your adventure shoes on and grab some gold. All right, and our feel-good story for the day. Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they're 9-year-old boys from
I heard about this
Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Branson Baker, during the tornadoes in Oklahoma the other day, the family's truck was flipped over, leaving his parents unable to move. The tornado flipped the truck. His parents, both of his parents, broke their necks and their backs. Wow. Branson was able to free himself from the truck, ran in the dark to find help. Sources say it was pitch black out, and this kid ran through downed power lines and debris using the light from lightning strikes to make his way to the nearest house, which was over a mile away. He led the neighbor to the site of the accident, and they were able to get his parents to the hospital. His parents both survived. They're in the ICU right now.
Wow. Good on you, kid.
What a kid.
What a mullet.
We'd love to give a shout out to a hero whenever we can.
Absolutely.
All right. While I'm here, you want to do some hot streak? You want to do some hot streaks real quick while I'm here too?
Yeah.
I closed out one of my NASDAQ
What'd you sell?
I got out at 964.5.
Nice trade. I want to get out there. I wish we got out there. Nice trade, Dakota. What's your P&L?
I'm at 4,000.
Very nice. Yeah, JD. Hit us with some hot streaks, JD. Whenever you're ready. Come right back. Yeah, we are chopping. The ranges are pretty wide, but we are chopping. Dolby says Dre short. Price. I need a reason.
Yeah, Dolby's talking about that range. The opening range high is still holding. It's 965.
Yeah, I know Dobie's looking at that 5-minute range.
Yep.
100%. That's why I sold at 65.
Yeah. Nice out there, Dakota.
Yeah, I'm still holding these too. I think if we do break up, we're going to get a lot of momentum to the upside. Which, to me, the odds that we break higher are greater than the odds that we break lower because it's a green day today. And I am a permable, so there's that.
Just where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it?
Where do we buy it? That's been the story of the day. And we're getting back up above the 50s. I mean, we're making higher lows. I mean, regardless, if we look at this 100-tick chart, this is one reason why I like it. I mean, it's still continuing to show like there's a lot of higher lows, and we're continuing to push this zone up here. And there we go. Here's we're breaking right now.
How about it?
Let's see if we could sustain over that. That's the question. Now's the moment of
truth. Mm-hmm.
It's always nerve-wracking when we get up there and then we just start to hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Do we gain momentum and push through, or do we go back into the range? I think we're going to get that momentum.
I think we're going to.
Yep. Nice trade, Dakota.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Yep. Let's see.
How's the week looking, Dakota, P&L wise?
After today, I'm up about 18,000.
Very nice.
You didn't have to climb a frozen mountain.
For 3 days in a row to get 18 grand.
I feel like I've climbed something with this sickness.
Yes, he does. Here we go, fellas.
Back to 18s.
Hey, Hoag, if only we would have had a runner.
If only we had a runner.
We got stopped out on it.
We got stopped out on the damn runner.
Yep, we tried to hold it.
We tried to do the runner trade, but the market was hating. So here we are.
Now, do we buy it at the high of that range that we just broke out of?
Jay.
I'm just asking questions here.
I got you.
You're saying if we pull back to the high of the range?
Correct.
What's that price?
965.
Oh, God.
Which is the high of the opening range.
Here we go. 167 lot just popped up. Where'd it go? On the bid. It's definitely on the bid.
47.5. Whoever bought that, they're happy right now.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, and then the question is, and Anne-Marie just asked it, right? The trend of momentum says yes, buy it again, but then where do we set our risk?
That's a good question.
If we accept back into that range, now the low of it is 65 points away.
Risk. Right.
Yeah. And then with a 15 lot, that's...
Let's, dang it.
This is fun with you guys, man.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying this shit. Oh, sorry.
You guys make this fun.
That's 5 for the swear jar, Hoag.
Oh,
Yeah,
that might have been the pullback.
Yeah, do some hot streaks. We'll see where this market goes. I mean, it's choppy. Go ahead, JD. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
The one time I wish I was muted.
James, you want to throw up those hot streaks for me? There we go. All right. Current leader Brian M. did not trade yesterday, but his 25-day win streak is still intact. Again, if you don't trade the day before, you're left off the list. So here's our list for today. Richard was back in the markets, extended his streak to 21 days. Kent, Pranavan, and Ronnie also hung in there for another day. We see Ronnie in the chat quite a bit. Nice job, bud. And new to the list today is Hampton, who is currently on a 16-day heater trade in the NASDAQ, S&P, and Dow. Welcome to the show, Hampton. All right, I've also got those live funded P&Ls from yesterday.
All right, yeah, let's check those out.
Here we go.
I know that guy.
Yep. Pin, you heard about Pin on the shoulder tap yesterday. Risk manager Ben was singing his praises for Pin. He had a massive day trading gold, $14,000 trading gold. Not a bad day for Pin. Next, Coach Dakota picked up another 10K. Nice job, Dakota, trading the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I got to sleep in too yesterday. I woke up at 10 a.m. Central. Felt good.
Nice. Yeah.
You
take a break. You're going to kill yourself.
You did that sick.
And we got Brian, Prince, and Tyler, all with nice days trading the NASDAQ and S&P. That's what we got. I'll be back in a little bit with that top 10 list, guys.
Thanks, JD. Oh,
how about some plugs?
Yeah, Eddie, let's do it.
How about some plugs? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Monday, we've got a big announcement. We have no idea really what's going on here, but that's usually what my doctor asks me how I'm doing. And I usually say I have no idea what's going on. But we do have something very big. If I were you, I'd make sure that I was tuned in at TopstepTV. We might not know what's going on, but when someone claims something big is happening, yes, it is groundbreaking. So be here Monday. Wink, wink, and you will be surprised. Topstep Discord. You like what's going on? You want to interact with Topstep community? Please join our Discord. I'm going to post a link there, and also the ultimate risk management tool. We have the manual lockout on Topstep X. So hey, like I say, if you rock it, lock it. Use that manual lockout button on the lock in your winning days and great days. Or stop the bleeding for a bad day. If you're doing very bad and you got that itchy finger, the lockout button can help. So you can find this all along the top of the trading platform next to the DLL bar. Look for the stop sign with a exclamation in the center. That's where your lockout button is. And this feature is so powerful that not even our support team can undo it. So
nice.
It's up to you. Otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Got to be the most popular feature or most favorite feature in Topstep X, that lockout.
It was an amazing idea.
It really was. People love it. It's an MP special right there.
Yep.
Where's MP? He was chatting earlier.
Was he?
He was in the Slack. He was chatting a little bit.
Oh,
got it. He's like 15 hours ahead or something like that. He's well ahead of us, so his time zones are much different. All right. Is everyone flat here? No position. Dakota long two still? Trying to catch that runner? $5, Dakota. But we will give you a break because you are sick under the weather.
I'm still long one. I closed one out.
Okay, good.
On that pop-up.
Let it run, man. I want to see it run into the close.
I'm going to run to the bathroom. Speaking of
you can do that.
I'll be back.
You
got it, Dakota. You got it.
He's just going to let that run. He's got to stop in.
Good on him.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not? Below the lows, too. Below the 900.
The 900s. Just like, what was it, 400 yesterday? Beneath 400s in the NASDAQ yesterday was the buy of the day. All right, so we're chopping around, kind of range bound here between 80s.
Yeah, it's pretty choppy.
So, John, if you don't mind, let's take a look at What's happening in gold? What's happening in crude right now?
Yeah,
I haven't got much love yet.
Crude finally started kind of showing some activity down below yesterday's low. Let's take a look at that. So here's that. I couldn't have done this if I tried. We kind of preempted this head and shoulders pattern. We broke out on Wednesday, added some pretty decent open interest on that, added some more open interest on the downside yesterday, adding 4,800. Volume has been pretty good. It hasn't been killer. I'm giving the current auction a C, unless we can release downside here today. That would be something I would be looking forward to. Getting some downside movement here in the equities now. But here's what I was kind of, looking for today was fail inside range and value from yesterday, take out yesterday's low, and then possibly accelerate down to this 77.5 naked point of control. Gold is still, by and large, on the daily chart, bar coding.
Yep.
That weekly low 2281 that we've gotten relatively close to in the session here today. 80.20 for the session today. Here it is on the 30-minute chart. So, open 730 bar, get a head fake to the upside, and then a look down towards weekly cutoff low, which is also pretty close to a naked point of control. You'll notice if you kind of reverse engineer a lot of those weekly kickoff levels, they're usually centered around naked points of control and measured moves, as well as a little technical analysis, and some other things. But we've got too cheap down there. We've got excess down there. Is that a failed auction? No.
Downside?
But it is to a degree. For an inflection level, that brought in some buyers. And what's going on in the equities? So, yeah, NASDAQ, S&P is kind of rolling through that kind of higher highs, higher lows in the short time frame here. Looking a little bit weaker. We've got delta divergence in the S&Ps.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about
hanging here near the lows. We've got 6,000 positive delta.
Right.
In the NASDAQ, we've got to make sure thing here. Yeah, negative about 13 delta. And we're right in the middle of the range in the NASDAQ. We're relatively close to it. So, if we're going to see delta divergence on, have us accumulating longs in short time frame, and those short time frame longs want to get out by the end of the day today.
That's us.
That is a longer, later in the day kind of a view, but just kind of keeping an eye on it for us for now.
Please do. Thanks, John. We'll see how that story plays out throughout the day.
Yep. Dakota, you're long, aren't you?
Another five there, Dakota.
You're muted. Another 5.
Man, I'm gonna be broke. You guys,
no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you will not be broke. I've seen how you trade.
I just need a trade to cover my mute fees. Yeah, long 925.5.
Okay.
So are you guys looking to buy this again?
We're waiting because we consolidated, right? We're in this range. We're gonna see if we can. Jay, what are we thinking for this range that we've been in between 30s and 60s ish?
Honestly, I'm looking at a short. So the candle that turned us around, right? The candle that tested that 1850. we just traded to exactly 50% of that candle and rejected off of it. ICT traders will call that a fair value gap or whatever it is, but we just rejected exactly at 50% of that candle at 17,990. And the bottom of that candle is holding right now at 17,950. I just saw the YM retrace the entire move from NFP. And this market looks heavy right now, where we're pushing up to these major levels again, and we're not getting buying at them. I would be looking for a potential short. Someone just said Tesla selling off. We have the Euro close coming up in a half an hour, and anybody who's long from Europe is going to start taking profits going into the weekend. I would not be surprised to see this market come down.
All right, what prices are we looking at? Hey, real quick, got an update. Big shout out. Dakota, just got to update. Your account balance is now over $150,000. That's a lot of mutes.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mute fines right there. You can mute your microphone for a long time with all that money. Well done, Dakota. Well done. Also want to give a shout out to John Jones. Happy birthday, John Jones. Today's my birthday, and I'm glad to be doing it at TopstepTV.
Happy birthday, John.
Happy birthday. John
Thanks
Jones.
for joining us on your birthday.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy. So, Jay, you're looking short here. Why? You just the buyers got rejected one too many times for you? Is that what you're thinking there?
Yep. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And we talked about that candle yesterday that pushed 17,400 and turned us around. This candle looks similar here, and I'll take all the drawings. And I did not mean to do that. That was in a practice account. Hotkeys. Make sure you press the right hotkey. This candle looks very similar to the one that traded through 17,400 and turned us around yesterday. Ended up being the low of the day. I would not be surprised if this candle just put in the high of the day, and we trade lower than it. And again, I'll put the drawings back on. We held 50% of it. We held the low of it. And I've not seen any buyers really come in and push it. Yeah.
So you're looking for shorts now, Jay?
If I'm not looking for shorts, I'm not looking to buy this. It's either a no trade or a short, in my opinion.
No trade or a short. Got it.
Because we're right back down into these 920s. The bottom of this range, I guess, is what we've been calling it. I think it's just going to be chop again. I don't know.
Might be.
Guys, I've got a little unstable internet here. I'm going to restart a couple of things and be back in a few.
Okay. The old restart. When in doubt, restart.
Yep. And I could be wrong on this, but I don't see a reason to buy right now. But like Dakota just said, right, we're at the lows of that range. So if we're range bound, this is the low of that range.
Yeah, because as of right now, I'm still looking at this as a higher low, and until we break the 900s, it's still technically a higher low. Like you said, you can make an argument that we made a lower high right here, and then we just made a higher low. And so the question is, do we just continue to have a, what do they call it, descending triangle or flag or something, and come up to the highs? I'm not sure. It shows like we had a little bit of buyers step in just right now.
Right.
Maybe we do just consolidate and we break one direction or the other.
Yep.
Okay, we'll be patient. I love this conversation, guys. I got to say, working with you guys, doing this in real time, it's not easy, but you guys definitely make it as easy as possible. So, you guys, you're watching some of the best right here on TopstepTV. Real trades, real counts, real P&Ls, real talent like you're seeing right here. If you like it, click subscribe. Look at that. We crossed 85,000 subscribers, well on our march to 100,000 subscribers. Let's get Jack that YouTube trophy that he so desperately wants.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yes.
We got an update from Casey Olson in the chat. Heart surgery was a success. Heart surgery was a success. Thanks to Hoag, the Topstep team, and chat for all the well wishes. Casey, thank you for the update. Glad to hear that everything went well, and thanks for joining us again.
Hell yes. Hell yes, Casey. Good to see you, man. Good stuff.
What's the big news coming on Monday?
It's Dakota.
Said it now. We're going to be big news.
It's coming on Monday, Dakota. It's big, though. It's going to be real, real big. What's the big news coming on? I love you, man.
Hey, you never know. Maybe I could have brought you.
I could have slipped there. We could have slipped, and I could have spilled the beans, but I could probably tell you off air. It is big.
Okay, I call that trade to scratch for me.
Okay.
Or that runner, I guess. I'm okay with that runner being a scratch.
Yeah, I mean the potential. Yes, I mean what you're risking 1,000 to make. Who knows? 10,000? I don't know. Well worth it.
We will definitely have more opportunities.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's felt like a long day already, and we're only an hour and a half.
And we're like in round 8. Yeah. Yeah, man. Fun though. God, it's fun.
Yeah. Chat, let us know how your Friday is going. Are you guys up on the day, down on the day? Were you following your trading plan today? Anything you learned from watching the session? Let us know how things are going.
Good call. Good call.
A little Friday check-in. God bless volatility, says Michael.
Friday, yeah, someone sucked all the air out of it. I mean, what happened? We were rocking and rolling, then we just kind of it's been a long week.
Yeah.
Traders might be exhausted at this point.
Down.
It's been a very volatile week. Lots of moves. Lots of news. We had FOMC, earnings all over the place. Non-farm today. My goodness. Opportunity was there.
All right. So I think if we do start breaking down, what's the area you're looking at, Jay?
Like a target if I'm looking to short it, or are we asking?
Yeah, like if you were short the market right now, what target would you be thinking?
VWAP, right?
I would be thinking 830. And the only reason I'm thinking 830 is because that's half of the NFP candle, which the ES and the Dow have already retraced, right? There are major levels in between now and then, right? We have 900, we have 850, but I would be thinking 830 just because it's half of that, and the market likes 50% for whatever reason. But again, the high of this NFP candle is still holding, right? 920 is the high, or 919 is the high. It's still holding. And I guess it makes it right. We had Apple earnings, which went well, right? And the equity markets, you expect them to move in tandem, but we do have days where there is a divergence, right? And the Nasdaq being heavier tech weighted makes a little bit of sense. I saw though that someone said, and hitting gem, thank you, Tesla is still selling off.
Huh.
It's just not affecting the Nasdaq.
Because we opened up Sunday at like 8:50. We closed last Friday at 8:30s.
Sorry, say that one more time, Dakota.
We closed last Friday at 8:39, like right around 8:39. So it's been kind of a flat week.
Right.
A quick update on some of our influencers here. Topstep. Isaac Rivera in the red a little bit, down 2,400. Dakota presently with us there. That handsome devil at the bottom of the screen right there. Of $4,200. Venkata, DLL, Sunish 1,400. Tyler H up 3,200. Colby up 2,000. Nick T, hell yeah, Nick T up $5,600. Let's get it. Good job. Good job. There's been money. There's been a lot of opportunity this week. If you didn't make money, don't beat yourself up. Learn from it. Because something like this will come up again. So this isn't just a one-off. Tesla's still selling.
The last thing I wanted to say, we are at a Friday, and thanks to Coach Paul for this, just looking at weekly candles when we're at the end of the week. Something he said just randomly in a class, a couple months ago was the weekly candles usually never end at the high or the low. There's always a wick. That test to 850 gave us the wick on that weekly candle. So the likelihood of us look at all these are all weekly candles I have up right now. If my charts are up, each one of them has a wick on it. Right, these are all weeklies in the NASDAQ going back to November. There's a wick on pretty much each one of these candles, and this one is ugly both ways. So I would not be surprised if we at us, trading back somewhere towards the open of that week.
What will that price be?
The week opened at 873.
873, got it.
Right around there.
We are going to.
Now it's all nice and quiet. Do you guys have any fun plans for the weekend?
Going to Cubs games. I'm going to 2 Cubs games this weekend, actually.
Nice.
Saturday and Sunday. So yes.
Big baseball fan, huh?
The stadium, the whole neighborhood over there is just really fun. Cubs are good right now, and the tickets were free, so I can't say no.
Can't be free. Can't be free.
I can't be free. And one of them is actually a skybox, so I can't say no to the free skybox on Saturday.
Yeah, you can't say no to that.
No.
Watching baseball for me is like watching paint dry.
That's what we do for a living, Dakota. That's what we do.
Watching the markets right now is more entertaining than baseball.
Andre, are you gonna do the 999 challenge?
How does that go? Oh, how does that go?
It's 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings. So you do 1 beer, 1 hot dog for every inning.
Oh my God, that's such a Midwest
thing.
Horrible.
That sounds terrible.
The easiest way to get kicked out of Wrigley Field.
Yeah, it is.
We're starting to break to those lows on the NASDAQ.
Yeah. James. All right. We did try to break. Bottom end of this range here. I imagine a lot of range-bound traders would like to get long right around these levels. We are good feel like I know Coach Jay is a bit bearish right here. It was.
Yeah.
Go. Damn, Jay.
Yeah, I want us to break.
Wow. We're breaking. I think we're going to 830. And it's just about where do we find a place to get in to do that. I'm trying to find a place to fit a 15 lot in here that makes sense, and we're not giving back the profits that we made on the day.
We are. We're gonna jam this sucker in there one way or another. 920 is the entry. Here we go. Donald Keys says 920s.
We found buyers right where we found buyers before.
We did.
890s.
Yep.
It's tricky. This is very, very tricky.
And Rui, 920 is on the NASDAQ. We were talking about trader in the chat is potentially looking at a short at 920. We got King Dakota, who I don't believe is actually Dakota, saying, I will fade Coach J. Well, Andre, I don't know if you're talking
Wait, were they saying fake? No,
yeah,
I was.
Fade Coach J. I'm not in a position, so.
You're catching strays now. I love it. I love it. You're catching strays now. You know you made it when you started.
it's from like a Dakota impersonator. If you look at the image, it's Dakota's face. Dakota, you got a fan club, man. It means you're doing something right. I love to see it. But, King Dakota, whatever decision you decide to make, just manage your risk, trade well, and I hope you make money.
Fade Coach Jay. Welcome to the club, buddy. Yep. You made it when people are talking shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the sellers got rejected there. Or they're taking some heat. That's hands off. I think we're seeing it both ways. Unless you want to do this range, the ranges are tricky.
If we do break, I'm just looking for a spot where we could go to. And you said 830s?
That's what Jay was saying.
Yeah, 830s. Yeah, looking at 830s. And again,
I don't think we could get down there. Right? That's quite the move if we break.
Yeah.
Just learned while I was rebooting here that Casey's surgery went great. So good to hear. Proof again that prayers do get answered. Glad things went well, Casey.
I could see us get down to 870.
870?
Thank you. 870?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, so 830 would be the stretch target, right? Where I think the market can ultimately get to. And if we're looking to trim, if we were to get into a short, like Dakota just said, that 870s, thinking about position management there, I would definitely think about position management at 17,850. But to me, it just looks like there's a lot of room down. And I could be wrong. Have been before.
Oh, we all can be wrong. Don't.
Oh, yeah.
Sweat it.
Part of the game.
Oh, yeah. The best is doing it in front of thousands of people. Nothing better than being wrong in front of thousands of people. Oh, man. Oh, that is. What did we sign up for?
It is tough, man. It is tough.
It's incredible.
The euro closes at what time?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. And we are
drifting. We're drifting lower.
Yeah, so
I would really like us to break down. I want to find another way to buy this. I'm still going into today. Is where do we buy it?
I imagine there's some stops beneath 900 here.
I think so. There has to be.
Yeah, taking a look at some tilt. NQ, 68% short. In the NASDAQ, ES, 59% short. We come up.
Jay, we left like four TPOs below the initial balance in the S&Ps. Is that enough for a failed auction?
That is enough, John?
I would prefer to see more, but I mean, it rejected so far below the initial balance. So, but we have to wait until 10:30 to find out if that's really going to remain an extreme.
Where do you have the initial balance low, Hoag?
In the S&Ps, so 51.2775.
Gotcha. Yep.
We just went down to 675 and then came back in the initial balance. I mean, you know, it's a preemptive long, but it might cost you trade location if you wait until the actual next TPO opens up.
Right. Pretty much did the same thing in the NASDAQ, looked below that initial balance and accepted right back into it. So the longs in that case would be the right idea.
Uh-huh.
Both sides getting rejected right
now. NASDAQ really just doesn't want to trade much below last week's high 17,901.5.
17,901.5.
It peaks down there and then it gets bought every time down there.
Yes, it does. Well, we chop around this range.
Already 5 points back inside the initial balance from that little potential failed auction to the downside there. Yep, Brian, I see it.
What do we see, John?
Brian was just commenting on the possible failed downside auction in the that we were just talking about.
All right, take a quick look around. How's the Dow? Long on the Dow. What's Dow doing over there, John? I see some people talking about the Dow here in the chat.
Yeah, we've got
anything cool. Look at this. Dude, I just throw it to John, he just goes. Watch this shit.
Yeah, just thanks, Andre. So
it's incredible.
You know, we've opened with a gap. We've attempted to close the gap. We had 2 30-minute bars, you know, go below the initial balance. Both of them were rejected. Now we're starting to see some rotation back to the upside, which is, you know, what we would look for. We don't have a very strong low here, but sometimes a strong low is just running out of sellers. And now we've seen buyers come back into this. You know, some single TPOs above that you know that we would like to see taken out if we were long. If we do pop here, I could see a decent target being the close of the single TPOs here at 38,308. Do you have any? We get negative delta in the Dow. Positive delta still in the S&P is 5,700.
All right.
It makes me a little bit nervous for longs. But we're pretty congruent as far as delta is concerned in the NASDAQ, negative 1,500. Nothing big there, but.
Negative 1,500. Okay. Love it, man. Love it. Good stuff. Bit of a holding pattern right now. We are in this range. That's okay.
Yeah, I think the trade was a cheap long, right at 17,900. Yeah. It was the bottom of that range, and we were just kind of looking for it to break down and give us a run for some stops and get us a better trade opportunity, but nothing.
Well, while we're in this range, I want to go to the top 10 leaderboard for our funded traders, because it's always everyone's favorite leaderboard to see, and when there is a lot of movement with all this volatility. So, JD, if we got that, let's show the people what they want.
Perfect. Let's do it. All right. First, let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls from yesterday. Okay, more big days coming out of the XFAs. Austin, Michael, Katrina, Meng, and Wei were all trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Way to carve it up, everyone. Meng actually is on our leaderboard and jumped up quite a few notches after that nice $16,452 winner yesterday. We're going to see his name in just a couple seconds here. Let's get over to the top 10 list, though. All right, the bottom half. Bottom half and starting at the bottom. Salmon dropped from 8th down to 10th after a $3,000 drawdown yesterday. Pin is back on the list after that nice $14,000 winner trading gold yesterday. We saw him in the live funded account P&L leaderboard. Katrina, new to the list. Katrina picked up 17 grand in a single XFA and moved from 35th place up to 8th place.
Wow. Big day.
Isaac took a little hit in the live funded account and dropped from 4th down to 7th. And Wei moved up a notch after picking up about 2 grand yesterday. All right. The big five.
Here we go.
No drum roll today. All right.
Whoa. Look at that number.
Caught Eddie sleeping. All right. Sean, starting at the bottom. Sean dropped from 3rd to 5th after a $10,000 drawdown yesterday. Adam held on to 4th place again, despite a $6,000 drawdown across a pair of XFAs. Meng, who we just mentioned, Meng jumped from 9th into 3rd. Meng took home over 16 grand trading in 3 XFAs. We just saw him on that XFA P&L leaderboard. Nice job, Meng. Daniel took another big drawdown yesterday, about $15,000, and is now only up about $300 on Ming. The rest of the pack is closing in fast on Daniel. Not Dakota, though. Andre mentioned a little while ago, Dakota got his account balance up to over 150 grand today. Hey, Dakota, save a few ticks for the rest of us, would you?
Hey. Look at him. Struggling.
Just buy it.
That's a mic drop right there. Like
Very
Nike,
nice.
just do it. Just buy it.
Very nice.
Wow.
Dakota, you're killing it. It's so fun to see.
Great talent in here.
And you don't even have to climb a frozen mountain to do it.
Don't even have to climb. Probably would have been easier.
Okay.
I think MP said it in the chat yesterday, Dakota. He's just like, he doesn't recall seeing a trader with the consistency that you've had, right? Because it's not, it's a consistent thing, right? We talked about it. You've had losing days, but it's getting back on the horse and not letting that detract you, which I think we see a lot of traders do. So yeah, really props to you, man. Sticking to your strategy, sticking to your guns, and taking the hits and still being able to come back from it, because it's a tough thing to do.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get to see my trades, and I went over a few times, and you guys could always see all my trades behind the scenes. I go through drawdowns just like everyone else. Like we even got to hear Mick rip me when I had like a $30,000 drawdown just a couple weeks ago. It's hard. It's very hard, but trying to stay consistent, knowing that eventually, over the long run, you will eventually get to your high water mark.
Yep.
I think Dakota, you hit a DLL early this week. I want to say, because I remember, look at that. Look how he bounces back. The resiliency, getting back on the horse, man. It's pretty cool to see. Keep it up.
Yeah, Tuesday minus 10,000 or 9,000.
That's what it was. Tuesday. Yep.
Yep.
We took it on the chin as well. We're trying to get long. The market just kept breaking and breaking. Kept getting stopped out, and
it's always, if we only had a runner.
Man, I thought we were going to sell 18,000 on that first trade. I thought we were going to 18,000 in Nasdaq, and then it's just kind of petered out.
Price hasn't really done anything.
No.
Like his hey Jay, Mr. Volume himself. How are we looking on volume?
Pretty low. We're below the average right now. I usually take mine from a 3-minute. The 3-minute average is at 4,000, but the last couple of candles have been 2,000s. So slowing down, definitely. To be expected, though. We probably see a spike in volume in the next 5 minutes with the Euro close.
Yep.
And then back to quiet again.
Great call.
What other markets have you guys been watching today? Have we looked at oil and gold?
Yeah, I'm watching. We did look into these a little while ago, but we're seeing the attempt at a continued downside auction here in crude oil. Doesn't seem to be providing a whole lot of information here. I mean, look at these 30-minute bars. All wicks, just trying to push lower, really having trouble attracting new selling down here. I'm looking for a continuation move to the downside off of that, the break on Wednesday of the neckline of that head and shoulders on the daily chart, but we're really not seeing a lot of participation down there. Gold kind of whipped higher on the number, whipped lower on the 830 bar, and right back into range, right back into value from yesterday. So, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be doing much of anything here in gold. Still kind of barcoding on the daily chart. We've got just about 3 minutes here till the next TPO opens up, and we can see if we have a higher probability of a failed auction on the downside in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. But Jay, I don't see that the NASDAQ took out the low of the initial balance. Where do you see the low of the initial balance, Jay, in the NASI?
I have it at. Oh yeah, you're right, Hoag. It's 892. Right, 893.75.
Yeah, we got down to what, about 895 on that last move down there.
Yep. Yeah.
Couldn't take it out, but we do have the potential for a failed auction in the S&Ps. We are seeing some pretty good price action to the upside off of that.
I like the long crude right now. I am long crude 3 contracts.
Yeah, it's struggling to keep going down, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes. Yep. Crude's just been hammered for a week.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this. Crude has a little bit of a habit to run stops, and I just got long 3 contracts crude oil. As you switch to my chart, what crude likes to do is run stops and then have a nice bounce or rally, and I think that's what we're going to be doing right here. If we zoom into a 5-minute chart, we can kind of see maybe a upside down head and shoulders. You can see where we had maybe a shoulder, ran for some stops, and then if we zoom out even a little bit, we had this double bottom from yesterday. So we ran stops, holding above that. We got back inside above this double bottom from yesterday, and now we're starting to form a higher low. Mm-hmm. And if we start to break this, we can definitely see a run maybe to $79 a barrel.
I see it.
So I'm long 3. Let's see if I could get $79 a barrel.
Do you feel, though, I mean, the longer time frame kind of auction is to the downside would just be a see money, take money?
Yeah. This is like get to maybe 79, maybe pill 1 or 2 on their way there. It's not going to be something I want to hold overnight. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Well, we're just kind of, we are in this range right now. So I take a look at tilt. Nothing on tilt. YM 75% long. Crude for Dakota here. 75% long crude. It's okay, being patient. We got the European close coming up here within 60 seconds. John, you mentioned the time 10:30 Central. What were we, I'm gonna circle back to that. What were we looking for when we hit 10:30 Central again?
Well, I mean that's the Euro close, but so I'm going to bring up the profile here if you want to go back on my screen. So you hear us talk about failed auctions quite often, right? And it's one of I know one of Dee's favorite kind of patterns. One of my favorite patterns, and on the 1030 bar in the S&Ps, we took a look below the initial balance. Initial balance low is 51.2775. We looked below it only by about 4 ticks, but we couldn't see any continuation below that. So when we come back inside the initial balance, and the next 30-minute bar opens inside the initial balance, that leaves this as a buying tail. It's a failed downside auction. Price tried to auction lower, wasn't successful. Buyers came in, and now you see that the market has been rotating higher, back to point of control, maybe back to value high is where this thing could feasibly get to. And that, that's a pretty decent trade. I mean, if you took the long once it came back inside the initial balance, you're already sitting in $10 worth of profit. You could get another 10 if we get a rotation back up to value high. So what I was looking for was confirmation that this is going to end up being, for now, right? I mean, nothing lasts forever, but it's now showing a higher probability of being a failed auction and that the rotation higher might continue. The problem with that is if you wait for confirmation that this is going to end up being a failed auction, the market opened, all like $10 above that level in the next 30 minutes. So you sometimes think about preempting something like this, which this was a good preempt because it was pretty cheap. And then you can see the market rotate back higher, and it's still rotating higher. So this failed auction was an indication that sellers weren't into this anymore. They looked lower, but they didn't attract any business. There was nothing there to do. So buyers come in and they rotate the market back to the upside. So that 10:30 time change, all it did is, if you're already in this long, suggested, okay, that is a failed auction now.
Yep.
You've got a good trade on. You are already past the point of control. If you target, let's say, value high, that's a pretty decent trade. I mean, that's $1,000 per contract at a 20 point, opportunity. So that's why I was waiting for 10:30 is to kind of confirm that is likely going to remain a failed auction at the downside. And again, nothing is finite. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice. And when you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. So, I mean, that's just a good probability that we ran into some buyers down there, and sellers weren't willing to push through that stack of bids down there.
Look at this. We're trading 970 here in the NASDAQ. Just a cool casual rally.
Mm-hmm.
No stress. For those that are long, good on you. Well, Jay, we could have waited this one out and got along right around 900s, but we're feeling a little bearish there, and I see why. We'll see how we react.
There were just no selling below that 900 either, right? When we get down there, no one selling it.
Dolby says 900s, Andre. Yes, 900s were a very nice long.
Yeah. I mean, Andy, I see you. It works until it doesn't, and it was a nice cheap opportunity there.
Yep, Andy, you're right. Hope you guys are able to capture some profit there. 975's trade. Is this that quiet Friday rally, John? We're just going to drift higher all day?
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm... Ooh.
Can't predict that, but, if you're in the mood, I could see this thing getting back up to 51.50, which is a weekly kickoff high.
Yep.
We couldn't hold above it earlier, but we'll see.
80s trade. My goodness.
Here we are. I mean, we're almost to the full rotation back to high of value. High of value is 49.5. Weekly kickoff high, 51.50. That lines up nicely.
So, yeah, NASDAQ, we just get in as a pullback, right?
Yeah. Here, Dip Buyer says, taking trades way too frequently. Take a step back, analyze the market more with options open interest, futures open interest, and other metrics that can tell you who is stronger, buyers or sellers. Yeah. Overtrading is a real thing. I don't think we overtrade only two trades.
Yeah, we're not overtrading.
No,
we're perfect. We've been waiting. We've been patient.
Dakota, how many trades you take in a day, would you say, on average?
Well, so far I've taken one, two.
There you go.
On average, it's between 1 and 5.
There you go. It's a whole lot of waiting, folks. That's a whole lot of waiting. He trades night sessions too. So think about that. Whole lot of waiting.
Still long the crude?
Yeah, I'm still long crude. Yeah, crude is a little bit slower than NASDAQ. A lot slower, actually.
Crude used to be the most popular product traded at Topstep for a long time, John. You remember that?
It was. Yeah, it was.
It was. When do you think that changed? When did NASDAQ become the most popular at Topstep? Because I remember forever the first 5, 6, 7 years, crew traders, and now it's all Nasdaq.
I think the switch happened pretty much like with COVID.
Okay, yeah. There you go.
Because I mean, a whole lot of people just started getting really interested in trading and trading futures, and I think they just ran to the Nasdaq.
Gotcha.
You know,
That's interesting.
That when we were on the trading floor, that's when crude was coming off $100 a barrel, and then it slowed down. I think Mountain Man was one of the first to say, "Hey, let's kick it into Nasdaq," and I think that's a lot of traders. That's when I sort of said, "Oh, Nasdaq, never traded that before." So it's an ongoing thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. No Nikkei trading tonight, Caesar. No Nikkei trading tonight. It's Friday.
Yep, no Nikkei trading. It's Friday.
Monday.
We're going to take a nice, well-needed weekend.
Yes, hot shower, some tea, green tea, lots of vitamins. We got to get Dakota. Dakota's got to get back in fighting shape for that next week.
Lots of sleep.
Well, all right.
At the highs of this range.
Top of this range. What are you thinking, Jay? What do you got? What are you cooking over there, Jay Cook? What do you got? I love it.
We're at the highs of the range.
I see that.
Volume is lower. Okay. I said I was looking for a place to short, and
this would be it.
90.
This would be
990.
That would be where I would be looking to short. Yep.
How do I know?
Where would you put the stop? Because there's stops above 18,000.
Nice trade, Devon.
18.6, but
it's such a tight stop, Jay. Okay.
It is. That is so. Yeah. That's. Hold on. Let me just.
Okay. No. I mean, that's
figure something out here. 18.20.
This gives us a little bit more room.
18.20 gives us more room. But do we want to short a Friday rally? Right.
I don't know.
Euro close just happened. This would be where I would look to take a short because it's at the high of the range. But
I would be okay with the short.
Okay, we got 3 shorts here.
That's me being a perma bull. I think we figured that out on slow markets the other night, Dakota. Every market we we discussed on slow markets, I realized afterwards, like, yeah, I think I want to short this. I think I want to sell this.
I was watching.
It was the right read on gold. We didn't take it, but yeah, let's see. Ali John says, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I saw that. Somewhat of an idea of what I'm talking about. But even if I have no clue, the good thing is I didn't take the trade at the lows.
Exactly.
So we'll leave it at that.
I like it. Getting spicy. How about this one? Damn, I love fading TopstepTV. Thanks, guys. Anytime. That's what we're here for. That is what we're here for.
Absolutely. I know Dobie would want to be short around here.
Yeah, he would.
Yep. There it goes. Take the short.
Take the short. All right, we'll try some 90s here.
Value high.
He's going to bust this thing. We're getting too greedy. All right, we're in. So 15 to 85. 15 to 85. Short 15 from 85.
Oh,
decisive.
Hey, where do I put the stop, guys? Got stop.
It would have to be above 820, and we're giving back a lot of profit on the day if we do that.
Oh yeah. That's the beauty of this sucker. Yeah. Oh shit. That would be. We're gonna give back a lot of profit.
Yeah.
All right. House account is short while I'm on TopstepTV. I need to go get a drink.
Yeah, something's wrong.
I need a drink with this. Yep.
Peel 5. I just peeled 5.
I could be wrong. Dakota just left.
This trade.
Yeah, and that's okay. Like I said, I could be wrong.
It beats being short in the hole, but
take it off. Take it off. I don't like it. Even if we end up being right,
what are we talking about? It's toward the top of the range. Top of the range. Let's stick it out. You guys had all. Don't listen to me. I'm just executing. You guys. I'm just.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what would make sense right here, right? If we're at the highs of this range, we think this range is going to hold, then the short makes sense here. But does the market agree with that, right? Forget what we want. Does the market agree with that idea?
Well, we're all gonna find out together. Well, hey man, you guys are the levels have been working all three confluence of opinions here. I like it.
I mean, I wouldn't like risk all the way up to 18,020.
We got fours. We got to stop at fours.
I mean, technically, if this is a range trade, then a short would be the correct trade.
Right.
If we believe that the NASDAQ is going to range, this is the top of the range, and this would be fair for a short. The thing with a range trade is, typically you can have a little bit wider of a stop.
Yep.
Well, if we get stopped out, we'll give back the day. The stop is at 18,004.
We have 10 on now.
10 on now. Yeah.
And that's the whole day. Is that
correct?
Yeah.
$3,800.
Mick would tell us you got to keep half of that.
Yep.
You would.
Okay, so where do I put the stop?
Yeah, it looks like it's. Yeah, the stop would have to be so tight with trading 15 contracts. It would have to be somewhere under 18K. I would take the trade off. Personally.
Would.
I would. Hoag, do you like this trade? Jay, do you, Dakota,
all right,
do you like this trade?
We're out.
I would take this off.
I like this short. If we're playing for a ranged market, I like it.
Yeah,
and this would be the short.
Yeah, we talked
Yeah,
about that one.
It was a little tight, but.
Well, tight. You guys told me not to give back half the day, so I didn't give back half the day. What do you mean, tight? Come on, guys. Come on. We can't be talking about both sides of our mouth here. This is trading in real time.
Yeah, no.
We're not doing hindsight. We're not doing that.
I was talking about what Mick would say.
Yeah.
Well, why say it then? Like, what's the why? Yeah, okay. Well, house account's up 22.65. House account 22.65.
All right.
Let's call it that.
I mean, that's good. We made money, right?
We lost money.
Well, I know, but on the day.
Yeah.
On the day.
We gotta be aligned here, guys. We can't do. If we're gonna talk ourselves out of these trades, we're gonna get in the trade and talk ourselves out of these trades. It's part of it. It's all right. We're out of it.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's not the wrong idea, right? If it's a range bound day, I just don't see it at this time.
All good.
Yeah, that is a good trade to short at this area if we do believe it's going to be ranged. It's just that I'm not a seller of a market that's rallying like this.
Well, we also have two losing trades in a row here. So one more and we're going to be done for the day.
Yeah.
You know what?
If I may, those in the chat, you're pointing the finger at Andre. Well, the thing is, he is just entering. Okay.
What they say.
This is a house account.
Okay?
A real life account where we take group-based input of our guests, our trusted funded traders, our viewers, and we believe our traders are in their backing their ideas. So this is a conglomeration of what we're taking from the chat, what we're taking from our traders, and of course our guests here at TopstepTV. So chill. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Eddie's got my back, people. How about that?
Absolutely.
Eddie's got my back.
We all
come
do,
at me.
Andre.
Mess with me. You mess with Eddie. I think we got about 11 minutes here on very successful fast markets. Good stuff all around. We did see if we're going to make a run up here. JD, if you're ready, let's hit him with that Series 3. As we were just notified, those of us on TV are all going to be taking the Series 3 this summer. So here we go. Let's see what you got.
Series 3 is no longer optional for most of us. So
It sure is.
let's drop some knowledge on everybody. Here we go. The question is, the primary significance of volume and open interest lies in A, the respective changes in connection with the direction of price movement, B, their changes relative to connection with each other, C, whether they change significantly or very little, or D, whether the market is inverted or normal.
Everybody should get this right.
The price is, yeah.
I talk about it every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Well, what is it?
I think the chat's
I'm
got
just
it.
gonna make sure I read the full question.
My guess is A, and I don't know. It's just my
right.
test taking skills
You're
is
right.
A because
You're
it's
right.
the longer
A.
it's the longer answer, and I have no idea about the answer. I don't know this question.
Should we drop the answer? Do we have enough?
Yeah.
We giving everybody enough time? All right. The answer is, in fact,
there we go.
A.
All right, I
The
got it.
respective changes in connection with the direction of price movement. I have the textbook answer for why the other answers are incorrect, if you're up for hearing that.
Sure.
All right. So this comes directly from the Kaplan textbook. Thank you, Jack, for copy and pasting for me. Volume and open interest are technical indicators which are analyzed relative to their impact on other technical indicators. Choice B is incorrect because while both factors affect market prices, they are not related to each other. Choice C is incorrect because changes in sizes of each of these factors affect prices, not whether they change or not. And choice D is incorrect because this relates to which prices are higher, nearby or distant futures contracts. Get it?
Thank you, Jay. I hope that Series 3 exam is just a whole bunch of those types of questions, because those we know. Those I can.
It was a layup for sure.
Those I can pass. It's the math.
There's a science. There's a science behind test taking. Even if you don't know that test, there's a way to take tests where you can score more than like about 50%. Not knowing the questions, just the way the questions are structured and how they're worded.
Dude.
If you believe that.
Yeah, I gotta learn. Teach me that. That'd be nice.
Like that one, I had no idea about the answer, but 3 of the questions were similar. One had a very long, lengthy answer. So odds are that one's the answer. And there's some that look similar to each other. And so you could kind of do, what do they call it? The 50-50. You could find the answers that look similar to each other and then narrow it down. It's like, okay, now I have, instead of a 25% chance of guessing, since those 2 are close to each other, they want to trick you and they make those 2 answers look close to each other. So now you have a 50-50 shot. There's a lot to it other than just knowing the answer and the play for words.
I like that. We're going to need that this summer.
It's only been, 40 years since I've taken a test.
Here we go.
Actually, I did pass the real estate broker exam first time. No sweat.
Yes.
Nice.
All right, fellas, we got 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. I'm going to switch out of the house account right now. I want to go to the global board here. It was a great session.
Yeah, and
you guys are
looking
good.
All the trades we took, looking at all the trades we took, I liked them all. I really liked every single trade we took in the house account. Even the short. That was a great area if we wanted to short it, to short. If you're not filling the trade, it's easier to close out than to try and just hold on to it, which is we saved profits, right?
Yeah.
It's a 10 out of 10 trading day. The market just gave us not as much as what we could have made, of course. And it's choppy. It's a messy market.
Well, you got the seal of approval from Dakota. What more do you need? That's what I like. That's some good stuff.
Don't be saying that short is still viable. We're still in that range. I don't know.
It's one of those things. If the market rallies up, you're like, man, I'm glad you closed it early. Or then if the market goes down, you're like, dang it.
I'm good on that. I'm what it could is.
Right. I'm done. I'm done for the day. This is one of the ones where you say, hey, like you said, Dakota, I left with money for the day, and it's a good day.
It's a good day. It's a good Friday.
Good day.
Whenever you preserve your money, or we had some really great trades. We're up $2,200. Very easily could have been down 2,200.
Easily.
Yeah, that's what the stops are for.
What are we up this week in the house count, Andre?
Well, the month of May, we're up well over 10 Gs. I'll tell you that. I don't know what the week was.
Huh.
Well,
we were down
funny
Monday,
you
Tuesday.
ask. We have a new graphic that's going to display the house account stats. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
This is starting just with May 1st. We'll update it as we go. So this is just the information for May 1st and May 2nd. Naturally, as we might be taking trades in Power Hour, so we'll check back in on Monday how we're doing. But here's the house account as of May 1st.
Nice.
Give it
Got to
up for
work
James.
on that.
Way to go,
Reward
James.
over risk.
Yeah, I was just looking at the hook.
I would say so.
If we only had a runner.
Our average losers are a lot bigger than our average winners.
This is off of how many days? 2 days?
2 days. 2 days.
It's not counting what we did last week, Dakota. Yeah,
I like it.
So the beginning balance was $40,000. I think we should tell them the beginning balance was $40,000 coming into May. So we're up.
Oh,
9.
okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So we're positive 9K in the house account. I think it's the 81% win rate is what's saving the account, being very picky, accurate with the trades.
Yes.
Yeah.
So something's got to give there. I don't know that that's going to be sustainable moving forward. I'm sure those numbers are kind of revert to the mean a little bit. Like you said, it's only 2 days in. We'll see.
Well, and as we get better with the process, I mean, I think naturally it's going to get better.
That too.
Yeah. I feel like the way we are coming to a conclusion on the trades, that win rate probably stays pretty high because
I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and maybe not 80%, but I think it stays up there just because of how we're coming to that decision. But we'll see. Good to
Yeah,
have
we're
those
taking
stats.
much higher probable trades, and it's more than just one opinion. So I think that win rate's going to stay really high.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, we got a bit of a lull. We're coming up 3 minutes left. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, just watching Masters at work here. You guys ruled. Catch them on slow markets. They did the slow markets together on Wednesday, which was sweet. So make sure you tune in for that. If you guys do happen to do another one, your guidance, your levels, your execution, you guys are the best. Absolutely. John, we are up next with power players. So we're going to do, let's go over the schedule right now. I'm going to buy time. We can pull up that graphic for the rest of the day. This is the last day of the trading week. It has been a crazy, crazy week. Hope you guys have been able to catch some profits today. So after this, we got myself, JD, Hoag. Later on in Power Players, we will be joined by the Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange floor. Mr. Peter Tuchman will be joining us. Then we got Top Quiz with Eddie and Anne-Marie. Eddie taking over Top Quiz this week with some controversy earlier this week. Shoulders roast my trades, not shoulder tap. It is roast my trades with Dolby Time and Mick. Must see for that. That's pretty good stuff. Group coaching, JD and Robert. We'll get that form pinned to the top of the chat, I'm sure. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, and then close out the week and the day with Power Hour, myself, Dolby Time, and Zach Anthony. So that we got an action-packed day. Turn in for Power Players and roast my trades.
And don't forget,
action-packed.
Don't forget, we got Jay on with us for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie is looking very much forward to talking to you about your strategies.
Wow, Jay.
Yeah, should be fun. Should be fun. Looking forward to that for sure.
Jay getting more and more screen time. Great to see. Much deserved. Much deserved. Well earned. Well earned. So we are up here against these 18,000s in the NASDAQ. So
You glad you didn't hold the short?
Good out.
Yeah, I think we talked ourselves into it. I think the logic getting out of it was right. And we are coming up on the close of this session. Well, let's close it out. Touch early. Dakota, feel better this weekend, man. Awesome trading this week. Make sure to lock in those profits. Absolutely great stuff. Coach Jay, absolutely exquisite levels. Analysis. We're going to watch you on Strategy Lab. John, we are back on in about 4 minutes. So with that being said, thank you, these gentlemen. We got Power Players coming up next. Let's get it. Thank you, guys. Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back. We got the real power players in the house here. JD in the middle, John Hoag on the right over there. What is up, fellas? How we doing today? JD, talk to us, man. How you feeling?
Let's fire up that house account again. I'm feeling, I got the itch. My palms are stinging. Let's do it.
It's a bit of a lull here. I do have a personal account up. I think everyone could bring up their personal account up right now. I don't know. No one's looking.
S&P's Yep, right up at 51.50, weekly kickoff high, coming off that a little bit right now.
We got a nice opportunity for a cheap short here in the ES for sure, right at weekly kickoff high, 51.50. Hoag just said it.
We got, I hope Dakota got out of his long crude. Started heading to the downside again here.
All right. I'll fire up the house account. You guys want to get short? Let's get short.
I would say put an offer in like 2 points above weekly kickoff high. Maybe run a few stops, take out that previous bar high. Maybe.
What price do you like?
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart high at 51.50.75. I'd say a safe offer would be around 52.5, 53 with a 5-point stop. What do you think, Hoag?
I was just gonna say I can move some things around.
Yeah. I mean, that'll run all the stops that are probably up there if we get there.
Targeting VWAP, cover half at VWAP, and then ride a few out.
Okay. We are working 15 and 53 as we speak.
Dre, we were just talking, that short that we took in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
If our stop was up above, up around 1,800, we would have been one of those stops. Now that we took out all those stops, it seems like it's starting to come off just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we would have been one of those stops. The tight stop is the problem. When you're around these big fat round numbers, the tight stop means everyone else's stop is right there as well. Everyone's going to probably have the
100%.
same trade idea. So I do like working 53s because we know there'll be some stops up at 53 in the S&Ps. I do like that trade idea. It makes sense. As we've all been top tick before and bottom tick. So instead of that, why aren't we the ones on the beneficial side of that? So I like that.
Where's our stop if we're going to get short at 53? Here we go.
Let's talk about that. Where is our stop?
Here we go.
I said 5 points, just above the high after NFP this morning. Jobs report high was 51.57, right at about 7:35. So it'll be a point above that.
All right, appreciate your flexibility.
After that, I think we run to new highs.
No, I hope we can figure everything
That's
out.
my
After that, we run to new highs.
If we get through there, new highs are coming at us. That's my opinion.
Okay.
It's like in the last 10 minutes, we've tested that above 51.50 3 times.
You jacked it all 3 times.
Now we're going to run the stops. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Buying volume is really drying up here too, so I think it's a good, safe, cheap opportunity to short it.
Cool. I like it. Here's your 50s, trade 51.50s. Storm Scalp says, that's a good trade idea, JD. All right.
Yeah, there's another comment saying that we have confluence with ICT. He's targeting 50.52 right now, so we got that going for us.
What are they targeting? Nice. Hold on. What is it? I'm reading. We got what's
confluence at 50.52. So our 53s are looking pretty good to short.
Okay. Well, in that case, all right.
So we got that going for us.
So we, hey, just a little scheduling update. Peter Tuchman is expected to join us here at the bottom of the hour, but that might be changing on the fly. Very fluid situation here. Power players. We don't know when the man himself will be available. As you know, he's very, very busy. But still finds time for Topstep because we are in partnership with him. We'll tell you about his academy when he gets on, but you get the best info from that guy. A jolt of energy. He's electric. And knows his stuff like better than most. So stay tuned for that. Keep in mind, fellas, we've got 2 losing trades in a row. A third one, well, I don't know if we can do that. Typically, a third one would shut us down for the third one would shut us down for the day. Seeing as
nothing during fast during power hour.
I wouldn't shut it down for the day. Just take a break until power hour.
Yeah.
That's essentially what we'll have to do.
Yeah.
It's all right. I like the idea.
We always want to get in where everybody else's stops are getting hit.
That's
what we're thinking. That's the ideal situation, right?
Yes.
I was thinking about that with the NASDAQ trade. I saw other people were saying the same thing in the chat. You know, you had a stop set up for 04 in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like a great entry area to me.
Exactly. All right, guys, so let's talk about, okay, while we watch this trade play out, if we do get filled, we'll jump right back into that trade, but we are working 53s 15 times. When Peter Tuchman comes out, what would we like to hear him talk about? Talk about the week, recap the week, FOMC.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got something to say about the jobs report and the Fed announcement from earlier in the week. He could really squeeze a lot of information into 5 or 6 minutes. So
yes, he can.
Make sure you're paying attention. He talks real fast and he doesn't stop.
Yes. All right. Dakota heading to take a nap. Good on you, Dakota. Get your rest.
There we go. Seeing a little pop. This might be our shot.
Working the offer.
Let's get it.
Creeping up there. Volume's dying. Really drying up.
Here we go.
Getting close. 2 points away. Everyone's watching.
Got some people in the chat front running us.
Are they? Yeah, I figured.
We're all holding our breath, waiting for these 53s now.
Yeah.
Don't get antsy. Don't jump the gun. If we miss this trade,
we miss it.
It's gone. I'm not worried about it. We know where our risk is. That's why I'm okay not sacrificing our entry.
Agree. Never got there, which is all right.
Yep.
Andre, watch for 18,025 NASDAQ for a short, SSS says. 18,020. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Brian says, Brian says, Chad's going to front run us, then cry that our idea lost them money. Probably right. Probably right.
Then cry that you're right. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. No, you can't beat it.
Can't placate everyone, right?
No, you can't.
Haven't got there yet.
Look at the 10-year. They're talking about the 10-year here on CBC. 10-year yield, 4.50. 4.50. Let's come off a little bit.
Here's the 30-minute on the 10-year.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look.
There's the 730 bar. Kind of range bound up here for now. We're going to be short. I'd like to see these come off a little bit. See rates jump up a little bit.
How's the Delta looking, John?
Delta is positive 10,000.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I like that.
Positive 5, just under 600 in the NASDAQ.
Not much. Tilt is flat. Nothing happening. No volume.
Dude, JD just gets on here. He's like, fire up that house account. JD, ready to go.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah, give the people, give them all what they want.
Well, those that front run us,
looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, where are you guys getting out?
Mike says he's short and holding the position until after 1:30.
Okay.
If we only had a runner.
We had a runner, man. Damn.
We'll get some T-shirts in the swag store as soon as we can.
If only we had a runner.
We only had a runner.
We only had a runner.
You got the runner, but like, where do you put the damn stop? You know, where do you put the damn break even? You know, that's getting hit. Initial entry, maybe not. Maybe 50-50 there.
In my
But it's going to
experience,
stop. It's not
the
a
trend
runner
line
then.
stop,
It's,
yeah. If I'm getting out of a short, I'd rather get out on a downtick than an uptick. That's just me personally.
But I think what Dakota does is, I mean, he uses that 100 tick chart, and you know, if he's long, you know, he'll let it go up and then come back and put in a swing low, and then let it go up, and then he'll move his stop somewhere below that last swing low, move it below that the next swing low, and the next swing low until it gets taken out. Rips is here. He says, the answer is no stops. Just run it.
I agree. Rips, agree. If it was a personal account, Rips, maybe that's what I would be doing. But this account, from everybody, judicious and very disciplined. Rips, you are.
I do love that though, Rips.
It is the answer, Rips. To answer your question, is the answer. If it's going to run, you run.
Runners are for the auto liquidator.
Yeah, it's auto lick. Yep, MOCs. Agree. What up, Rips? Hope you had a good trading week this week, Rips. Levels are valuable. Rips, I heard you were voted most entertaining on TopstepTV. How about that?
Was that right?
I heard. How about that? I can see why they said that. 73% long YM. 50-50 on the nose ES.
Yep. I think you're pretty entertaining.
Wow, was that from report? Yeah. That's what Michael said. I don't know if what he was looking at.
Yeah.
He's on the beach right now, so he's been squinting the whole time, so I'm not sure where he got that.
We didn't get to they won't let us see each other's report cards. We only got to see our own comments.
Yes.
I'm going to be looking through all that this weekend.
Oh yeah,
I started sifting through it the other day.
A lot of humble pie in there. A whole lot of humble pie in there. Uh-huh. I agree when random walk. Not only are we entertaining, we are knowledgeable. You're looking at some experts like these guys. It's in the family business for these two right here beneath me on the screen. It's a family business trading. So they've been learning since they were in diapers. Literally, this is what they do. This is right. I mean, am I wrong, JD? Your dad was in the game. John, your dad was in the game, right?
Yep.
Yeah. This is a family business. This is these aren't Johnny come latelys, if you will. This is they know their bleep.
Yeah.
They know their bleep.
My dad had 15 years trading under his belt before I was born.
There you go.
Yep. I remember driving to the train station in the morning and drop Dad off. So he'd get on the train to come down to the Mercantile Exchange.
Yep.
But we always had to take the route that got stopped by the freight train. And he would always say, like, when the train's going by, if you don't see a car of lumber on the train, we're going limit up today. And the way they played it.
I like it. A leading indicator. I like that a lot. That's pretty good.
That is great.
Yes, this is the real deal here. TopstepTV, like I said, real trades, real one account, real traders. No fake BS.
My dad's was, if it's raining on LaSalle Street, sell soybeans.
Isn't that funny? not in Iowa or Nebraska, but on LaSalle Street.
On LaSalle Street, right.
I love it.
Hey, Hoag, so we didn't get much follow through there. Do you still like the short if we get back up? Should we pull that offer?
Well, it's lunch hour right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a big part of why there was such little volume up there. It's kind of hard to gauge because of the time of day. If we were in it, I'd say stay in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There it
Still
goes.
working 15 at 5. Or 53, my bad. 15 and 53. 15 and 3. 15
so close. And
yeah,
so
we got
far.
what, 51's traded?
I think the high of that.
We missed it. Yeah, we missed it by 5 ticks.
Yeah, 51.75. We missed it by 5 ticks. Missed it by that much.
That much. Delta decreasing. Adam G says that makes sense.
Yeah, coming off a little bit.
Stacking bananas. Hey, stacking bananas. First time seeing your name here. Maybe I missed it. Loving my short from 18,004. Absolutely.
Nice. Very nice.
Stacking bananas. What is up? Great name. So I guess
Whenever I see that stacking bananas, I think of a Harry Belafonte song.
Sing it for us.
No.
No one knows what song you're talking about. You got to sing it.
Karaoke.
It's
karaoke.
Was it they put the lime in the coconut?
Deo.
What's that
Oh,
one?
yeah.
Deo. Daylight come
Daylight
and
come
we
and
want
we
to
wanna
go home.
There we go.
Everybody now, come on.
All
There
right,
you go.
Bananas. Good to see you. You're always here, Bananas. All right, sweet. Question. A priori, is it true the reason NYSE moved faster after lunch compared to CME is that NYC, thin crust pizza, Chicago, thick crust pizza? Asking as a European. Okay. Nah, that is not. With limited knowledge about the United States. That is not. But yes, thin crust pizza is in New York City. We have deep dish here, but we also have the thin crust. Deep dish is more of a tourist thing here. How often do you have deep dish a year there, JD? Actually, I guess you.
Maybe like once every other year.
Yeah, we don't have it. John?
I don't go out of my way for it. No way.
Yeah.
Every couple of weeks.
Yeah, when you have a guest in town or something. No, yeah. When you have a guest visiting you, you'll have some deep dish, but we go with the thin here too.
Yeah,
ours is better.
You had me at pizza. That's all I know. My son says even bad pizza is pretty good.
It's true.
Not wrong. Yeah.
Nancy's is still around, Hoop. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I've got one a block from the house. We get one from their thin crust quite often. It's actually really good.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly, Hoop. Yep. Or I mean, Andy, spot on.
Someone threw Sabaros in there. Yeah. Let's go to the mall and grab a Sabaros.
Go to the mall. It's not bad.
All right, well, we got this. Yeah, it's we are in the lunchtime lull. We are in the lunchtime lull.
What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, Apple issues biggest buyback ever here. I'm seeing that on. Yeah, look at that stock rally. They have the cash to do it.
I even make my own pizza.
Oh yeah, Hoag's got the golden touch when it comes to making pizza. I've never tried it. I've seen pictures of it, and it looks fantastic.
Really?
We should find some of those. Do you have those pictures handy, Hoag? Maybe we could throw one up.
No,
don't
I'm
bother with it.
I'm not sure where the heck they are, but I'll make some, and one of these days I'll bring them down to the office, and whoever's around, we can have some pizza.
Yep. Michael Lufty wants to know about Costco pizza. I will tell you something. The Kirkland brand frozen pizzas are killer. They're awesome. The stuff at the counter, slices to go. I don't really care for it, but those frozen pizzas are awesome.
Costco's got some good food. I know that we like the meatloaf. It's like just badass meatloaf, delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, their prepared meals are good.
All their prepared stuff is good.
Mm-hmm. I think that pizza is like the perfect food. All four food groups are represented. Home Run Inn's good too. I like Home Run Inn, man. That is a good frozen pizza.
Question from Alonzo Miller. Will Topstep ever hold live in-person training session 2-3 days? Nothing is on the. I don't see anything of that on the horizon. We are doing Topstep Trading League later. I don't think it's going to be this year. I think we're really going to get deep into planning. From what I heard, I think fall is written in pencil.
You still have that offer in?
Yeah, I do. I sure do. Why?
We're getting
a little pop in the ES here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are.
You want to keep this offer? You want to play? Are we making this play? We got Tuchman coming on in 7 minutes.
Yeah, I can pull it.
We're not going to be able to manage it, at least together. So,
okay, we can pull. Cancel. No worries. If Tuchman is here, I don't.
Where did that little pop come from, huh?
I don't know. Long exit. Topstep Live boot camp. They want to do a boot camp. You got it, Alonzo. We are your training. We are your training in person. You're getting the value. This is exactly what we would be doing in a training session. Is what you're watching here. This is exactly what we'd be doing. So this is as close as it gets to live in person. I know you can get like one-on-one access or smaller group access in live, but this is essentially what we would be doing.
We should think about doing something like that because there was a guy in the S&P pit, Bill Greenspan, WIG was his badge, and he had a company called Commodity Boot Camp, and he would have people flying in from all over the country. He would bring them to the Merc. He would, teach them how to trade an open outcry, talk about, all the basics, it was kind of like a 1-day thing where you would learn about the contract sizes and how to bid and how to offer an open outcry. But there is no open outcry anymore. It would be more nostalgic than anything else to say, hey, I was in a trading pit. You get 15 people, you can give them some orders, you teach them how to buy and sell, move the market around on them a little bit. I think he used to charge like $10,000 a person.
No way.
Yes.
Come on.
And people were paying it. People were paying it.
Tour guide. The tour guide.
Right?
Not bad.
I mean, he'd bring them on the floor, the actual trading floor, and put them in one of the pits, and they would trade something, and he would train them how to bid, how to offer, and how to make trades, and notify the exchange, all that stuff.
That's cool. Well, we are upticking here at 51.51 quarter S&Ps. That Friday rally, that drift, that quiet rally, I can really see it. That's what's in the back of my mind.
Higher.
Grind higher.
For the close.
Here we go. Here come those 50. I am cancel. Okay. Just making sure.
We don't have time to manage it, so
we don't.
Yeah.
We can always paper trade it though. See how it would have worked out. But yes, in the back of my mind, there is that Friday rally coming.
Don't sell it.
CME used to have CME used to have student trading challenges for open outcry. I remember that.
Yes, they did. I did a couple of them. Actually, Michael and I did a couple of them because we were both members, and they would just ask, "Hey, any members want to do this?"
We got some pictures of that too, Johnny.
Yeah, we do somewhere.
Next, Peter Tuchman is on with me probably in about 4 minutes. I haven't seen him in here yet. We're going to talk to him about the jobs reports, thoughts on FOMC, some of the earnings, and before you know it, lickety split, it will be over. Like a shooting star streaking across the sky with Peter Tuchman. Now you see him, now you don't.
You blink and he's gone.
You blink and he's gone. You learn so much. No idea what just hit you. But yes, that's essentially what your trading would be, Alonzo. Guys like JD and John here, we watch this trade on screen. You guys would ask us questions, and essentially what this is. All right, we're almost going to trade these 53s. Now I'm very interested because the stops didn't go off here, guys.
Yep.
So we're kind of
building delta again now. So we're up near almost 12,000 positive delta.
Okay.
It stopped this time up one tick from that 53. 52.75 is current high.
It would be funny if that held.
Yes, it would. That's trading for you.
Yep. I don't think it will, though. I think
you guys. What do we have next week? FOMC this week. Well into May. NVIDIA earnings got to be coming out one of these days.
Hella evil. It's not in Topstep X yet. We're working on adding it. He's asking if the TPO chart is in Topstep X. Cole Watson, what does delta mean? What does positive delta mean?
Let's do it.
Just briefly. Delta is just the number of contracts that trade on the offer. So if there's an offer, it takes a market order to lift that offer. That's positive delta. So every contract that trades on the offer is positive delta. Then you subtract the number of contracts that trade on the bid, which are using sell market orders. So it's the number of contracts traded on the offer, positive delta, minus what's traded on the bid, negative delta. And so you can kind of, it's complicated, but you can sometimes sense when longer time frame traders are in the marketplace. We stick around because we talk about it a lot, and you'll kind of get a sense of when it means something. It doesn't always mean something good. It just offers, sometimes you'll get a late squeeze in one direction or another based on that delta. Look at that. 275 the high, coming right off.
Yep. Yes, that's why we're constantly watching delta. If it gets too heavy one way or another, waiting for
the squeezes on.
The squeeze is on. We're trying to beat him to the punch.
The other day in group coaching, I believe we're clipping the segment, and Hoag did a great breakdown of the late day squeeze play and how negative delta plays into that. It might be up on our YouTube channel now, but I haven't looked in a couple days. But yeah, just take a look at our library on YouTube. You'll find a nice clip of that.
It's a great play. It's a great feeling when you get it right. We haven't seen it a little bit in a while. We haven't seen that deep negative delta.
Yeah, so it's something that we watch every day, but even if it's only useful once a month, it's pretty useful.
It pays, baby. Yes, it does. Is positive delta bullish or bearish? Question.
Depends.
How do you answer that, John? Watson wants positive delta bullish.
If you see price moving higher throughout the day,
right,
and delta becomes more and more negative throughout the day, that is kind of saying that there's probably a presence in the marketplace, a bigger, longer time frame buyer in the market, and that all that negative delta as price continues to move higher is shorter time frame, weaker hands, day traders selling into those bids. Well, at the end of the day, if they're not getting paid, if they're down money and they want to go home flat, they'll turn buyers and start scooping the market up higher. That's what we call a short squeeze. Works the same the other way. Price is moving lower on increasingly positive delta. There's a presence in the market that is just placing offers and refilling offers, and there's the potential for a longer time frame player in the market. And if they get everybody too long at the end of the day, then all those short time frame traders that want to go home flat will turn sellers, and you'll get the long squeeze to the downside at the end of the day. Like we said, I mean, it may happen once a month, every couple of months, but when there's a really good example of it, you'll see it, you'll feel it, and you'll look for it in the future. And again, it may not happen that often, but when it does, it really does pay sometimes.
And John, I got a question for you. Is there a particular time of day where that squeeze is more effective? At the end of the day, because you know that they're up against the clock, or midday when you know they are short in the hole, super heavy? Does time of day matter when you're trying to beat them to the squeeze?
That's a great question, Andre. And my favorite squeeze is that end of day one, because you've had, let's say buyers in the market all day long, price creeping higher with negative delta. Yeah. And you get to the end of the day, all those shorts are going to want to go home flat. So the end of the day one is my favorite one. And I think it's probably the most frequent one. It looks like we've got our man here.
Yep, there he is.
Hey, awesome. Well, if he's ready to
How
go,
are you?
I'm
so
ready.
much to talk about.
Mr. Tuchman. Let's go. Let's go. Talk to us. FOMC earnings, jobs reports. Let's go.
Everything. Okay, look. April was a really difficult month. We came out of the first quarter and it was really a great quarter, best since 2019. We come into April, a lot of moving parts. We hit up against some technical resistance. We had the war in the Middle East affecting prices of oil. We had a huge spike in the yield curve that put a lot of pressure on the market. We had a complete pivot as far as the Federal Reserve goes, from 3 cuts to 2 cuts to 1 cut. A lot of unknowns, a lot of anxiety around what the Fed was really really going to do? A lot of dissent amongst the ranks. Jay Powell said one thing, the other governor said something else. There was a lot of uncertainty, and that made the market weak, right? We had some CPI, PPI, economic data that came out that was weaker than anticipated, and so you had the bears finally came out of their caves and decided to just sell this market, and that's what it was all about. Some major reversals, but definitely the pressure in April. It was a bad April. Not only was it the worst month of the year, but it was really look, this market is working at such an accelerated pace, and the media are such catastrophists that, look, we had the greatest quarter in the world. It was unbelievable. Never another down day. And then suddenly we get into April and it's like, we're going to have a recession. We're going to have a depression. It's the end of the world. I mean, everything is such a level of catastrophe that people should know that you never get emotional about money. Go back to the original Wall Street movie with Michael Douglas when Charlie Sheen is sitting with him in Central Park and he goes, Gordon, never get emotional about money. It's one of the greatest scenes ever. So everybody got emotional in April. They sold the market. It was the end of the world. And then suddenly we're here in May. Now, look, it was legitimate because of the uncertainty that maybe they were feeling. We saw a lot of the stocks come in pretty heavy, a lot of the tech led by tech, NVIDIA coming in big time and whatnot, even though some of the earnings were better than expected. And that was okay. So you had a lot of discrepancies about economic data that was bad, earnings that were okay, Federal Reserve with a lot of uncertainty, and all that caused anxiety in the market, and you saw the market sell off. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about the Fed meeting on Wednesday. Look how much, I'm even like, I don't even know what day it is, how much went into this week. Think about, we came into the Fed meeting on Wednesday. Clearly, right out of the gate, he wasn't, look, no, I got to go back to something even more important. They started even considering raising interest rates because not only are we not cutting them, and we're not cutting them 3, 2, and 1 or nothing, suddenly they started chattering about raising interest rates because the economic data that was coming out was really not good. The trajectory was no longer going down. We were seeing bips up in the inflation rate and whatnot, okay? And so everybody was confused. So they actually considered raising rates. That got everybody completely spooked. Wednesday, the Fed comes out. As I said, the markets don't like uncertainty. The thing that made the market take off, and it went up 80 handles on Wednesday after his news conference, was he made it very clear in one statement, and everybody should be sitting down and not trading during the news conference and listening, because you're only going to get yourself blown up. You're trading futures, you're going to get blown up. The market rallied 80 handles, and then within a half an hour went down 90 handles. I don't think there was a soul on earth that actually called that and caught it the right way. I'm sure a lot of accounts got blown up. At the end of the day, the reason the market rallied the way it did was he said very clearly that the next move that the Fed will make will not be raising anything. And that took that anxiety and uncertainty off the table. The markets finally just gave a phew. They wiped the sweat off their brow and they said, okay, that's not going to happen. That's absolutely wonderful. And they bought the market with abandon. What they did not listen for, they got so excited they probably went outside to smoke a doob or something. I don't know what happened, but suddenly when the news conference was over, they forgot to listen to the next line. Okay, the next line was that until we see a trajectory from 3% to 2%, we're not cutting anything. He was very clear about that. And so that took the cuts off the table. And that's why the market rolled over. We gave back all the gains of that 2 o'clock to 3:30. They decimated the market coming into the close on Wednesday, and they just blew the whole place up. Now, what ends up happening with the follow-through day after Fed Day is when everyone kind of figures out, what did he really say? What was it? Was it really good or was it bad? And what's the follow-through? Yesterday, the follow-through was bullish, right? They thought, okay, so we may have a cut. We're not going to have a raise. We closed on Wednesday almost where we started it, so we were not coming from any point of negativity, and they kind of loved the market. It was a little wishy-washy, mostly up, a little bit of down. What happened today, which is so significant, is there was one piece of the puzzle that had not been talked about, and that was the labor market. That is a very significant component to this whole crazy puzzle, this 1,000-piece puzzle that we're talking about. Today, the numbers were light. We were expecting 240,000 job creations. We only had 175,000. We had an unemployment rate of 3.8, and it got bumped up to 3.9. So these things, I guess, seem like bad economic indicators. However, the market is responding beautifully to it. And why is that happening? Everyone's going, well, that was bad economic news, but the market's up 500 points. What the heck is going on?
Yep.
I got the breakdown for you. I just spent some time earlier this morning with Dan Ives, one of the great technical analysts in the whole space, and he explained it to me. When the labor market is weak, that component is so significant. And the unemployment number, first of all, there was a number embedded in the report that said actually more people are looking for work. That's a different number that most people don't look at. So that's a good thing. So the reason that the unemployment rate bumped up was not because there were people not being hired. It was that there were more people looking for work. And so that over this denominator remember that denominator over numerator? Anyway, it net showed us that there was enough weakness in the labor market that the Federal Reserve had now enough powder to actually cut the interest rates like they had originally planned. And the probability this morning when the news came out about the labor market was that the probability went from one cut of 35 basis points to one cut of 50 basis points. And that's what the market loves. That is an exact description of why we are up 400 or 500 points, whatever we're up, in a day where the original economic data that came out was a very weak one. Because I know everyone's like scratching their head going, what the heck is really going on here? Why are we going up in the eyes of this bad economic data? It's because that gave the powder to the Fed to now be able to cut, have an excuse to cut, and everybody's been dying for at least one cut because, look, we're in a state where we've been given the expectation that cuts are in the works, and then suddenly to go from 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cuts, no cuts, and possibly a raise got everybody really upset. So right now, with a cut on the horizon, that's a positive thing. So I think we look at April as a one-off that made a lot of sense due to all the difficulty in the economy and the economic numbers. I don't think people should worry about the sell in May and go away stuff because that's ridiculous. I don't think it's going to be working right now. And I think that you're going to start to see earnings have been good. You got the major names coming out with good, Microsoft and Meta and Alphabet and all those things. Those earnings came out good. Even though Tesla's earnings were really poor, you did get thrown a couple of carrots by Elon Musk. He got clearance from China. He was in China over the weekend. He got clearance for the robo-taxis and all that kind of stuff. He said that he's going to come out with a cheaper car. Markets love that. Meta earnings were okay. They sold off a little bit, but you're seeing a nice rally in some of the other names. So I think the earnings are robust. I think you've got a nice runway clear now that, look, market could go down 1,000 on Monday. So I'm not that, I know I look like Einstein. I'm not that friggin' smart, but net, it feels like the runway may be clear until the next meeting that maybe we got a little bit of a relief rally going on. Doesn't feel like a dead cat bounce, feels like a relief rally.
Mr. Peter Tuchman, everybody, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Mr. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much for your time. He just wrapped up that week like that in 10 minutes. Beautiful stuff. Before you go, Mr. Tuchman, please tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Before you go, thank you so much again for joining us.
Absolutely my pleasure. Net, at the end of the day, in a market that trades as volatile as this, the only solution to navigate this market as a trader successfully is technical analysis and risk management. WSGTA.com. Go check it out. Wall Street Global Trading Academy is an academy teaching technicals with David Green. You guys know him, one of the greatest technicians in the space, was a market maker back in the day in Bank of America, retired at 38, one of the masters in the industry. He and I collaborated for an academy. The secret sauce is we coach and mentor all our students every week live on Zoom. So come and join us. Go to Topstep for your futures account. Come to us to learn the name of the game, and then you're going to be a successful trader. It's affordable and navigable and a hell of a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. Mr. Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We pinned a link to the top of the chat here. Thank you so much for your time. You have a great weekend, and we're going to see you on Monday, Peter Tuchman. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Later. Thanks for having me.
How about that, everybody? That was incredible. The energy cannot be, the knowledge, the expertise cannot be matched with Peter Tuchman. Coming up next, we have Top Quiz with Eddie and who we got? Oh, we got Eddie coming up. Yes, Eddie and where is it? Emery. Eddie and Emery. Oh, Emery, that should be very interesting. All right, we're going on to Top Quiz right now. Thank you, guys.
Hada ho, hada ho. Hello, Hoag Marie.
Hi, Eddie.
Well, yes, Adrian, I am up. Adrian's like a thorn in my side lately. Adrian, why is that? I am up. I was up early this morning, but I am here. I'm here. And so is the Hoag. Anne Marie could not make it at this time. So we have the lovely and beautiful John Hoagland to take her spot.
Yes.
But anyway, John, you ready for some questions?
I sure am. I hope I get them all.
Now, remember, I like to throw that curve, but here's a hint. There's always a fun answer that probably isn't correct. So that sort of gives you better odds. But let's get started since we are late. And yes, if we can get we still got people jumping in here. Speaking of late, there you go, Adrian. There's your sleepers. All right. We ready to go? It looks like it's sort of cooling off a bit.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's get our first question up on the board. Remember, you got to get 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4 to be eligible for the raffle. Top 5 will get a free combine. So you got to get 3 out of the 4 to be eligible. And best of luck to everybody. Remember, it's Friday. Let's have a little fun. All right, first question for me. Third.
1, go.
All right, let's do it. What year did YouTube launch? Was it 2005, 1985, 1999, or 1941?
Oh, jeez. And me not being very into social media and all that stuff. I'm going with 1999. Party like it's 1999.
Oh, no, man. 2005. Johnny, I got you.
Wrong answer.
I was already an old man by then.
Pretty much like me also. All right. Majority got those right. The other people start bitching. Steve Mo. What about Bob? Love that movie. Spaz for meatballs. Guys on the Pringle and BOFADs. All right, let's get to our next question. What is the next question?
Oh, jeez.
When did the construction of the Great Wall of China begin? Last week, 1776 AD, 7th century, or 1492? Now, come on, you got to get this one right. Don't say last week.
7th century BC.
There you go. You got one.
Hey,
right.
I got one.
All right. Who's answering last week? Come on, people. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. So we've got Sal. No coffee for you. Jalen. Thank you, Topstep. And you got Guarev. I hope I'm saying that right.
Hey,
He's
Graf.
been up here yesterday, too. Pretty smart
Nice.
guy. I'll just call you Ravi. All right. What do we got next here? Next question. All right, pro wrestler Randy the Macho Man Savage first played in what other sport?
Oh, yeah. Would you like to ask the question?
We got one here right now.
Would you like to do that?
Yes, boxing, football, ping pong, or baseball.
Oh, yeah. I'm going with football.
Oh, no.
No?
Wrong
Boxing,
answer.
probably.
Oh, no. Believe it or not, he played for the Cincinnati Reds.
Really? Baseball, huh?
Yes, and you can go on eBay and check out his baseball card. It looks nothing like him. But yes, baseball. All right, Johnny. Sorry about that, partner.
Hey, it happens, man.
All right. Sal, Jalen, Macro Bullet, Matt E. from, I guess, Tennessee, and Leggy. Yes, of course, we're not going to say that one completely, but yeah. Lig, put your mouse down.
Put that thing down.
Yes, you're out. Okay, what do we got for the next question? Oh, who was the first ruler of the Mongol Empire? Was it Frank Sinatra, Genghis Khan, Alexander the so-called Great, or Michael Patak?
Genghis Khan?
Genghis Khan. I would have said Michael Patak. You are correct. There you go, Johnny. Good man.
I went 2
Well
for 2.
done, my friend. And let's take a look and see leaderboard here. Our top 5, sitting at number 3, 4 out of 4. Way to go, Matt from Tennessee. We have 4 out of 4 here. Jalen, good job, Jalen. And 4 out of 4 here. Number 1 is Sal. Well done, Sal. Coming in 4th and 5th is Macro, and I can't read that last one. Maybe James has that last one. I didn't see that last one, James. But thank you very much for.
Thank you for something was the name. Thank you for, and then I couldn't read it either.
Thank you for something.
Okay, well there you go. And we will. Are we going to get those ready today for the Power Hour? We'll get the winners.
We should. I'll work on that.
I know Jack usually does it, and he's not here. If we don't get mad. We will make sure that we do give you the answers on Monday. But otherwise, thank you for playing Top Quiz this week, and I hope you did better, and I hope you liked the questions, and stop it with the hate, because I cry myself to sleep every night. Johnny, thanks for being with us here, and we'll be right back here. We're going to take a little break. Coming up next here, we do have Shoulder Tap Roast My Trades with Dolby and Mick. Be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Shoulder Tap with Mick. We got that scary painting behind you. We got a fierce-looking mustache, as always. It's kind of like a bonsai tree. You just kind of maintain that every hour or something. Make sure that thing stays in line.
Dolby, are we carrying on the roast that we had last time we were both on Topstep TV?
Oh, no, that was my compliment, Mick. My roast is coming later.
Okay. It's hard to take you seriously with that background and those shades. You look like some celebrity diva.
Oh, you know it. That's what they asked me to do.
Well,
so we got some shoulders to tap, huh?
Yeah. Good to be on with you. We definitely have some shoulders to tap this week. What a week it's been. I mean, we've got the S&Ps right back where we started on Monday, after wide ranges to the downside, then wide ranges back to the upside. It's been a little bit of what they call a cluster F. And I talked about yesterday, I was asked, what are the boards looking like? How's it looking for our live traders? And a lot of red on the board again today. It's been tough. We had FOMC, we had unemployment claims this morning, non-farm payroll, earnings. There's been a lot of numbers that the market has thrown at us. And, today has not really been a hangover day post-FOMC statement. So I will say that despite it not being a good week for our funded traders as a whole, and I'll always be open and honest about that. I mean, we've got good weeks, we've got bad weeks. We have individual performers that are doing well. We've got individuals that are doing poorly. As far as my live accounts go, or I should say our live accounts go today, very few people to give shout outs to.
Oh, wow.
We've got Nicholas T, who's up $5,600, $5,800 on the day. So shout out to him. He's been trading really, really well lately. So I'm very happy about that. Dakota, his name comes out of my mouth just about every day. He was up about $4,000 earlier. New account balance highs. He hit $153,000 in that account. I know he's still traded. He's a little bit below that right now, but it's been really strong trading from him as well. So very happy to hear that. He's got that big account balance. I just want to see him take a little payout, Take $5,000 out, Dakota. Send me a gift or something like that if you want to do that. No pressure though, no pressure. But he should be. It's about time where he should pay himself just a little bit. I think he might be working for a higher big round number. But despite it not being a great week, we've still called more people up to live accounts than we have off-boarded or live accounts that we've closed. So 13 call-ups this week, only 8 closed accounts, which is actually kind of high. I don't like seeing 8 live accounts getting closed this week, but like I said, it's been a bit of a knee-jerk week, and we're right where we started at the beginning of the week. So I would like to dive right into the cards. We're going to do 2 regular cards, and then with what time we have left, we're going to do a little bit of roasting. I would have to imagine that's hence Dolby's background over there, which looks like it's space. I don't know. Is that space or is that a fire? We were talking gold out of the volcano earlier today. Is that volcanic eruption?
That's obviously a fire. Space? Like what? Like a nebula or something? Is that what Chad is thinking?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I'm just asking here. It looks like that could be the exploding volcano that's kicking off 6,000 worth of gold dust every day. That was a story in an article I shared. I'm going to get better at doing those. But I want to pull up a trader here, an XFA trader, Austin. And I'll just say that this is a shout out from a profitability standpoint, but a big shoulder tap when it comes to some of the overall metrics and especially what happened today, because I got some juicy sob story for everybody out there today, and Austin's probably kicking himself pretty hard over what happened today. So trading out of Loveland, Colorado. Actually, one of my old roommates was from Loveland back when I was living in Colorado. So average daily P&L is staggeringly high here. We normally don't see numbers like this. This is over a short sample size, though. This only looks at 7 days that they've spent in their XFA. But of those 7 days, average P&L is right about $6,200, $6,300. Comes with 57% winning days, 37% winning trades. And Austin is a big swinger, Dolby. Big swinger here. Their best day they've put up so far is $26,558. Worst day,
Wow.
only 3,000.
2 to 1.
Average winning day, 13,203. And they're profitable more than they are not. Today was a nice profitable day that turned into an unprofitable day, but big swinger. I'll just mention some notable days. There was that big one over 26,000. There was another day, 4,300. And then they had another call it a $22,000 winning day, $21,920. So a couple things here. This trader is definitely trading size. There's a lot of round turns. They take 35 trades a day, anywhere from 1 to 15 contracts. But since they got that $20,000 winning day, it's predominantly been all in, all out on max leverage. They had a knock it out of the effing park day today, Nick. When I sat down this morning, when I was sitting down this morning, right after our early numbers, the unemployment rate, they had a position that, they caught the upside move. They were up over $40,000 on the day in their XFA, which was they already had a high account balance. That XFA account balance was over $80,000 at one point earlier this morning. They continued trading, and they turned a $40,000 winning day with an $80,000 XFA balance into a $6,000 losing day.
Oh my God.
I told JD about it because I can't keep these things to myself, these sob stories. I cannot keep them to myself. Austin, what you did was rather disgusting, very poor money management. Also, something that Austin missed was that XFA, Nick, it's got a cap of 50,000. So they exceeded the $50,000 cap by 30 grand. They could have stopped at $50,000 and $10. They could have stopped at 80,000. There's a cap of 50K. They exceeded it, and then they went below it. So they're not above the cap anymore. They're in the $40,000 range. And, I don't get it. Maybe some people aren't aware of that, but I mean, it's very clear in the rules that everybody signs off on. $50,000 cap. Be aware of that. Stop when you get above it. Don't keep trading. Don't keep pressing. We've had a number of these juicy stories to share. I know Ben yesterday had talked about that one live trader of ours who we featured, almost every day many months ago. Hughes, the trader out of France, who was one of the first guys to get that account balance in a live account over $100,000. We hadn't heard much from him lately, but I think Ben touched on it yesterday. He hasn't even been on our radar. Just he's not been performing well in our program. I remember there was a story about him being up $15,000 on an FOMC day, and he had a 15 lot on going into one of the FOMC statement releases and turned a $15,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day, $18,000 swing there. We saw that again, sadly, on Wednesday. I was looking at the board and I was like, Hughes is up 13 grand on the day in his XFA. I wonder what's going to happen with this guy. I was actually kind of excited to see him back. I think he's a high risk trader and doesn't manage the money as best he should, especially for someone who's got a good eye for the markets that can, take profits out. You got to, if you're going to take the profits out, you got to manage the money well so you keep the profits. He's shown that he can't do that well. He had a 15 lot on going into the FOMC statement on Wednesday, and that $13,000 winning day turned into a $3,000 losing day. So Hughes is back to his old tricks, making money, unable to keep it. We saw that with Austin today. It is a roast my trade shoulder tap kind of day. I'm done talking smack on Austin. I think, the kick in the teeth in and of itself was enough. I don't need to rub any salt on the wound, but I am trying to talk to our traders about this, Nick, because you don't want to be the primary character in this type of story ever. Ever. That's why I'm sharing the story. Again, Austin is profitable. He's got a big account balance in this XFA, but when it comes to calling someone like this, calling someone up to a live account, this ain't exactly what we're looking for.
No.
We want people that are good at managing their money. So I think I spoke my piece on this trader. You know, if they do get called up to a live account, if they are continuing in this XFA and they don't hit the daily loss limit, you know, repeatedly like they do, which actually, Nick, for someone who's putting up $26,000, $27,000, $4,000, $22,000 winning days, like I am okay with a $3,000 risk on a daily basis, even if you're hitting 3,000 more than 50% of the time. But that's not the bad piece here. The bad piece is you were up over 40 grand today, and then you turned a $40,000 winning day into a $6,000 losing day. Nobody should be doing that.
That's
nobody
disgusting.
should be doing that. Yeah.
No.
So that's my piece. They got to work on locking in those profits. It's so easy. Traders, if you're in the XFA, there's a 50K cap. If you go above it, close out the trade. You could make a couple more thousand. It doesn't matter. There's a 50K cap. So just stop, get the transfer to live, get that nice bulk sum of money, and you know, continue trading and being profitable. So with that, let's move on to Katrina. We've got another big swinger here. I don't have much of a shoulder tap for her. This is pretty much a true shout out.
Nice.
Katrina, she's impressing me. Like Austin, really, really big winning days here. Average daily P&L at $2,400, but this is across 21 trading days, Nick. And of those 21 trading days, we also have some big five-figure winning days to share here. If you look at the trade report, you see just yesterday made 17 grand. End of the month earlier this week made 12,600. There was another $16,000 winning day, and like Austin, Katrina, you know, big swinger, hitting the daily loss limit regularly on the losing days, but these winning days are so large that, you know, I'm not going to shame on her for the $3,000 daily loss limits. What else is impressive here, Nick, is I'm seeing really short time frames here, and she's a very, very busy girl. Average hold times, you know, on the winners are about 4 minutes. Average hold times on the losers, 5 minutes. She's averaging 70 trades per day.
Wow. With size too, right? So it's probably a lot of contracts.
Yeah, with size. But while I don't see that, I would call this scalping. And while I don't see that being a sustainable strategy, it's kind of hard to knock someone who's, you know, very, very profitable, sitting with almost 37 grand in her XFA. Yeah, she's high risk. Yeah, she's a big swinger. But if you look at the total trades per day and you look at her trading days where she's having the big winners, these five-figure days that are around, you know, just under $20,000, over 10, in between 10 and 20 grand. I haven't talked about this in a while, but Nick, when you're in tune with the markets as a trader, you really want to press, just like you would with a good hand in cards. You want to press, and that's exactly what she does. Her biggest winning days, her average trades are anywhere from 10. They're like 8 times what her normal trades are. If you see that $17,000 day from yesterday, 181 trades. If you look at April 29th, that $12,000 winning day, 165 trades. And that was 76% winning trades. That $17,000 winning day was 77% winning trades. And then the $16,000 winning day, 74% winning trades. So her strategy that she's executing, what I really like out of this is that, hey, when it's working, she's putting the pedal down. And that's what we as traders need to do. You know, when it's working, you press. When it's not working, you pump the brakes a little bit. I don't see a lot in the way of pumping the brakes, but she's got, while we're talking in car analogies, you know, pedal down, pumping the brakes, those speed bumps of $3,000 aren't too much when you're putting up big numbers like this. So
it's all relative.
While I have some concerns about the risk tolerance here, I mean, it's working. and she's keeping her losses smaller than her wins. Average winning days $8,600 just about, while the average losing days, around 3,200, and then that best day of $17,347 compared to the worst day of, call it 3,800. It's not bad. We just need to keep seeing more of these winning days, and heck, we could be, come Monday, maybe she's at the $50,000 cap. So
right. Wow.
We'll see.
Those numbers didn't exist when I was doing trading combines, Mick.
Yeah, I mean that's a tolerance that I don't have too. I like operating in a comfort zone. Some people do, some people don't. But I think overall, if you're in your comfort zone, you're going to have a clearer mind to make better decisions. So I always like that. So I wanted to share a couple juicy accounts from our funded traders, talk about some big successes that they're having, and maybe some things that you don't want to fall susceptible to yourselves. With that, shall we cue up some roasts?
Yeah, let's see who's not trading too hot.
All right. Well, it's not a matter of who's not trading too hot. These are people that submitted their accounts to us yesterday. We looked at the accounts. Okay. We are nitpicking. We're nitpicking where we can shit talk a little bit and cast a little shade, but it's all in good fun. They volunteer for it, and we're just gonna put a little spice on the areas for improvement that they have. So with that, we've got a lot of cards I don't think we're gonna go through. So I say. Production team, why don't you just start piling them on, and we can work with this stuff. Okay. Addison spent more commissions than you made in profits yesterday. You've been a busy boy. Take it easy. 726 contracts in 2 days. You're not a market maker. You're a market taker. We're speculators. That's a lot of trading. Like I was talking about with Katrina, if you're that active, generating that many fees and commissions, you got to be putting up those big days. We haven't seen that out of you yet, bud. So trim it down, be a little bit more selective, and with the size you like trading, you don't want to start out in a hole as regularly as you do and have to dig yourself out. Usually, active trading, get into a hole, your trading size, you just dig the hole a little bit deeper. Been there before myself. Couple things to change going forward.
No kidding. For all the contracts traded, I think their next best trade would probably be swapping the keyboard for a coloring book. But even then, I'm not sure they're going to even be able to stay in the lines in that one. 726 contracts in 2 days is ridiculous.
Yeah, pulling up that trade report, I want to see if the average winning day is even bigger than their number of contracts in a day. Oh, just in line. Oh, just beats it. So, no, I'm looking at worst day. Never mind. Average winning day is higher. Oh, I thought I was going to really have them good there. Thought that was going to be one more jab. All right, let's move on to the next one. Addison, thanks for being a good sport.
Yeah, blowing combines on commissions is a next level degen right there. Here's the next card.
I've never seen that one before.
Yeah. Okay, so average losing day here for Asanka is 5 times bigger than their average winning day. How could you be right 80% of the time? 80% winning days, but you're still unprofitable. That's because your average losing day is 5 times bigger. That's a big no-no. It's kind of, I'm not going to be that mean, but gosh, I know a lot of traders would kill to have 80% winning days. So you don't have a problem being profitable. You have a problem managing your downside. And if you can make some adjustments and changes to that, along with your askew risk reward, which is inverted from what it should be, you'd probably have some good stuff going on. And then this was something I put together. Your daily loss limit is not your target. Your profit target is your target. From what I've seen in the trading activity, with how often they're going to the daily loss limit, it seems like that's what they're aiming for with their trading.
Yeah, 80% winning days, but unprofitable. That's so It's so bad. How do you even do that? Average losing days 5 times the average. So you can't be that scared about taking profits. But apparently very comfortable with taking losses. So I might have to figure out why you're more comfortable losing than you are winning.
Some people like the abuse, Nick. Some people like the abuse.
Some people do. Some people do.
Let's move on and roast David if we could.
Sure. Osaka, just keep doing what you're doing and flip your screens upside down.
Upside down.
Advice to you. All right, let me find David's card here. You said David?
Yeah, or anybody.
Oh, got it. Here we are.
I remember Hoag telling a story about early on when he started in the pits and the S&Ps on the floor at the CME. There was a trader who told him that he should do exactly the opposite of what he wanted to do, and that might be what we need to do for Asanka. All right, David, on to you. Despite what you might think, the daily loss limit is not your friend. You can't make money being right less than half the time if you're risking, $250 to make $150, and your average losing day can't be 3 times your average winning day. Not so much of a roast. I wanted to call it how I saw it here, and just give them a couple things to think about. But Nick, you're a little twisted. You got any shots you want to throw, or any roasts here for David?
Listen, if we plug this person up to an EKG, they would probably still buy the highs and sell the lows.
I see we're winding down on time. Should we roast one more? We got a late start today, or should we call it quits here?
If it was a Jacob, sure.
Okay, all right. Jacob, you're giving back a ton of your money after sizable gains, money management. You got to lock it in. And then don't let these good winning days turn into losing days. You don't want to do what Austin did today, being up 40 grand, turning a $40,000 winning day into a $6,000 losing day. To put that in perspective, if you were like managing somebody's money, and I guess the intraday P&L something, but if you had generated the returns that Austin did this morning, had that much in the way of returns, and then ended up losing what you lost, you'd have like a class action lawsuit against you for negligence and stuff like that. So I think they should probably move to the micros for a little bit. But as they continue to learn, they should really trade smaller. If you're not profitable, you don't deserve to be trading the size. That's my piece there.
Yeah, this is I don't even want to look at this card anymore. I think I'd rather have your mustache tickle my toes, Mick, than look at this mediocre card we got here. Really not too hot.
That's a little sick, Dolby. I don't know if I want to do these shoulder taps with you anymore. That'll never happen.
You said I was sick and twisted, so I got to deliver.
Okay, well, that is sick and twisted. Maybe in your dreams. Hopefully you don't have those dreams.
No. Smoke too much to have dreams, Mick. Well, I know you gotta be weird. It's Friday. Who cares? We're on a rock spinning around Earth, and Mick looks like he's one cowboy hat away from handing out pamphlets in front of a courthouse about jury nullification. So it's a pretty good day. Pretty good day. Mick, what are you gonna do for the rest of it?
Work.
Great.
Work.
So am I. Let's work on our next segment. Mick, have a great weekend. Group coaching is coming up with JD and Robert. Submit your things in for getting roasted. Mobby thinks you're cute, Mick. He likes your mustache. Or she likes your mustache. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Take care. Have a safe weekend, everybody.
See ya.
Can you say a few
I'm
words
not-
there?
Yeah, testing 1 2. I'm not muted. I am not muted.
Okay, we're not getting any audio. Give me 1 second.
Check 1 2. Testing.
Check, check, check. Yep, no one can hear us.
Oh, they says you're good now.
Oh, we're good now. Okay.
Yep. That's what they say. We're good now. So we just start off. We got a little special segment going on here. We have Topstep X. We have Topstep X going on. Little segment. We're going to run through a few things that new features on Topstep X. That's what this segment is all about. We have a nice 1 hour broadcast coming up next week. We're working on now at the beginning of the week around Tuesday, putting that together to go through everything. Great tutorial. We got a form coming out to answer all your questions. Then right after this segment, I'm actually going to put together, after the segment and through the weekend, a whole bunch of Topstep X tutorials, step-by-steps. I'm going to put those out there for you as well. We kind of held off on that because the changes and the updates were coming so frequent. We don't want to put something on and say, oh, go to the right and click here, and then have it be to the left, 2 days later. So, but we're ready to go for those. JD, we got some questions for Topstep X. Let's rifle through some of these and see what we can get out. I got the screen up and ready to go. Chat can jump in there also. And here we go. No, I am not indebted after that mute. That was not me. I was not muted.
Yeah, that was on me. That was a production gaffe. So no fines for Robert on that one. All right. Next up, we're going full Topstep X here, guys. So keep the questions limited to Topstep X. All right. Question number the first. Phil says, how do you turn on the clock to see when the candle will close? How do I turn it from money to ticks? Can't turn it from money to ticks yet, but you could set up you could put a timer on it.
Yep, that's exactly right, JD. And we're going to go through these a little quick. Remember, this is recorded. You can see it YouTube after, but let's get through these. I'm going to right click on my chart. I'm going to go to settings. I'm on a time-based chart. And I look at the scales section under chart settings. Make sure you can see that. There's a button right here that says countdown to bar close, and you will see that show up on the right-hand side on the scale. It's a 3-minute chart. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left on this particular candle. Ticks, we do not have a tick countdown yet. So if you're using a tick chart, you won't see anything over here because it's not time-based. It should be a tick counter. That will be in there. And JD, you hit that turning from money to ticks. That's not there yet either, but keep them coming and submit those. We'll go through the submission area in just a moment. But JD, what's up next?
Up next, we've got going down to Aziz. Aziz wants to know, we need 10-minute time frames on Topstep X. Well, we do, in fact, have 10-minute time frames. You want to show Aziz how to get those up?
Sure. On the top side up here, top left-hand side of this bar, we have a drop-down list. We can choose, I'll shrink these down. We can choose between ticks, seconds, minutes, hours, and days at this time. I am dying to get the range bar chart up there. So let's go into minutes. We don't have a 10-minute just yet. It is a 5 and 15. Now, if you're used to TradingView, right at the bottom, there's an area where you can actually add your own and say, well, I want a 2-minute, I want a 4-minute, I want a 6-minute, I want a 10-minute. It's not there yet, but it is in the works, and we'll keep you updated. Sign into the area where you can submit it. Again, we'll go through that in a moment, and then we make those adjustments for you. Trader built platform built by traders for traders. JD.
Rapid fire. Next up, Tony wants to know 2 questions from Tony. 1, will Topstep X have alerts soon? And 2, how can we see a risk reward box shaded in green and red on Topstep X?
Okay, the alerts, I don't know, they are coming. I don't know about soon. Some of the time frames on these, I love these questions and asking, a lot about when is it coming. It's just in a list and we have to work through them. And sometimes the other things may jump priorities, especially if it's what the traders want, like the lockout button. That wasn't even on the list. And then it came up as an idea. I believe it was on Fast Markets. It came up with it. And the traders voted it up and it flew past everything else. Bam, production team and development team put it out there, and lo and behold, there it is. The same thing with copy trading and other things that we wanted to do as well. So the alerts are not on there yet, but they are in the list. The timing of it, I'm not 100% sure on. Regarding the risk reward box, yeah, you can see those on the left-hand side over here. these are all our drawing tools, okay? And if we choose this one tool right here, it says long position. Now, mind you, the last tool you were on is going to be the default one. So if I choose this little arrow next to it and I happen to choose, let's say, anchored VWAP, that will be the tool that remains there until I go and change it back again. So this is what you're talking about and asking about, Tony, long position. Let's just say I want to go long right here. If I click on it, it's going to give me the screen. It's going to give me the green and red, so I can adjust my settings of number of ticks or values. If I right click on it, again, I'm doing this quickly so we can get through a lot of them. Just replay the video back. We can have it based on ticks. We can have it based on price. We have other styles. We can choose the price labels themselves. It shows it on the right-hand side over here on the price bar. We can show compact stats mode, which you see right now. If I check that off, it gives us all the stats, targets, amounts, and everything else. And then if I mouse off of it like this, the stats go away. But if I choose the option to always show stats, even when I'm moused off of it, they stay on. So that's a really cool feature. That's for the plus, positive, and profit and loss, and you can adjust them on the fly. It's a really cool tool.
Excellent. RHS is in the chat saying you are muted. I think you are lagging in the stream, RHS. Go ahead and refresh yourself. All right, let's move on to G-Man. G-Man asks, are we able to purchase 100K and 150K combines for TopStep X? Yeah, you can purchase any size combine with TopStep X. And if you don't have TopStep X yet, wait till next week.
Stand by.
Anything to add there? Stand by.
Here we go. Right on the head. Yeah, you can have them. In that, as a matter of fact, I have a 50K combine up here, and down below I have a 150K combine. So yes, they are all available.
Very good. All right. Next up, Chris A says or wants to know, can you show where the break-even button is on the TopStep X platform?
We get this question all the time. So I'm going to throw it back 1 second and say, can you please show me where the order is right now? Well, I don't have an order on, so it's not going to display. The break-even button, if I don't have an order on, there's nothing to break even to, so it's not on the chart. But when it is on the chart, and it is on your platform, it shows right here. See this no active position? And I'm going to show you this. Let's do a buy market, just because. So I'm buy market, and I'm negative. There's my break-even button, but see how it turns gray? If I'm in the negative, there's nothing to break even to. I'm not protecting profits, so it turns gray. It kind of fades out. But now I'm in profit, so if I click the break even, it'll bring me right up to even. Click, brings my stop right up to even, and you can see I get stopped out. Let me go short and see if I can. See, it's grayed out right now. It's light gray, and I was hoping it would pop up, and now I can move to break even because I'm in profit. That's it. If we don't have a position on, there's nothing to break even to. So see, I can't click the break even. I'm not in profit. So let's just close the trade. There's no active position. There's no need for a break even button. That's where it is.
There you go. All right. Next up comes from William. What are your thoughts on the time frame to add the trade pause after taking a losing trade? Also, any thoughts on adding a customizable time frame? Choosing your own time frames and having the option to save them as favorites would change the game from the current selectable frames. What are your thoughts on that? William's got some ideas. Is he sharing them in the feedback zone on TopStep X?
I'll tell you what, let's go through that right now. Let's answer William's questions for him. It's a personal preference of a trade pause. If you need it and it's a cool feature, go ahead and use it, like the lockout button. A lot of traders like to use that. It's a personal preference, right? I think it's a great idea. I don't personally use it. I just walk away, but it's a really good idea. We use it. A lot of traders use it all the time. It's been working out wonderful for them. Locking it up or locking it down, and the same thing with the personal daily loss limit, just locks the account out and you're done. So that's a good. The trade pause, throw that into the suggestion area. And we already talked about the customizable time frame. We just did that. So let me show you where that area is for suggestions. Left-hand side, we have this question mark. When I mouse over it, it shows support. I click on it. We have some support features on the left-hand side, Resources Help Center, TopStep's Discord, and live chat. Right in the middle here, we have the feedback area. Help shape the platform. Create a new post. You can just enter it like this. Type in the title, type in what you want. make it funny and bold, insert links, show pictures, choose the tag that it's in there, click on submit post, and it will show up right here. And when it's in this area, other traders will have the ability to upvote it and downvote it. So let's see. Let's pick one. Yeah, bracket orders and ticks and points. That was mentioned earlier. So I'm going to upvote that. I think it's a good idea. As soon as I click upvote, it says how important? I think that's essential. And now the team is notified that another trader is interested in that. You can see the ones that are in progress by clicking on the roadmap right in the top of it. And it has 3 areas. We have finished. This is the great one, the micros, the minis. That's a wonderful break even button. That wasn't there before. That was a request that came in. It was moved to the top, threw it right in there. In progress. These are the ones that are in progress. And if you notice, they're the ones that have the highest upvotes. So if you're interested in something, take a look in the feedback area, search for it. If it's there, upvote it. Okay. And these are in review right now. This is one that I'm looking for also, the third-party trading view indicators. I'm dying to see that as well. It's upvoted like crazy. I'm going to click to make sure I have my vote in there. 390, see, it went to 390 from 391. I already voted on it. I'm putting my vote back in because I want to see those, and they are in the works. Stay patient. We're coming at you. And those are typing in the chat. I personally am not reading the chat messages. JD's going to look at those. We got a few more questions, and then we'll get into the chat. So go ahead and type them in. I'm just not reading them, so my apologies for not getting directly at you. Go for it.
For sure. Yep. All right. Next up, James says, can you take some time to go over some or all of the tools in the left toolbar, and more importantly, describe what some of the numbers mean in each? Forecasting, measuring tools to start would be helpful. Well, we don't have the kind of time to go through each tool individually and describe exactly its functionality, but we could show you how to draw some trend lines, how to open up a chat box, draw some different shapes on the screen, stuff like that. But yeah, let it rip, Robert. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just grab 1 or 2 quick ones that we use all the time. This is the trend line tools. If I, just to the right of it, this little chevron, little arrow, if I click on that, it gives me a bunch of other features. So I want to put a horizontal ray on here. Now, I want this to be right at the high of day. And instead of trying to guess at it, I can use this little snap feature. I'm going to click on that snap and watch the cursor. It will jump. It locks it. See how it jumps around. So I'm going to go right to see that. I moved over here, jump right to the top. I know I'm getting an accurate price. I really can't see it over here. So I can click on that line, go to settings, and I have an option. I can change the color of it. I can put text in there. For example, like high of day. There we go. Set it there. There's my high of day. Perfect. And then we can have, we can undo it. Just click on it, hit delete right here, hit the delete button on your keyboard. A cool feature that I like, here's a drawing brush tool. So if I choose my brush, and let's say I make one here, and then I make one here, and I make one here. Well, I did 3 items. If I hit Control Z, it's going to back test. It's going to take those back. So Control Z, it takes the 3rd one off. Control Z again, it's an undo button. Takes the 2nd, takes the 1st. So if I'm teaching and I say, okay, we're going to look up in this area up here when we see that drop down and that rebalance up here again, and then we see this level. I want those off the screen. I just go undo like that. All done. You can also remove them from here, the trash can. When I mouse over that, I can say I'm going to remove the drawing that I have or the indicator. I only have one indicator. I don't want to take it off. It's the link, but you can use that feature also. So that's where all these tools are. I mean, we just showed some of the tools where you can have the positions and forecasting. I would absolutely encourage you to go through those. And let me do 2 similar ones real quick. There's a ruler tool right here. I'm going to click on the ruler, and let's say I want to measure from this, I don't know, this low to high. I'm going to click. I'm going to just move my mouse. I'm going to click again, and it's going to stay there. If I click anywhere else, it removes it from the chart. But what if I want to draw 2 of these? Well, if I go over to my measuring side, there's one called date and price range. If I click the bottom and come up like this, it's the same thing. But if I click somewhere else, I can do it again. I can go date. I missed it. Date and price range. I can do it again, and they'll stay on the chart. Date and price range. It'll stay on the chart. So that's a really cool thing if I'm trying to look at different levels of things. And there are a ton of settings in here. You can check the coordinates on them. You can check the style, what you're seeing. It's just super cool. I really like that feature. I'm going to undo, and undo. I'll be going through all of these step by step in the tutorial videos. I'm going to make one big one that's going to go, it's about an hour long. It's going to go through all of these features that we have, just like this. It'll be a little slower, but I'll go a little more detail in all the components. And then we're going to break each one of them down into 5-minute segments. So if you're just interested in bracket orders, there'll be one for there. For using the DOM, there'll be a video for that. How to put indicators, how to do copy training. They're all separate videos. You can just go through the library. Something we're working on now with our marketing team. It's going to be really good. So stay tuned for that. JD, I love this next question. We want to get to that one for sure.
For sure. The next one comes from Joe. Joe wants to know, how do I find a legend for Topstep X? I see lots of indicators with lots of settings, but have lots of trouble trying to find out what the settings even do. I've looked at the help in Topstep and have left questions in Discord, but no help there either. Maybe you can explain what the visibility settings do. All I see are times. Thanks for the help. I know I won't read that last part out loud.
No, I won't. It's okay. I'm with him. I'm with you, Joe. I'm a dork too. I'm a nerd also. I love this stuff. You had a really good question on here about the times. I mean, you could just Google around. Okay, well, this is I don't know. Let me just mouse over this and see what it is. This is a cipher pattern. What the hell is that? Just Google it and you have all the information there. But what I like about these, and you hit the nail right on the head, all you see are times. What do they do? Let me demonstrate something for you and demonstrate something for all the traders watching you, because I love this feature. I use it all the time. I'm going to choose an indicator, and I already have these marked off. I can search for something if I want, typing it in, see MACD. I can select it, and then if I like one, I just mouse over at the star, and it puts it at the top of the list. I'm going to put an exponential moving average on here. I'm going to do 2 of them, actually. I just clicked it twice, but they're identical, okay? So let's make them both 20. For example, there's a 20 moving average, and we'll make this one white so we can see it. There we go. And I'm going to make this one a 20 moving average. And we'll make that one light blue so we can see it. But they're both the same, right? Okay. Well, what if I want to look at a different time frame? This is a 20 moving average. It's not 20 minutes. It's 20 periods. Since we're looking at a 3-minute chart, it's 20 times 3, it's 60 minutes. So we're looking back. It's calculating everything that happened in the last hour. Well, what if I'm on a daily chart? I don't want to see a 20 moving average, which is 20 periods. So I don't want to look back 20 days. I only want to look back 10. So we're going to change one of them. Check this out. I'm going to change this one, the light blue one, to 10. This is getting right to it now. Well, there they are on a 3-minute chart. There they are on a 5-minute chart, a 30-minute, a daily. I don't want it on a daily, though. I don't want the 20 moving average. So what I can do is, let me go back down to my 5-minute, go to my 20 moving average, check this out, visibility. I can say I don't want to see it on my weekly charts and daily charts, or even my hourly charts, or my second charts. I want to see this anywhere between 1 and let's do 29 minutes. So this EMA, my 20 EMA, is only going to display if the chart time frame is between 1 and 29 minutes. That's simple. Now my 10, I only want that to show on daily charts. So there we go. I'm only showing anywhere on a daily chart, whether I'm on a daily that far back, 1 to 330 to a year. Well, here we go. Notice what happened. It disappeared. See, it turned this little eyeball here. It hit it, made it orange, and it's not showing on my chart. That's a 5-minute. 15-minute. Well, I still have my 20 moving average on there. 30-minute. Remember I stopped it at 29? 30-minute. My daily is not on there, and my minute one is not on there. Hourly, not on there. Daily, what shows up? My 10 moving average. So it's a really cool way to say, you know what? I don't want to look back 40, 50, if I have a 50 moving, I don't want to look back 50 days when I'm on a daily chart. I only want 10. Make it 10 and only show on days. It's great if you say, what does it look like on a tick chart? What does it look like on a slower time-based chart and then a higher time-based chart? This really, really cool feature. And you can change, on the fly, change the colors of them, and that's what I really want to make sure we went through is the visibility on those, and that's good for a lot of things. Where if you wanted to, plot out a box area, let's choose a box and say, okay, I see this area of consolidation. Well, I'm going to go to my settings, and I don't want to see that on a daily chart. You can just uncheck them. I only want it on my minutes and hours. There it is. If I go to my daily chart, that highlight is gone. So my charts stay clean. I am a fan of clean charts by all means. So hopefully that answers that question. JD, that's the last one we had submitted, and I think we got some through the chat. We got a couple minutes left if we want to rifle through a few of those, but stay tuned for the videos I'll be putting out.
We sure do. First, Sagar has entered a question a couple times, so I'd like to acknowledge this one. Sagar says, I cannot see save the changes option in TopstepX in the risk settings. Can you guys please help with that?
Sure,
So
I can do that real quick.
Yep.
Under settings on the left-hand side, I see JR did make another comment. I want to get to that one too. We'll do it now. Settings, left-hand side, there are tabs. It defaults to the first one is copy trading. Then there's risk settings. I'm not sure why you can't save it. If it's already set for the risk settings, there's not going to be a save button. So let me change one. I'm going to risk 250 and I want my profit to be 500. Look at this. It showed up automatically right here, saving. Okay, and this is for this account. So you can have a different one for a different account, your loss limits and stuff. So if I hit save, this is what's going to take precedence now when I place a bracket order. So 250 and 500, let's go over. We have it turned on. Let me put this on a 3-minute chart so we can see. Get rid of my box and let's just go long. And it shows there's my 500 profit. There's my 250 stop loss, just like we have it. Now, JR, I did glance or I did see you pop in there about moving the entry target and stop. Absolutely. I place it in a bracket order. If I want this closer, I'm just going to drag it down. If I want this further, I'll drag it. If I want it closer, I'll drag it. That's all. And here's another thing that I like about TopstepX, I haven't seen it in any other platform now, is let's say, let's take this off the bracket orders. I no longer want to automatically apply my bracket orders because I may change instruments and I don't know what they're going to be from instrument to instrument, and I don't want that in my way. Okay, so now if let's buy one market again, there I am. There's my order. Well, I want my stop down here. I'm just going to click. I'm long, so my stop is below. I'm going to drag down and let it go. There's my stop loss. Now I'm going to drag up for a profit target and let it go. There we go. There's my bracket order. It's right there. So if I hit my stop or I hit my target, see if it goes, if I can get it out there. Bring them really close. Hits one or the other, it's going to get rid of it. Yeah, it's just too far away. It'll hit them, and then they go. As soon as you hit one of them, it's bracket order, so it's an OCO. And I was notified, and let me get the right terminology here, just before I came out a little earlier, that next week, the release, so testing it right now, next week's release is going to be linked orders. So you have true brackets. We can start doing all the cool stuff like we can do trailing now, but they'll all be linked in together. And I don't know if I can pull that over. Let me grab the picture. Oh, I can't grab it. Okay, sorry. It's just in another system over here. I'm not able to copy it over, but we have them coming up next week. It's in testing now. I was notified before I came on today. What time is it? JD, if we have a real quick one, if someone else has jumped in there, you saw something?
One last real quick one from Duke. Duke wants to know, can I have multiple charts with different instruments at the same time? You sure can. Can we show Duke how to split up his screen and add new instruments to each section? Absolutely. Right on the top right here, this is a great section, great question. When I go through this in detail in the tutorials, it's just select layout. I just called it one chart. There's several charts. I have different layouts, but let's just do your example. Click on the layout. I can have two left and right, two up and down. Let's do left and right. Well, guess what? I have the Dow on the left. Shake these down so you can see them. And the Dow on the right. Why is that? Because they're both linked to yellow. So let's get rid of the yellow. Let's make this link. Let's make it, here's purple on the right-hand side. So let's make it purple. Guess what? We have an ES linked to purple. Here's my order panel. Yellow is the Dow. If I click on the purple, purple is ES. If I change my ES, let's go to NQ. The chart changes to NQ, and my order panel changes to NQ. And that works with the DOM also. And if I drag the DOM over here, put it in place, choose purple, lo and behold, they all change. Go back to ES. Notice the ES chart is there. It's a different window. These are all modifiable. You can just drag these, move them up, move them down. All these modules are drag and drop like this. They're all variable, malleable. So, and it's a really cool feature. I think that's it, JD, right? Yep, that is all the time that we have for today. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie coming up in just a few minutes. She's going to be joined by Dolby Hoag and Coach Jay. That should be a great segment. After that, we're going to close out the week in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Zach Anthony. So stick around. We're going to be trading the house account and having a little fun to close out the week. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. Thank you, Robert, for the Topstep X knowledge. He's going to be dropping those videos in the next couple days. So stick around. If you're not on Topstep X either, I know we keep teasing this, make sure you're here early next week. All right, folks, stick around. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back. Got a bunch of special guests here. We have an Anne-Marie, we have a Hoag, and we have a Jay. This is awesome. Anne-Marie and Jay, have you been on together before, or is this the first time?
First time. First time. I'm really looking forward to it. I begged everybody to go, hey, let's bring Jay on. So it was really
Anne-Marie,
nice.
thank you for the invite.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It's great. I love watching you and Dakota carve it up in the morning. It's really good. You guys riff off each other really well. So that's a nice pair. That's a good pair together.
That's awesome.
It's always interesting. Dakota has a quicker trigger finger than I do a lot of the time. So trying to keep pace with him and then looking for levels is always interesting. But I think it's a good balance.
Yeah. Keeping pace with him is hard.
Yeah.
True.
Well, he can't even be slowed down by feeling sick. So if that doesn't stop him, then nothing will. So, Anne-Marie, I think you had some questions for Jay concerning sort of his approach to volume. I think that'd be very beneficial for all of us to kind of delve into that and see how Jay uses volume to help get an edge in trading.
Absolutely. You know, my thing with watching Jay, and which I have to say again, being part of the Topstep community has done so much for my own trading, even after I've been around for a couple of decades. And the reason is because I'm always eager to look at a trader that's got a style and a strategy that they implement consistently over time. And I really wasn't a volume gal, but I started watching Jay and how he used volume. And really right in the midst of that, Max has the same sort of crazy volume. And I'm not saying that yours is crazy, Jay, but his is crazy because he runs it on a 30-second formation. And so it's just a little bats as far as I'm concerned, because it moves at the speed of sound and he's in there and it can rock it up. But it gave even more credence to the statement in my own head that said, listen, you need to stop ignoring volume and try to listen to these gents as they carve out formations that use volume to validate or invalidate continuation of motion relative to trend. And so this morning on Fast Markets, Jay was on with Dakota and they were working through some trades. And so these are ideal segments for us to look at to say, wait, as a trader, how do I incorporate volume? Now, I know, Dobie, you're much like me. You don't look at volume, right?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, I didn't used to look at it at all. But what I notice is a few of these triggers are very, very sweet. So what I want us to carve out together is, where's the sweet spot for what we're looking at when volume comes into play? When does it validate? When does it invalidate? But also, where does it send you some red herrings? And so we want to look at the good for the invalidation and validation, and then we want to look at the noise that might come in with the red herrings.
Hey, if I could, Jay, what are your thoughts on the volume on this little move up here in the S&Ps?
So relative to we're in the middle of the day, so you're going to expect volume to be a little bit lower, but relative to how we've been trading, it's at the average. Where we could get price movement, I just don't. When I see low volume, it's a lack of confidence in the move is what I'm seeing. Right, price is moving, volume may not necessarily be going with it, and I think that's part of what Anne-Marie, kind of started with. There is a lot of noise, right? There is a lot of noise in the markets. As long as they're open, there is going to be some volume trading, but trying to identify what the bigger presence in the market is, right? Larger players in the market when they're trading and how they're moving around their volume is what I would like to do, right? there's a trade every second, right? So we could count volume by the second, but I want to try to identify the bigger players in this volume.
So what time frame do you use when you're staring down these candlesticks? What are you looking at? Are you at 1 minute?
I use a 3 minute. It can be done on a 1 minute, but I use a 3 minute just to kind of slow down. I have time and sales up next to my chart, so that's a by the tick. We're getting information, but I like to use a 3 minute, so it's somewhere in between where I'm not staring at a candle every minute and trying to make a determination about where the market is going from that 1 minute candle.
So you're saying this move isn't. You're saying this move doesn't give you a lot of confidence. Show me what that means when I look at volume.
Okay, so let me give you. I'm going to pull up net gas, and I'm pulling up net gas for purposes of the volume analysis, right? So here's net gas this morning. The market's trading above average volume, but then we see something like this, right? Where, and Robert mentioned this the other day, where just because this is on my chart a blue candle doesn't mean it was all buying volume. But in this case, it was, right? If we look at the delta for this candle, in this 3 minutes alone, it's 455 contracts positive, right? So buyers are in that candle. Why they bought it at 11:06 Eastern time? I think we had the crude oil. I think we had a report out at that time, right? But this tells me that bigger players are trying to do something in this market, right? So if I wasn't looking at it all day, that amount of volume tells me that maybe I should be. So now what I'm looking for is, okay, they started buying here. What happens the next 3 minutes? There's continuation of that volume, right? We see it volume rising, but then it kind of hits this peak, right? Volume hits this peak. We're trading through $2.10 in that gas. And then we see volume drop off and price kind of pull back a little bit. On these pullbacks, I'm trying to determine whether or not there's still a presence there that I can now trade with, right?
Mm-hmm.
These buyers came in, they pushed the market up. I don't want to buy at the highs, but if the market pulls back and they're still holding it, right now we can see this candle that pulls back. Although it is a blue candle, it's negative 33 delta. So sellers technically won that candle, but they were not able to push price lower. That for me is a potential entry, and I think you can kind of see it right now, right around 50% of that candle is where I would be looking to enter. And with the idea that if buyers are strong and they're in control, they'll continue to push price up. Now we see more follow through. The very next candle, 737 positive. So buyers push this candle up and then volume dies out. And once the volume dies out, we see what happens to price. Doesn't mean that the price is going to come back down, but potential for that move is over here.
Okay.
But they hold these prices. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Complete the thought there. They hold the prices.
Yeah, we're holding these prices, right? And we can see what price did, right? We know that buyers came in these two candles here. And now, and what I've been saying with, our traders in the recap, the market respects volume, right? I looked for the market to respect that volume. So buyers came in here, they pushed the price up to here. When price comes back to their location, how are they responding? Are they supporting it? Are they letting it go? And that tells me whether or not those market participants have, achieved whatever they're looking for, right? Are they taking profits? Do we see selling at that point? But we haven't seen selling, right? We haven't seen enough selling to counteract the buying that we saw here. They're holding prices here. So it tells me that there's potential for buyers to step back in and continue pushing price.
And are you drawing support and resistance lines on those big volume bars, like the biggest one, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
I am, Billy. So if you look at, because I want to know where they came in, right, to operate. So if we look at this biggest one here, that's a ton of volume. And normally when we see something like this, right, that could mean exhaustion, but this volume is in the beginning of this move, right? If we were trending up all day and then see that exhaustion candle, that's likely a reversal signal.
Blow off.
Okay, so it's exhaustion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But this one, not exhaustion because it happened early on in the move. This is a reaction to something. And I just want to try to get in the flow of that volume at that point.
Okay, so would it be reasonable to say that you are you're measuring the size of the candlestick that has a great amount of volume, right? The
Correct.
biggest amount
Correct.
of volume, right?
Correct.
And as long as it holds that 50% ledge, would you continue to accumulate based on that original price action event if it came at or near that zone?
Yes. Yeah. So if I see it hold this 50% or holding somewhere around here, I would be looking to buy. But I want to see the potential for follow through, right? I want to see, I want to know that there's potential for buyers to step back in, right? And I think a lot of that has to do with the time of day as well. We all trade the equities. If we get a random volume spike at 11:30, we'll call it 12:30 Eastern time, right during lunch, the likelihood of follow through on that volume is lower because most market participants aren't looking at the market to take trades at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So time of day also comes into effect when I'm looking at it.
Jay, there's a question in chat from
Sure.
Ab. How would you set up, like theoretically, how would you set up a trade with a profit target and a stop loss just framed out based off of this theoretical candlestick here?
Great question. So I see this like this, right? We get Baiynd to come in, and if I don't get it on this candle, so I'm going to do the same thing, right? I'm going to frame out this candle. Ton of volume came in here. I would be looking for a potential pullback to 50% of this. And why am I looking? Yeah, somewhere near half, and I want to see it hold. Why am I looking at 50%? Because at the time that volume comes in, that's the high of the day, right? So I don't actually know whether or not there's more room up, and I don't get to decide that. The bigger players do, and I just want to follow them. So now when I see this candle come in, I'm thinking bigger presence is still buying, right? Now I didn't get a pullback here, but they held the high of that candle. So they're trying to buy this, right? Now on the next one, I'm going to frame it out again. And now this one gives me the pullback that I'm looking for. So now I'm going to join those buyers.
At the halfway point of the second candle.
Exactly. And it might not always be 50%, right? Nothing is perfect in the market, but I want to see where those buyers came in. I want to see them supporting price around those levels. And then we see what kind of happened with this trade. I actually took a short in that gas because at some point buyers get exhausted, right? They get to certain levels, they get exhausted. And a lot of times that happens at major prices, right? We have 2150 up here. And we can see the volume as we trade it up towards these prices, volume's lower. Buyers are not convinced. We have a counter trend move, and it's a counter trend move, right? I'm going against volume at that point, lower expectations for the outcome of that trade.
Okay, so now let's look at something sticky like this morning's charts. A little less
Henry,
defined.
Are you still in your longs in the S&Ps?
I just actually took some at 51.60, but I think it's going to break. I mean, I do. I think it's going to move out only because I know what's happening in the option chains.
You think it's going lower? You said.
No, I think it's going higher.
So it's going to rally.
Higher.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which is very interesting because all the volume indicators tell me that I am incorrect at this juncture, which makes me say, all right, I'm going to have my 50-51. I got in a 50-50, 51-50, excuse me, 50-51, 51-52. I'm going to let that be my stop. So volume is telling me I'm wrong. But I'm thinking the dealers are waiting. Yeah. So we'll have to see what's
So
going
you're
on.
still long.
So I'm still long, but I did take half of the position off, and I'm waiting for it to come back and enter. This one that we're looking at is in one of the other accounts that I'm trading, and I'm waiting for it to perhaps pull back because there is this diminishing volume. It tells me, hey, listen, price action's not excited. Why don't you wait for that fade? So that's basically it.
A lot of the excitement that I was seeing in the dome when we first started kind of rising up to this level has kind of fallen off. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, volume is even in chat. People in chat are starting to pick up the NQs. I think Dervin said there's a wiggle in the ladder in the NQ, and the volume is very, very low, and it's getting super slow in the Nasdaq ladder. So I'm even starting to pick up some weird vibes.
Yeah, that's a target level for me. 18,023 was the first target level for me today, up there on the upside. We'll see if it moves out and scares a bunch of people. But let's go to sorry about that.
Can I answer a question real quick, Anne-Marie? There's a clarifying question, in chat from Himachali. There is no option chain with futures. Do you mean order book data? So I guess the question is, what option chain do you mean when you're cross-referencing futures?
There are option chains in the futures. Options futures are alive and well.
There you go.
A lot of options futures. Futures options.
Where do you find those if someone wanted to?
I have them on a couple of platforms. I have them on my Thinkorswim. I have them on Interactive Brokers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, there's your answer. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, they're not available. Futures options are not available at TopStep. You can trade regular futures, but not the options on the futures. So that is what she is referencing for additional info. Yeah, Emery, you had a continuing thought before I got that clarified.
No, I was going to ask Jay to go to this morning's trades.
That's right.
That showed the long and the short, the two different setups, and the flow that gave you the sense of, here's what makes me comfortable, here's where I'm a little more cautious.
Yep.
That'd be the next
space. So do you want to talk about NASDAQ, ES, doesn't matter, or either one?
Any of the trades, either of the trades we did on
fast markets,
fast markets, so that the traders can listen to this and then go review the contents of the morning event and go, oh, that's what he meant when he said this. And that will, for those traders who are really keen on studying what's happening with the traders live and seeing what they can pick up from the pointers that come across when they're talking, you can learn a lot when the market's done and you have all of the hindsight, but you're watching them move in real time. It tells a big story. So that's what I'm hoping for folks to get the opportunity to do here. So whichever one you want to work on.
You want to learn something? Look left.
Exactly.
Great point.
Exactly.
So
I grabbed a short in NASDAQ real quick.
Nice.
You're going to take a short.
What I try to do every day is determine who the dominant presence is, right? Is it buyers? Is it sellers? And what are they trying to achieve, right? The market is either in accumulation or distribution phases, right? Where we see a lot of consolidation before a big move. And I think that's what today is, right? We're digesting a lot of news that we had all week. And that's what today feels like for the most part, right? We have NFP, and I'm going to frame this out the same way. You see the volume on the bottom of my chart here, and these candles. I'm going to frame out the NFP candle, right? Because we know that there were market participants in there, right? We see the high volume spike. So I'm going to frame that out. And this is kind of what we were looking for. And the same thing we just talked about in that gas, right? Do the buyers that came in here, do they support this price, or will they let it pull back because they've achieved whatever they're trying to, right? Now we have the session open, which we know is always going to trade a lot of volume. And we have 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is this candle right here, right? So now that's how I framed out the day, right? As we were trading. I'm normally not going to take a trade in the first 15 minutes or so of the market open, because I want to try to determine where I fit in the market. But as we see right here, and we kind of talked about this exhaustion candle, this is
spot on,
telling us that we're going to turn around, right? And if we look at what price it happened, and I said it yesterday, a lot of times these exhaustion candles happen at major levels, right? In the NASDAQ, this happened at 1850. If we were watching yesterday, that same exhaustion candle happened at 17,400. Right, I'm going to go back to that NASDAQ example from yesterday really quick, just so we can see exactly that. And anyone who was with me in Discord, they know that I said, hey, this is potential for the low of the day, how this candle printed, right? Sellers up until that point were in control. We know we're going to get a lot of volume in the beginning of the day. That's fine. But now at 10:09, and there's no significance of 10:09 Eastern time, right? There's not a news event or anything like that, but we trade to a major level. There's a ton of volume, and that sets in the low of the day, right? This is a negative 153 contract candle, which means sellers technically were stronger in this candle, but they were not able to push price lower.
Divergence.
And it sets the low for the day, right? And we just trade up from there. We can see as we trade to these highs, the market respects these prices, doesn't trade back into these prices. It sets the low for the day, and we trend up. Now,
what made you choose the 3 minute? What made you choose the 3 minute candle?
I don't have a great answer, to be honest with you. It
just felt right for you.
Yeah, the 1 minute is a little bit too fast. The 3 minute for me helps me slow down a little bit and get more of a medium term picture about what's happening, right? So what I try to do is use a 3 minute, and then if I'm in a trade with good trade location, go to a 15 or a 30 to try to slow down. But so same thing here, right? Same example here where we had this 3 minute candle. We push up to a major level. Let's look at the delta for this candle. And I normally don't look at these deltas while I'm trading. I'll just look at time and sales, right? And I think you guys might have heard me say, as we push up to 1850, there was buyers at 1850, but no follow through, right? So that doesn't give me confidence that the buyers are strong enough to want to trade prices above 1850, right? If you want to trade 18,100, you're buying through 1850 at that point. And it may not be, it's a timing thing also, right? So they may not be ready to trade through 1850 now, but that doesn't mean that there's not potential for it later, right? But we see that exhaustion, and I'm going to frame out that candle again. And so now I have two areas. We have the high of this NFP candle, and we have this framed out exhaustion candle. Dakota was taking longs around here, right? 17,921. I think this is where we bought in the house account as well.
That's where I was bothering Andre too.
Right. we have to watch these. We have to watch these major levels, right? 17,900. If there are no sellers convinced that we need to trade below 17,900, gives it an opportunity for buyers to step back in, right? We got to think about what the market participants are doing. There's someone who shorted up here, right? Around 1833, we'll call it. As price pushes down to 17,900, what are we all going to do if there's no follow through? We have to buy it. The market's going to go back up, right? Now we go back up.
Excellent.
We trade here. And I want everyone to kind of pay attention to this volume pattern here. We took a trade in the house account that was short at 17,990. I think we got in at 985. We tested that level twice, right? The first time we tested it, volume was still decent, right? It wasn't low, but it was still decent. We came up here. We didn't get exactly to 50% of this candle, but we got pretty close. If you were using a 5 minute, it actually, it hit it to the tick. But we came up to about 50%. Buyers are slowing down, right? Volume is lower than this average. If you bought if you bought down here at 17,900, as price goes to 990 and doesn't hit 18K, what are we all going to do?
Get out.
We're selling our positions at that point, right? So if there's no volume to push it through that level, the likelihood, especially if we get to major levels, the likelihood of us pushing through it is lower, right? And then that was the idea for the short. We missed taking this one, and then ultimately when the market bounced back up towards these prices, this is the trade we took. And why I was saying I think we should cut it is because look at volume decreasing, and we sat in a 3-hour chop. So we would have been looking for a profit target that we were not going to get because no one else was trading at that time.
Okay. What is the average that you're using tracking your volume there? Is that a 20 or what is that?
It's a 14. 14. So the last 14 bars. Yep.
Okay, so if we don't have the great fortune of a monster pre-market candlestick, do you find yourself drawing 6,200 of these little 50-minute frame bars in one direction or another? What do we? Yeah, what happens?
I won't. So what I'll do is I'll frame out. Let's go to a day where we don't have news prior, right? Which is tough this week.
It's rare.
Yeah, not every week.
There's always something
find a
going on.
non-news event.
But let's look at FOMC day, right? So FOMC day, we did have some news that was prior to the market open, but we know that all of the volume is going to wait for FOMC, right? Let's look at what happens. Here's our whatever news came out at 8:30 that day, 8:30 Eastern time. We have the opening range, right, which is here as well. We know we're going to get volume there, but then look at the volume for the rest of the day. How many spikes do we have that are abnormal? We'll call it that way, right? There aren't many. So for me, and I'm more of a momentum trader. For me, this is telling me to just sit out, right? You're not going to get follow through. And I wouldn't call myself a breakout trader, right? Because I don't want to buy at the highs or sell at the lows. I want to know that the other market participants think there's more room left in the market, and then I'll join them at a better price than them, hopefully, right? So I want to see somebody buy 18,000, we get a pullback, and now I want to try to get in at a better position than them because I have different risk parameters. So yeah, on a day like this, I would probably frame out these two, right? We have the 8:30 candle, we have the opening range, and then I would pick anything that looks abnormal here, right? So we have this candle here, and I'll delete these as we go, especially if they overlap. But we have this one here, but then it's the same idea, right? If there's no volume, here's our range, and the range is established by this candle, right? So I want to be buying at the lows of these prices and selling at the highs. I would frame out this one.
There you go.
And see how the market responds. And there you go.
Okay.
Hopefully that's all making sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Nice and clean. So let's teleport ourselves to the future and let's take a look at what might happen in Power Hour. Oh, here's a question. Before you answer that, have you ever looked at daily candlesticks that have tremendous amount of volume and draw the same kind of thing around them?
Yes, absolutely. So, and it's part of the reason why I look at volume, right? And we actually all do it. But I don't know if we realize it or not, right? We pay attention to volume, right? During the winter, right? Holiday time, a lot of us say, hey, it's a slow trade. I'm not going to trade or whatever it is. Hoag, you traded on the floor. How many decisions were people making when there was no one on the floor? It's a lot less, right? And if those guys were making decisions, it's probably not the person that I want to follow, right? And that's what I want to try to identify. Who can I follow that has, intentions and can actually move the market? So Anne-Marie, great point. I will do this on higher time frames as well. I'll do it on the 30-minute. The 30-minute often gives us, pretty good levels, but on the daily as well, right? If we're looking at the daily for the NASDAQ here, we've traded 475,000 contracts today on the NASDAQ. We have an hour and a half left in the session. the average daily volume is 707,000.
Low.
So we're about half of the daily volume with an hour and a half left, and we know there's going to be volume at the end of the day that brings us up. But all of this price action happened in pretty much one candle.
Wow.
Right. So
okay. That's good to know.
I'm going to frame this out, and for the rest of the day, what I'll be looking at is, if I'm looking to buy this, and we kind of see it here, right? This is a 30-minute candle now, 17,972, we'll call it 17,970 in the NASDAQ, is 50% of the highest 30-minute candle we have here, and it's supportive, right? Now, as we push up, we know we had buying at 18K, we know we had buying at 1850. Are they going to follow through on that volume and push us through these highs? That's the question. But those would be the levels that I'm looking at.
Okay.
Are you looking for, like, do you track volume so closely that you know what, like, the average is going to be for the day, and then you're looking for a volume stick that's going to be like X percentage above the average, and then that's going to help you?
Yeah, so I trade the NASDAQ, or I look at the NASDAQ every day. So anything around 5,000 for the average on a 3-minute chart, and it's going to depend on what time frame you're looking at the market, right? But on a 3-minute chart, anything around 5,000 is usually pretty good. And sometimes I'll say, you know what, I'm not looking for a trade until I see at least 4,500 contracts traded in the NASDAQ. If I don't see that, then there's no trade.
Yeah, we're getting a pretty good pullback here.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been working behind the scenes.
You did take a short, right, Dolby?
Yeah, I'm short 3 at 18,024.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, when that price action and the dome died up there, I was getting really concerned about longs there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ladder started getting a little bit slow and pokey, which is very unusual for NASDAQ. The range was super tight. I think it offered up very, very, very cheap trades.
Very whippy.
Very, very whippy. We'll see if we end up bouncing. I was looking for 18,000 to the downside, and we might actually just bounce all the way back up, which is totally insane. Hit you, NASDAQ.
What was that number at the 50% mark? 17,009 what?
For the NASDAQ, it is 17. So I did it for that was a 30-minute candle we were just talking about.
Yeah.
It was 17,970.
Okay.
17,970.
All right. So to throw a kink in it, if I did it in the hourly one, what it would show me, it's the same sort of 30-minute candlestick. It shows me that number at something like 966. Is that what you're seeing? If you did it for the hourly one?
On the hourly NASDAQ, I'm looking at this candle right here, which starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. The high of the candle is 50 and a quarter. The low is
perfect
93.75, and 50% is 973 half.
Okay, 73. All right. Okay.
Wow.
And then we can kind of see it, right? If we framed out this candle on the hourly chart during fast markets, there was no follow through, and pretty much the next hourly candle was the low there, right, where sellers were not able to take price lower, and that's where we buy it there, right at the lows.
Yeah, I'm digging this. I like it.
Yeah,
it's straightforward, right? It's straightforward, and the one thing we haven't talked about is risk thresholds. So let's say you're looking for the candlestick to retrace to the 50% marker, but that candlestick is 40 points wide. Are you going to take that extra 20 points of risk? Are you going to downsize? Are you going to do micros? What do you do to minimize risk in the space of an outside risk event that says, hey, if you use minis, you might get your legs chopped out?
Good question.
That's a great question, Emery. Especially because most of these candles that we're framing out are going to be pretty big, right? Because I don't want to. I'm not going to frame out a 12-point candle in Nasdaq. Doesn't mean anything to me, right? So normally on these, I will go with a defined stop where it's like I'll go 80 ticks on the Nasdaq, right, which is 20 points, and I'll look for market structure around that stop to see whether or not I should use that market structure. If the market goes 20 ticks against or 80 ticks against me, I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong, and either my trade location is wrong or my timing is wrong, and I could always get back in a trade, right? Where if we don't hold the 50%, right? If we don't hold 50%, but we trade down towards the low of that candle, and I'm looking to buy, then I'll look for the lows of the candle to hold. Right, so 50% is going to be where I look for my first entry. But if that doesn't hold, then I'll look for the lows of the candle to hold, and I can admit if I'm wrong, right? Because my timing may be wrong. What's really important to identify is when we set a level, and you can kind of see it when we're on fast markets and we're talking about a trade. Hey, I have the level, but now how is the market approaching that level? If there's a ton of selling volume coming into that, I'm not going to stop it, right? I'm not going to step in front of an army of sellers and say, hey, well, we're at 50%. Let me just go ahead and buy it, right? So I want to see the approach as well, right? So if we have a ton of selling coming into a level, I'm not going to just jump in.
If you're going to do that, you've got to buy them all.
Exactly.
Exactly. So here's a question that I think newer traders and really traders who are catching their stride in terms of entry on a strategy that is as structured as this one, it comes into your 50. When you say let structure form or watch it hold, are you collapsing into an even smaller time frame? What are you looking at specifically? You're still looking at the 3-minute and you're looking for it to close over that level on volume in the direction of the trend, the trade that you're trying to take.
Correct. So what I'm looking at, and this is just the way I learned it, I'm looking at time and sales, right? And I have time and sales up next to my chart. It's similar to how Dakota uses a 100-tick chart, right? You're just kind of reading the momentum at the time. So I'll look at time and sales to see whether or not there are sellers coming in, and to get a 50% retracement, you're going to have to see selling, right? Which is okay. I don't want to see selling that tells me we're going to break through that level.
Right? Jay, so what filter do you have on your time and sales?
For the NASDAQ, I have a 6-lot filter. For the ES, it's 20.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Very good. And for somebody like me that would have a seizure looking at time and sales repeatedly, what would you suggest that I keep my eyes on that might give me a clue? Is it simply candlestick motion? Watch for the speed of the candlestick to hold at those baselines, watching them to close above the range with that increased volume, or what are you thinking?
What's the shortest time frame that you use, Emery?
Sometimes I'll look at a minute.
Okay. So I think in order to tell the momentum in the moment, we do have to have some type of indication of that, right? Whether it's a minute chart, it's a tick chart, it's time and sales, something like that. But then, you want to see how these, right? So if I'm looking for a pullback into this 50% level, I don't want to see a candle that looks like this, right? I think we all kind of have an idea of what indecision candles look like. There's wicks. I don't want to see a big body candle coming into a level and expecting that level to hold. I want to see what looks like indecision and whatever that looks like on your time frames. If that's wicks on your minute candles, if it's smaller bodied candles. But for me, it's going to be reading time and sales, and that's just the way I learned how to do it. Reading time and sales and seeing the flow there.
Okay, very good.
I love how
Man,
simple your
that was
system
great.
is.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Hopefully it is simple. Sometimes I feel like it's traders are just like, there's a lot going on there, but it really is. If there's no volume, there's no trade.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I like it.
yeah.
How did you learn to read time and sales?
Trading stocks, actually, which is actually a lot simpler. And I'll say simpler because there's a lot less involved, right, with reading time and sales. And the way we were trading it was, we would look for a high volume stock for that day, right? And it'd be a random $30 stock that you've never heard of, but for some reason, there's a lot of volume that day. It's like, oh, well, why do these bigger participants feel the need to trade this today? And how can I get in the flow with them, right? And that's really what it is. What makes it a little bit more difficult with trading the equities is these markets trade every single day, right? So a lot of these examples, nat gas was one of the ones that kind of reminded me of the stock trading we did before. And the reason I moved over to futures was because we did so much scanning, and you could scan and get the wrong one, right? You might have a stock that trades, 1 million contracts in a 1 minute candle and then doesn't trade for the rest of the day and chops, and you're just like, well, I picked the wrong horse, right? But in some of these futures markets, right, the likelihood of volume just dying out for the day is pretty low. At least, I could get a trade in it, right? Nat gas, again, we look at the nat gas, wasn't much going on. We know we had a report out today. That report causes some volume. I take a trade. I can take a trade in here. I can take a counter trend trade, and then I don't need to look at the market for the rest of the day. Right? I don't have to have an idea about where it's going, have an opinion of, inflation is doing this, and
yeah, right.
It doesn't. Someone else who traded, what's this? This candle, 3 minute candle in nat gas is 7,000 contracts. The average is normally around 1,300. Whoever traded those 7,000 contracts in nat gas gets paid to figure out why they should trade those 7,000 contracts in nat gas. I just have to follow them, right? And that's the way I read it. So I don't have to know. Let them tell me, and then I'll just trade around them.
Very interesting. That's good. It's good stuff. Yeah, that's real good stuff.
So what would your thoughts be in like the NASDAQ right now? We're chopping around. We got 10 minutes left 10 minutes, then we got power hour. Do you see any volume here that piques your interest in real time?
So we got a little spike right here, right? And this 39 candle, but then you got to look at what were they able to achieve with more volume? Nothing. Price is still pretty much in this range. So I would be looking for kind of frame. What would you call the range right now in the NASDAQ, Dolby?
It's a good question. It's not in the hour. It's not in the 30-minute. I would say let's do a 15-minute range. Yeah, I would say we're in a 15-minute range currently, with the low being 18,003 1/4 and the high being 18,027 3/4. I would consider that to be the range that we're currently in, 15-minute range. And I'll go ahead and annotate that on my charts.
I kind of framed it out, not exactly what you were just talking about, but I have this red rectangle here, and we did the same thing in this range here.
Yeah, very similar.
So what I would be looking for, and I might sacrifice trade location for confirmation of the trade, right? What I would be looking for is volume to push us out of this range in either direction. If price goes with it and volume doesn't, it may be a trade, but it's a trade that I'm okay missing because no volume went with it. There's less confirmation. Right. So if I see volume start to increase as price leaves this range, that tells me that there's potential for a trade. If not, yeah, and to try to go with it. If not, then I'm okay.
So you said something super interesting about 3 minutes ago, and I want to repeat so that folks can hear it. You said, yes, volume is higher on that candle, but what were they able to do with it? And that is a follow-through question that falls into sort of that OODA loop space that says, wait a second, you need to ask that follow-up question before you just say, oh, okay, this is where I'm going. And that never occurred to me until you just said it. You said
Gotcha.
higher volume, but could it move out of the range? So I'm going to have to unpack that to think about how many ways that might be true to the upside. It might be true it might be true when price is moving up. It might be true when price is moving down. It might be true when price is moving sideways. So that big volume says, hey, that's the reason that you put the box around there to go, what's going on with this actual motion?
Exactly. Someone just said in the chat, that's where delta comes in. Let's look at the delta for that candle. So there was a ton of volume, but it was negative delta, negative 404 delta in that candle specifically. That means sellers tried to push price. Now let's look at where they tried to do that, right? So sellers tried to push price here near a major level, right? 18K is right below us, and they were not able to get price below that. I would consider that candle, though, because it kind of came out of nowhere, and it's in the middle of this range, I would consider that noise, right? And there is a lot of noise, right? With reading volume, with reading time and sales, there's a ton of noise, right? I recommend anytime a trader, pulls up time and sales and like, hey, Coach Jay, there's a big buy order, there's a big sell order. There's a 25 contract order filled right here in the NASDAQ at 1822.50. That's just noise. If I try to make sense of every single print, then I'll go crazy, right? Yeah. But significant prints and ones that stand out are going to be important. And the last thing I'll point out on that candle that we said was kind of big, it sticks out. I had said it earlier that on the NASDAQ, I'm usually looking for around 4,500 contracts traded in a 3-minute candle to say that that's significant volume. This one was 2,500 candles. So with going with those numbers, I can ignore that.
There's a question in chat. What is the tool you're using? Is that Fib? Is that Ganbox? Is it custom? What are you using there?
It's a Fib tool, but I just took out all the intermediate levels and I just have 0.
I do the
25.
same thing with mine.
Yeah, and 50. Yep.
Oh, NQ is starting to dip a little bit. We just touched 18,000 in the NASI here. I am still looking for.
Did you cover?
I'll cover one more. No, I really want to hold this. I want the 15-minute range to break out.
So look at this real quick, right? They just traded 18K.
So fast.
Volume's increasing, but they were not able to push price lower than 18K. And we see, and this is reading time and sales here, all these orders here, right? There's a ton of buying that just popped in right there. So it's mixed, right? I would call this a mixed tape right now. Really not giving me direction, and that's telling me to stay out.
Nice. I probably should cover, but I really want this range to break out, and that's kind of the name of the game. So we'll hold it.
But you don't get to choose.
Nope. I don't want to overmanage this. Just let the 15-minute play out. It's not going to stay there forever. Never does. But NASDAQ's tough. Jay, do you trade a lot of NASDAQ?
Yeah, I do. Written on this whiteboard over here is trade the major levels in the NASDAQ. And for that reason, right, I try to stay out of the middles, identify the volume reaction to a major level, and then trade around that.
Nice.
Dakota said if we
and
only
what's your
have
hold time? What's your hold time like in the NASDAQ? I find it very, very difficult to be holding trades.
Usually 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Where it's a quicker move, right? Especially because I'm trying to if I'm like something like this, right? This would be a trade setup for me here, where we pushed 1850. We had buyers there, and I'm looking for a natural pullback off of that move, right? Because if I want to follow the buyers at 1850, I need a pullback, right? Or I can't buy it up there. So that pullback happened really quick. That was, if I was able to take that short, right? If I was prepared to take a short around 1850, where it traded through a major level, that would have been a 3-minute trade. But the market moved 100 points.
Yeah.
So at that point, I'm not looking. Go ahead. Yeah.
Every time I open up NASDAQ and place a trade, I'm just like, this is insane price action. Just totally insane.
Right.
But I'm using your volume stuff now, so that's
hopefully it helps. If you have any questions, let me know. I did in Discord. There's a couple of examples of trades that we did in the coaches library of just a live trade example of the NASDAQ, talking about, hey, this is where volume was executed. This is what we can expect to happen.
I would love to see that actually.
So if anyone has any questions, let me know if you want to check out those videos.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you a DM. I would love to watch a video about that. We are oh my god, it's 158. Jay, Anne-Marie, Hoag, thank you all so much. This was super informative. Anne-Marie, thank you for asking such good questions to Jay. I love your enthusiasm for learning other people's trading strategies. At the end of the year, we might have to have you give a little PowerPoint presentation on each one. So that would be.
I'm hoping
awesome.
to build the strategy cards. I'm just dealing with some personal things right now at home with mom. So, but I'm definitely going to put the cards together and have them so people can see and watch. And what I want the coaches to do is expose their frameworks well enough, because we know trading is such a personal thing. They can take the big, strong elements that they like and then say, I'm going to add this to my current framework. So I think it'd be so exciting. I'm looking forward to having that up there.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
If you need any help with my range-bound trading card, let me know. We'll have a range card, volume card. It's going to be great. Maybe we'll make them holographic and the traders can trade them and collect them. I think MP's trading card would be the most rare.
Like Pokemon card.
I was just about to say, I don't know whose famous Pikachu is the only person I know, but
right?
Yeah.
I'm sure we can have ChatGPT make a Pokemon of MP and print a card for him. But we do have Power Hour coming up with Andre, myself, and Zach Anthony, who's quickly become a crowd favorite. And we're going to be trading the house account, which means I'm going to be bothering Andre a whole lot. So I hope you're ready for it, chat. Maybe I can get him to take a silly trade in the house account that makes some money.
Jay, thanks, my friend. Anne-Marie, love you.
Thank you, guys.
We will see you.
Same here, John.
Stay tuned.
Love you, big. See you, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. Last power hour of the week. Oh, what a week it's been. The man in the middle, Zach Anthony, coming to you live from Brooklyn, New York. What's up, Zach Anthony? How's it going?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Good. That's how cool New York is, man. They just hit you with a what's up. That's New York for you. Very, very cool. Man. Man on the right.
Nice, coffee too. Nice.
Yeah, nice. With the
always
volcano eruption, just fire behind them. The brimstone right there.
I had to do the roast today. I had to roast some traders. That was hard, not gonna lie. Props to Jack for doing the roasts. I had I think 16 hours to prepare.
Sheesh. Stand up is tough.
Who were you roasting? You were roasting chat?
Mostly Mick, actually. I think most of my good roasts were actually towards Mick. I think a decent one or two towards the traders, but it's hard. You have nothing to work with. You have like a name and then like some numbers, and it's like there's not a lot going on there. So a lot of the joke has to be something you write, not in the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know this was happening.
Yeah.
Hold on, gentlemen, real quick. I want to get this out of the way, or not out of the way, but get it out in front of it. Hashtag Power Hour. We'd love to grab your submissions. Dolby time. How do we explain hashtag Power? What we're trying to do with it? Maybe we can get a quick turnaround by the end of this Power Hour segment right now.
Oh yeah, no, it's picking up steam. So we're running a hashtag Power Hour on X, formerly known as Twitter, and we want the community here who is watching during Power Hour to send us whatever you got. That includes memes, your wins, your trader certificates, whatever you have. We want it. So tag us at Topstep. Use hashtag Power Hour. I'm searching the interwebs to find the best posts, and I will send those over to our production team and then post them live on air so you can see your own stuff.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Nice plug there. Hashtag Power Hour. We'll scrape the internets for you. Turn around and see what we got there. So, all right, Zach Anthony, got 50 minutes left in the trading week. Assess the week. How have you traded? How have you gone today? Have you taken any trades today?
Yeah, so it's been a pretty good week. I think I'm up maybe 7K for the week.
Very nice.
Something around there. So no complaints there. Today I took one trade on CL around 9:30. I could actually pull that up.
Yeah.
Really easy, real quick. There was a lot more to be had, but on Fridays, man, it's really important for me to just take what I can get because Fridays are statistically my worst day. I feel like it's bad for me either way. Whether I had a good week, then if I have some losing trades, I end up feeling like, damn, like I lost profits at the end of the week. And then if I'm down on the week, I go into Friday trying to make money back. So it's really important for me to just like stay patient, find one good setup and just call it. So that's what I did.
Yeah. Very nice. That's a great week. Is that across XFAs, live accounts, combines?
Yeah, it's two live accounts or like sim funded accounts, and then
sweet.
2 XFAs as well. That I just started yesterday. Actually, I just got started with those.
Very nice.
That's great numbers. I'm glad you were able to capture some gains in what I would consider a fairly challenging market state.
Yeah, it was challenging this week. I mean, I think the month of April, it was challenging to get like all together. I mean, I haven't received any payouts yet this month, but it looks like I'm just getting ready to lock one in. So I'm going to count it towards April's profits because we're still in the first week of May.
When you do take that payout, please tell us. Document it for us a little bit. We'd love to pass it along to all the audience because people love that. I am seeing a couple questions in the chat about Delta update. Trusty John says the 211 here is plus 6,600 in the S&Ps and the ES, plus 1,400 in NASDAQ. So that hasn't changed that much in the last 10 minutes or so, but we will keep you posted. We do have the house account open again for this power hour. We will be looking to possibly take an ES trade. We are trading around the highs of the day at 51.59. I thought we were going to give it an old college try by that pullback and keep running here, but we've kind of petered out, ran out a bit of steam. We will be looking to take a house account trade if it does come in. It's probably not going to be this 15 lot we're accustomed to in the mornings. House account's up almost $2,300 on the day. So we're going to try to defend that, and we definitely don't want to give it all back. High water mark today, we're up about 5,500. First trade of the day, up $5,500, followed by 2 losing trades to take us down to 22.65. So,
yeah, oh man,
so
Dre,
yes,
there's opportunity everywhere right now. We got ranges on ranges
everywhere.
I am salivating over these opportunities right now.
What direction are you guys leaning towards? Because I really can't think of anything but shorting right now. Up at these highs, man.
Personally, short. Personally,
the short, right?
On the short side. That's where I'm leaning. I know it's hard to because it's indices and it's a Friday and it's just a casual bid. But just the way it feels like a short. And I've had success.
I mean, we have
one short.
We have a ton of imbalance below too. Like that 5-minute candle from the news, it's going to get filled at some point. We just don't know if it's going to happen today, but I think it's a clear target to trade towards if we can start breaking down up here.
Yeah, and buyers have really not been very aggressive. It's been very, very range bound in NASDAQ. When was the last time we've even seen NASDAQ do this sort of range bound trading? I mean, it is 2 very, very stacked ranges. Because you have one from 10:30 to about 1, and then you have from 1 till about 2. And it's just, a range stacked on a range. So I think there's a lot of really good cheap trades here. We just have to get the direction right. But I think there is a lot of value to be had just with these consolidations that we've had thus far.
I like that.
Well, the question, JD, which trade is the cheaper one? Is it cheaper to go long or is it cheaper to go short?
It's definitely not cheap to go long right now.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I mean, Dre, we could do like what? How would you say? We could do like a 5 lot and try to like average into it?
We could. We're going to need more of the reason than just it feels like it's going to go lower, though. Unfortunately, I would love to be able to execute. I'd love for the house account to be able to execute trades based on feel. Unfortunately, feel isn't going to put money in the bank as much as I would love to.
What can I give you, Dre, that will help you? Do we need something from chat? Do I need to round up chat to give us something?
Yes, chat, some level, more reasons. I mean, it is Friday, the last 45 minutes of the trading week. So anything looking for some serious movement, I think full port, Nick T says, you guys are just a bad influence. Just a bad influence around here. Let's see. You know what? How about we do a couple test trades? You dip a toe in the water, test out some of your hypothesis, and then we can go from there, I think. Because I think you get a better read when you are in the market, Dolby.
It does help.
I agree.
Yep.
Sometimes you just got to put trades on and just see where you're at.
Exactly.
Also, I'm not a huge fan of just talking theory and like this is what the market did and this is what my strategy would have done. But it's like if you never place the trade and you're doing all the talking, then you've kind of done yourself a disservice. Like if you're going to be talking about your setups, just take the setup, just put the trade on, do a micro or an E-mini. I think that part of execution needs to get practiced just as much as any other. So
100%.
Let's throw in some.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah,
I'll follow your lead.
It's cheap.
I'm not blowing this house account today, Dolby. I ain't blowing this
thing. We're not going to blow anything.
We got something good going, man. God bless. We got something good finally going.
So are you guys up on the house account since you started?
Good question. Since we really started tracking it the first of the month, I guess you'd call it our official start date, if you will. We are up like 11, 12 grand.
Nice.
First of the month. January, day 3.
Yeah.
But yes, we're going to try to build on it, get bigger and bigger and bigger. Go from a 15 lot default to a 25 lot to a 50 lot default. Hopefully by the end of the year, we're trading somewhere closer to triple digits is the plan. We got to build that account to get there. So trying to
climb
Mount Everest.
Throwing 50 on, throwing 50 lot on. It's a little nerve wracking even to throw.
If we got 100 G's, if we got 100 G's in the account, I'm fine with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we got to get to there. We got to get there.
I am leaning on the short side for sure.
I
I'd
see
be interested in maybe planning out some shorts above the mid range and see what we can get filled on. I know. I'm assuming Dakota is probably long or long bias, but I also don't want to get too hung up.
At this time of the
year, does.
Joe Baez in the chats here. Bearish if it breaks below 18,000. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Mango. Who came up with the name Power Hour? It's clever. I think it kind of
just been around.
Yeah, this kind of
that's like an old school thing, right?
Yeah.
I feel like people have always been calling it Power Hour.
Yes, we have. So we'll keep an eye. If we break below 18,000's NASDAQ, we'll keep an eye on how it reacts around that level. Hoop with Delta Light may not get a good one. That's okay. I will not say that name, but someone in the chat says this is going up or down, but I'm not going to say that name. I say that.
Is that a bad name? Oh, that's Spanish.
The username? Yeah, I can't say that one.
Let me get Google Translate real quick. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, so we are good. Oh man, if we're watching only ES, I think if we get below 51.33 3/4, down we go. However, that could also be a cheap long if we like the longs. It has been catching. If we really do think that this is just going to fade higher, that would be a cheap long. I mean, it'd have to be a pretty tight stop in my opinion, but if we wanted to do it, it would be there.
True Champion says Coward Hour. We should rename it too. True Champion, clever. I haven't heard that one before. Coward Hour. I like that. Zach Anthony, last time you were here, did you kill the volatility last time you were here also?
I did, man. So I'm really trying to make something happen here today. I did take a short though. I took a short, but just remember, guys, like I use tight stops and I have about a 25% win rate, and I go with a high risk reward. So it's very possible that this first entry will lose, and it won't bother me one bit. It's just how my system works.
Pretty sweet short right there in the NQ.
Yeah, I'm short from 18.11.50. So
50 Dolby time.
Trying to get up at the highs,
What you looking to get a short as well? Dolby time.
I would. This price isn't my favorite. It'd be a relatively expensive short, but I do think the momentum is pretty good to the downside. The Bulls haven't done anything to make me super excited about their progress today. It feels like it wants to roll over more. I wouldn't mind seeing like 51.28 in the ES, which is like 20 to 30 points lower than where it's at right now. But I bet there are very, very weak longs and a lot of stops right below there. That would be delicious to get if you are a larger player and are looking to get long in a longer term time.
Yeah, exactly.
Volume has faded. All right, keep us up to date with your trade here, Zach. You are short 1 from 11, 18,011. See how the market reacts here. I know some people are bearish if we break below 18,000 as we approach it now.
I'll probably target 200 ticks.
I overmanaged my NQ trade.
50 points? 200 ticks, 50 points?
Yes. Yeah, 17,961.50 will be my TP if we get there.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yes.
Sure, I'd maybe try. Oh man,
what you got? I'm not gonna lie. We need more conviction than I maybe try. I'd love to try shit.
We need chat. I would love to just try. Bullish or bearish? We haven't taken any trades yet, Joe. We're trying to get bullish or bearish from chat first, and then we can start figuring out something to do.
Let's go.
Okay. Well, I know we will have quiz results later in this segment. We have some trader wins along the way as well. We said
there's some good stuff coming in for hashtag Power Hour. I'm not joking here.
Oh, cool. Nice. Asking we shall receive. Hey, we're under 1,000 likes right now, guys. Can we get to 1,000, please? And click subscribe. Let's see if we can get to 85.5 subscribers. We are doing quite well there. Really happy with the response we get from our audience. You guys are the best, absolutely. Again, in case you haven't heard, big Monday coming up in about 72 hours or so. Huge Monday. Tune in for that. We got a great big announcement to make. You guys will be very happy with what you hear from us and what we're bringing, Topstep. But yeah, please tune in Monday. I think you'll like what we got here. Quick update on the old dollars. All right, Zach, let's talk about that. Hey, Zach, let's talk about this trade. Why'd you take the trade?
So really, it's so it's less about where the entry is for me and more about what I think the draw on liquidity is. I think I would like to see us come down and fill some of this imbalance, maybe take out these wicks here in this fair value gap. Okay. So ideally, I really like if this gets me stopped out, I still will hold my short bias if we maybe sweep this high and then start breaking back down. But basically what I'm seeing, I also use stochastic divergences to help me gauge the momentum. And if you see here, the Stokes are moving quite lower. So the momentum is kind of dying off around here. We're at the 78.6 retracement, Fibonacci retracement. So yeah, it was just worth a stab with my tight stops. I could afford to lose 3 trades and still make money when I get my winner. So
good stuff. Thank you. We'll be monitoring that. Where's your stop at, Zach?
18.24 and a quarter.
Gotcha. Nick T. Gamma still sitting largely at 5,100. Wouldn't shock me if we get a flush here. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
5150 is the magic number in the S&Ps. There is a big magnet to that number.
What's VWAP?
S&P's chilling right around 41s. I got. Correct me if I'm wrong there. VWAP. I agree with you,
Yeah, I mean, it was a series of higher, lower highs in ES, higher lows in the 5-minute. What is that noise?
That's Brooklyn.
Can you guys hear that? I was just going to ask.
Baby.
That's Brooklyn, man.
I love New York, man.
Oh,
I love it.
Goodness. Just alarms.
I love it, man.
I can't live without it. Peace for me.
I'm gonna be out. Yeah. I'm gonna be out there at the end of June, Zach. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to hear just.
Oh yeah, man.
Feel the energy of New York, man. Nothing like it.
Yeah, man. Hit me up if you ever want, man.
Well, yeah.
I'll have a beer with you, Andre.
Hell yeah. Joe Drennan, you asked and answered.
If we can get below like 51.53 and 3/4, I'd be very interested in seeing how the Bulls and Bears start performing. But I have the 15-minute range low at 51.53 and 3/4, and the 15-minute range high is 51.62.
Okay. Boy, we are. This market just has come to a screeching halt.
Yeah, it's like you could do a buy order at like 51.55 with a stop at like 51.52. That would put your stop outside of the 15-minute range. We just have to have bullish conviction.
Are you looking for the house account to do this? Or is this a Dolby trade?
I'm always looking to the house account. You and me, buddy. I'm always looking for the house account. I'm trying to hit that. I want to make over 10 grand with you on air. I think that would be pretty fun.
Well, yes. You know what? The house account is really. I really want to get that short squeeze set up. I was thinking about it. I'm thinking, I'll do 25 or 30 lot if we get that set up. It's gonna come to us, but yeah. We get them short 20, 25,000.
What price are you guys looking for?
Dolby Time's looking for prices.
If we're doing ES, I have a 15-minute range between 51.53 and 3/4 and 51.62. So it's probably a very similar range that you see in like NASDAQ. Actually, they both look very familiar. They're both in 15-minute ranges. For NQ, 18,002 and 3/4, and then the high is 18,027 and 3/4. So we're actually kind of in the middle of that 15-minute range that I have drawn up.
Gotcha. So you'd want to see it come down a few points and then try and just grab that liquidity sweep.
Yeah, I would want like 18,000 on a long, and then 18,025-ish for a short, because that's the most value you can get within that range. So the cheapest short would be 18,027 because you can just set your stop on the other side of the range, and then you're putting the responsibility on the market to make new highs or new lows. That's the general concept of range trading, and then vice versa.
Yeah,
for the
for
long,
sure.
You know, draw a box and put your stop outside of the box.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's literally range trading. That is it.
A lot of boxes this week. So a lot of boxes.
Well, yeah.
It was good to see. Oh,
I feel like we're probably going to pop up.
Yeah, we are.
I don't know.
This is the tricky part. This is the tricky part.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I mean, it might pop, but we're still within range, right? So
yes, we are. 100%.
Anything, in my opinion, if I was range trading, any movement within the range doesn't matter. Does not matter.
See, NASDAQ is just so emotional. It has such emotional volatility.
Emotional.
It's why I really love trading CL because it's just slower. I can kind of focus and think about what I need to do. Like NASDAQ, it's just so violent.
It's insane.
It's a very emo market. It just has My Chemical Romance on repeat.
It's
just
exactly.
That's my kind of market.
There it is,
Yeah,
James.
you must love the Now's waiting for you to come in. I was waiting.
We are trading sideways. It's to be expected. But if you were looking to get short, we got kind of art that we were the higher end of that 5-minute range there.
I mean, here's our box, and we have just a series of lower highs and higher lows. This is we have a wedge inside of a box. This is like the ultimate indecision. Market has no idea what it wants to do right now.
That's okay. If they don't know, then we don't know.
It's not going to stay here, but it's not going to stay here.
Oh yeah, Dolby, I want to talk to you about that. I was thinking about this at lunch, actually. I was like, I'm going to be on Power Hour, Dolby. And you're notorious for your range trades, but you're also notorious for, we're not going to stay in this range forever, right? So you like the range trade knowing that eventually one of those trades will indeed be a loser, correct? If that's
what
the
do you
theory?
mean? Well, yeah, I mean, eventually the Bulls or the Bears have to win. It's like the range trade will give you a location, but you have to determine what your bias is. So if the market is in an uptrend, and then the shorts within the range, within like a 5-minute range, are always going to get filled, and you're always going to get stopped out. So it's only half the battle. The other half is making sure you have the direction right. But the range trade and the box concept will give you good location and an easy place to spot an entry and an easy spot to place a stop. But the art of it is making sure you're aligned properly.
There you go, Richard.
Now, do you like trying to anticipate a breakout of that range too, and maybe holding a runner?
It's impossible.
Or like taking partials.
I don't trade breakouts.
It's impossible to see a breakout to call the breakout, in my opinion.
No, but I mean, like you get in at the bottom of the range, but maybe it's moving nicely. There's a lot of momentum behind it, and you're maybe take 50% off at the top of the range, but say like, I'll hold the other 50%.
Oh, let it run. Oh, hell yeah, yeah. I think if you want to go to range trading, academy, I think one of the first things that they're going to tell you is that you have to be comfortable holding positions for at least half an hour. Because that is how that's why I have a really hard time trading NASDAQ, actually, is because it moves very, very quickly. And most of the strength of being a range-bound trader is being able to hold the trade from range to range. And then if you're a real baller and the market's participating, you get, range to breakout. And then that's where the real value is, because your positioning is going to be so good. Once you go back and look at your entry relative to where the market is, you're going to look like an absolute, trader god. On the flip side, if you're wrong, you're dead wrong so fast, and you look like an absolute idiot, which has happened. But that's range trading. Either you have a great entry or a terrible entry, and there's very little in between.
Yeah. But at least you have that tighter stop loss. It's a little tighter than what your take profit's going to be,
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So if you're wrong, you're wrong quick.
Yeah. Like, for example, take the ES, right? Let's just say theoretically we went, long at what is this 51 54 25, then we would set a stop outside of that range, and let's say we could have this stop at 51 53, right? So that's, in general, that would be the range trade where we've identified a 15-minute range, Then we want to try to buy the bottom, so somewhere between 51.54 and 51.55, and then we want our stop to be outside of the range. That would be like 51.53. And so the bet that we're making is that, oh, the market hasn't been able to get to this level.
Right.
So I'm going to continue making that bet that it's not going to be able to do that. That's it.
Mhm.
And it can go up and down and zigzag back and forth more often than it will break up or break down.
Market ranges 70% of the time, they say.
That's what I
It
saw.
does. Yeah. So
And to me,
I think it's a really
okay.
useful tool.
Well, let's talk about that. Market range is 70% of the time. For me, when I hear that, that means 70% of the time I should not be trading. Whereas you guys are looking at like 70% of the time. That's my, that's my bread and butter. That's my
cheap
wheelhouse.
trades. Cheap trades. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it
100%.
also depends what time frame you're trading on. Like, that's why I execute on the 1 minute a lot, and I'll be using the higher time frame, like the daily 4 hour, 1 hour, to find my levels and my directional bias. But we could be in a 4 hour range, but on the 1 minute trending up, and I can catch a piece of that 1 minute trend within the 4 hour consolidation.
Yep. And you can get ranges nested within ranges. So you could have like a 1 minute range on the high of a 1 hour range. And then maybe that's going to be a sign of reversal or something. There's all sorts of ways to play it. We are getting really close to 51.54 here. So
yes, we are.
If bulls felt like coming in, it'd probably be a pretty good time to get a cheap long. But only if you are bullish, in my opinion. Otherwise, you're probably not super interested. If you're short, you're probably very happy. But for example, Zach, I would not be interested in taking a short at 51.55 because that is too close.
Yeah.
Right? That to me is more of a momentum trader than it is a range trader.
Definitely.
You guys would be more interested in taking a short at 55 as opposed to taking a long at 55 as opposed to a short at 55, if I'm understanding you?
Theoretically, yeah. That's how the range trade would play out. Yeah. So, like, Dre, if we wanted to get short,
to me it looks like
we would want to get short 51.58 and like above.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, to me right now, if it can get tight here at 51.54, I think this is actually a fairly cheap long because now there might be a bunch of people who just got stopped out, kind of catching a bid. We could set a stop that'd be super tight. Like if you just smash 15 lots right now, like you can set a stop at like 51.52. Like it's had a hard time getting down there. You know what I mean? But maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. Like we don't know what's going to happen. We can just take a trade and define our risk, which is why I like boxes, because you can just define your risk within the box or outside of the box.
Always important.
Ideally. Yeah.
Always important.
Yeah. The more you trade, the more you realize, technical analysis is very important. Don't get me wrong, but just being able to manage your risk appropriately and knowing what your R is. And that's been the most important thing. Like I know I have my 1R is a specific dollar amount. And if I can catch 3R on average on my trades, I could lose. I think it's like 22% of the time I only need to win 22% of the time. And that helps me so much psychologically. And it just works. That winner pays for a ton of losses.
Yes, it does.
Here we go. We're starting to get some movement down.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't want to watch the NQ because it's a faker. Yeah, I like
18,000.
You could easily hop in.
Yeah,
with some longs here.
So you gotta get
the thing with range trading is that it always looks like your trade always looks insane because you're going to be buying into selling pressure, hoping that other people are going to hop in and cover,
right?
And vice versa. That's why range trading is so hard. It's because your trades they look insane. They look totally insane. Like who would ever step in and buy here because it's already headed down, strong red candlestick. Oh look, buyers are stepping in. Right. So you kind of have to have a little bit of faith that your range is going to play out, and you're hoping other traders are also seeing the same thing, which is why it helps, trying to keep things as simple as possible, but also try to not think about what you're doing, but what other market participants are doing, because they are the ones that, great bounce, 51.54. It looked real shitty about a minute ago, but now it looks pretty good. Welcome to range trading.
Range is in play.
Yep. Yeah, like everyone in chat felt super confident we were going down, selling pressure, momentum was down. It's the bottom of a 15-minute range, and all of a sudden buyers come right back in.
Yep.
Right back in. Well, I mean, listen, like, we're still not making higher highs though. At least not yet.
I think we're stuck. I think we're stuck here. Maybe the last 10 minutes, maybe last 5 minutes, we'll get out of this sucker, if that. But right now, the market feels like it is stuck in this range, and volume is nothing right now. And so that's what's on Monday. You got to tune in, Fruits of Deeds. Tune in Monday. Promise you'll like what you hear.
Yeah,
I love range
before
trading.
would have been cheap. It is, yeah. I mean, people should love range trading. Hopefully, Anne Marie caught some of that, unless she's done for the day. I mean, I even think that we could get some really cheap shorts too if we can pop above 51.62. You know, that could be really, really good shorts. Doesn't mean it's going to win. It's just a really cheap trade because your risk is so well defined, and the opportunity is also so much opportunity to the downside. But like we're about halfway of the range. Like we could, theoretically sell like 2, and then just stack 2 up all the way up until 51.62. See what happens.
Wait, we're trying to stack order. Hold on, before we do, hold on, Dolby time. Hold on, let's get some quiz results in here real quick and trade wins if we got them. James, if you said you're ready. I hope.
Oh yeah, we're ready.
Yes, James, thank you.
No. Let's do here. We'll start with some trader wins. Dolby, you can help me with some commentary, and then we can go kill the market. So here's the first
commentary help. Yeah, who do we got here? Hold on. Yeah, so this was shared by Mike. Looks like Mike had this is actually a screenshot of a video that he took. He actually posted a really nice video of him explaining his trade. But I didn't want to play the whole video because it was like 1 minute and 30 seconds long. But thank you for sharing that. I hope this trade played out for you. Also, I hope you're enjoying Topstep X. I heard that's coming out soon. I don't know when, but that is the rumor. We're going to go to the next one. I think we have more
Yeah,
jokes.
we got some good memes. Got some good memes coming up now.
Love the memes. Nice.
Dolby time.
Look at that.
Dolby time.
That's it, man.
That's it right there. Nice. Well done. Who did that? Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Move on. That's a good one. Yeah, I like this next one too.
Oh, Carl Hungus.
Whoa.
One of our best bell-to-bellers. Hey, you ladies here for Power Hour 2. Carl, is that actually you though? That's what I really want to know.
Hungus.
Is that actually you at the wrestling tournament there? It's a nice onesie you got, Carl. Very nice onesie.
All right, and here are those. Right? Yeah, hot and fresh quiz winners.
Oh,
you'll notice Carl Hungus. That's 2 for you, Carl Hungus.
Nice.
Oh my God, Carl.
Okay.
Taylor Brunson, respect. Baller. Baller. Hippie grandpa. Sweet. Marco Bullet. My wife's boyfriend says hello, Marco.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names in the winners today. You'll notice Rips is on there. That's
Rips in there,
it's actually
that can't be him. That can't be him, right?
That's him.
Get out of here. He doesn't need
got 4 out of 4 right.
Hey man, you got that free reset.
Good for him.
Well,
gotta spend it all in one place, chat.
Got a poll question up here. What is the big announcement Monday? Dolby wins a Grammy. Andre got married. Huh.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't know.
Those are both very Topstep centric.
Is there a C? Is there a C?
Is the announcement specific to Topstep X?
I don't know.
It's specific. It's specific to Topstep. I'll give you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can read.
When you leak information,
you can read.
I'm trying to get it out of you guys.
Yeah.
Trying to get it out
image behind
the chat, man.
Yeah. You just gotta wait 48 hours? It's not even
72,
that long.
Yeah. But first, enjoy your weekend, everybody.
I've seen some people talking in the chat about Topstep X and wanting to trade on mobile. I just wanted to, not that I condone trading on mobile necessarily, but there actually is a way. If you download one of those desktop browser apps on iOS, you could, I tested it. You could get into Topstep X on mobile like that for the time being.
Like through Safari or Brave or something?
Yeah, desktop remote.
Through an app.
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow, that's
app.
Cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's old school.
A good little
that's
cheat code for now.
Yep.
awesome. Ooh, look at this bounce off of 51.54. Chat, anyone hop into that consolidation long there? That was a juicy one.
Yes, it was.
I never said that hidden gem. Do not put words in my mouth.
So
Did
let's
not
do a
say
little
that.
influencer update real quick. Got House of Counties, you see, up 22.65. Dakota, star of the week, up 3,800, $25. Very nice. Sanish up 1,400. Tyler H up 1,300. Colby, was up 22,000, now down 2,000. That's tough. Nick T up 5,800 bucks. Well done, Nick T. Way to bounce back from that tough day earlier this week. Well done. So we do about 18 minutes.
Yeah, so we didn't even get above. So we basically 15-minute range. We got to the halfway point and then pretty much just reversed.
Yep.
So if you like those levels, like the halfway point type of stuff, that just got rejected. So we might be heading back down again. Still no higher highs in general for the ES, but we are making lower lows. So kind of like that downward channel going in the ES on the 15-minute here. So shorts could be interesting. You know, short at 51.56, put a stop at like 51.59. Starting to get a little bit further away, so the shorts are getting a little bit more expensive, and there's a little bit less value to be had.
I'm still in my short too from 1811.
Oh hell yeah!
Just trying to stay awake though.
Anne Marie still getting in there, short at 51.59. Anne Marie, what a savage!
Nice,
just keeps trading.
Yeah. Someone asked what accounts when I am trading on TopstepTV. I have a 50K, 100K, and 150K that I'm trying to pass. But we have a lot of focus on the house account now, so I've kind of been putting those in the garage. But I am looking forward to getting some profits in the house account here. I think that is very exciting stuff. The community enjoys it.
Yeah,
we got
we
7
love it.
minutes there.
Yeah, Eddie, if Eddie, keep an eye out for the MOC. I missed when we used to get it at 2:30 Central Time. Now
I do too.
I missed. What the hell? Why do they do that to us?
We got
we get it.
We
get
either
a 40.
got,
we get a 45 or 50. When do we get it?
It's 10 minutes too. Either Shots gets it or I get
50,
it.
I think,
One
right?
of us will get it first.
Yeah, I mean, what was the last one? The one yesterday was like a couple million or something.
131 million.
Yeah, 131 million. We had a
small.
Billy. We had a Billy a couple days ago. I write him down somewhere. With all this chicken scratch, I got it somewhere.
Early in the week. I think Monday we had that a billion.
Yeah.
Trey, would you consider a long at 51.53 if we got back down there?
Not right now. Dolby time. Not right now.
What, dude? I'm going to keep on offering trade ideas until you lock the account up, because then I can't even do anything at that point.
Put it to a poll. Should we lock the account up? That's the bad for
Let
bad.
the chat decide.
Have the chat decide. All right, put it on the poll. At 2:40, should we lock up the house account and lock in about $12,000 for the month?
It's a damn good week.
Yeah, that's a good month.
That's a good week.
It is. It is. We're getting close till dialing in the process here. We've got to keep building on it. Let's build the account so we can trade bigger. Build the account so we trade bigger. Who knows? We'll be doing 50 lots by the end of the summer. That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Chat wants to lock it up. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm worried about the losses being larger than the gains. It's like $2,500 is very solid, but I do worry that we might not be pushing the pedal to the metal for the setups.
We're not. We're very very picky. Very picky. That's why I say 81% win percentage. So we'll take it.
I mean, that's a damn good win rate.
Not bad, right?
We just got to make sure that the losses are tighter than the wins are, though, or else the math will not work.
One of them's
What are you guys going with, like a 1R, or is it fluid? Sometimes 2R.
It's fluid. It's fluid. It's based on whatever the market's going to give us, man. It's oh shit, it's turning against us. Get out. This is the NASDAQ, man.
That's how you keep a high win rate.
You do, yeah, I know.
Okay. Well, if you're not going to trade the Haas account, I got to get some action here. So I'm going to place a long, and I'm going to place a long in the Nasdaq actually at 17,995.
Right. Micah asks, Andre, what grade do you give your execution this week? C plus. C plus. C plus. Yeah.
The grade goes to everybody. Yeah. C plus to everybody.
Everybody got a C plus now.
Oh no, yeah.
Be better next week.
C plus, yeah. All right, go to my screen. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's been a hell of a week.
What are you doing now?
Oh,
Gots to. Yeah, let's do it. Show off this feature, man. See it?
Oh,
All right.
Okay.
This sucker right here, manual lockout. Confirm trading lockout for the week. We got 13 minutes left in the trading week. Up about 12 grand on the month, or I know it's early, but yes, I'm going to lock out. This is irreversible. Warning, this action is irreversible, no matter what. All right, we are going to lock it up. Boom. Done. Hell of a week, everybody. Best feature on Topstep X is that lockout button.
Really
we
is.
did it. So
That's how you stay profitable.
That's how you stay profitable. Well done, everybody. Props to all the traders out there, everyone, Topstep family. Topstep X came through nice, man. Nice. I'm going to switch over to the global.
I'm going to work here, yeah.
Yeah, get over there.
I'm
I'm
going to
switch over to the global.
17,995. I'm going to see if I can scalp a couple $100 off this one. I'm going to see if we can stretch lows of this 15-minute range and then pop back up for like a couple hundred. Let's see. I need to get much better at, much faster at NASDAQ.
Yeah, NASDAQ, you got to have quick thinking.
Very quick thinking. Yeah.
Yes. EU Robert says, come on, guys, pull up your big girl panties and go for it. EU Robert. That's not how you get rich, man. That's not how you get rich, dog. I tell you what. We're trying to get rich. We're trying to stay rich. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Pull up your big girl panties.
I see a setup. I'm trying to take a setup. That is, something I'm trying to reinforce within myself. If you see something good, hop in and take it. Don't worry about the losses. They'll take care of themselves. It's not like you know what's going to happen anyways. None of us know. We can do all the analysis and research you want, but as soon as your trade is in, it is in the market's hands. No matter what research you did, it takes one person from around the world to completely ruin everything you did.
Yep.
Okay, we're long NASDAQ.
Get in there.
This plays out. Let's see if we can risk like 250. We'll risk 250.
There's a 250.
Let's see if we can get a bounce back up. Yeah.
Get ready. We're coming up to 10 minutes till here. Probably see liquidity injection if anyone's still around to execute trades.
See what happens.
Absolutely.
Let's see if we can. Yeah. All right. So let it play.
So Zach, you still short?
We are still short.
Yeah.
Profit target 17,961 is what I'm looking for.
17,961. Okay. Getting there.
Definitely
halfway
think
there.
Short is the better trade, but we like taking trades, bold moves. That's what it's all about. This is trading. Let's have some fun.
Absolutely. Best job on the planet. One of them, at least. Rockstar
As
seems
they
like
say,
a Rockstar seems like a sweet gig.
You don't know till you bet. Rockstar is not that fun of a gig. It's fun for like half an hour, and the rest of it is just waiting around. That's literally. It's honestly, it's kind of like trading. You're gonna spend all day waiting for your setup,
I was gonna say,
then you're gonna do your setup for 30 minutes. Oh, dude, it's yeah, Dre. I was on tour for 2 weeks. We played. MOC.
Sorry to steal your thunder. MOC in balance, 800 million. Yawn. To the sell side, 800 million to the sell side.
Thank you.
Not very big.
MOC means market on close. Back to you.
Thank you.
Tea time.
Dolby time.
So much. Yeah, touring, dude. Touring's boring. You drive around for a bunch of hours, and then you play a show for 15 minutes, maybe half an hour, and then you pack up, and then you go to the next city and do it again. It's not nearly as glamorous as you would think.
I guess I was kind of
it's
saying
a similar thing with skating.
Oh yeah,
same idea.
I guess I was talking like if you're Drake or like Taylor Swift, that's
way different. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what I meant by rock star.
When you get when you're a rock star, yeah, you have like a rider, you're getting fed every single night by the bar or whatever. I mean, there's a
rock star.
And not even getting to that point, you have to be, even top tier. You have to be a somewhat probably nationally touring musician. I did move my NASDAQ stop up to 17,987. Our entry is 17,995 and a quarter. So our total risk on this trade is $1.65. I am looking for at least probably the halfway point, if not larger. We actually might hold this trade to see if we go range to range. We should be. I'll hold this till the end of the day.
Do it.
Yeah, why not?
Can definitely happen. You're on the right
Let it run.
side. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Let this sucker bounce.
I like it.
If it really wants to be a dick, it will just run all the way through 18,027 and 3/4 and just make everyone completely miserable. Which is entirely possible. Because the range is so tight, you have to imagine like how many stops are just sitting at 18,027 and 3/4. Right? One tick below the low and one tick above the high are the weakest traders in the game. Right? Those are the traders that are like, I'm not accepting one bit more of risk outside of this range. And you can do that, but you are the cheapest person to go and get liquidated.
Yeah, I think we're going to come up and take the high. It's looking that way at this point.
Yeah, my stop is at break even, and we're going to let this play out till it makes a new high. Or I just do max profits. I'm in the trading combo. I can only make 1,500, so I'll just get auto liquidated on the profit side. If I can get like another 400, but we're gonna hold it till the end.
All right, you heard it.
But NASDAQ does punish people who hold trades, unfortunately.
It does. I learned that this morning. You got to get out. There's no. It doesn't just go for it. Yeah. No.
Yeah. But let's hold it. Let's hold it and see.
6 minutes left in the session. 6 minutes left in the week. Took a quick peek at what we got next week on the calendar. Got some speakers. Got some earnings.
Wow, something just happened.
55.
Real crazy right there. Yeah, I mean, I think like a really good hold time for NASDAQ is like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you can easily make a couple hundred or even 1,000, depending on your leverage and your size, in 5 minutes in NASDAQ. It offers so much opportunity so frequently, so fast. It's really a sight to behold.
See, I'm the opposite. I like to get my losses out quick, but then when I get that runner on NASDAQ, I mean, it pays. It can pay for a whole week's worth of profit when you catch that runner. But it's all preference, because that can be frustrating for a lot of people. You got to handle that emotionally.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's easier just to enter your trade and walk away, right? Because if you don't have I got stopped out for a break even on that one. But like, think about it. Like, if you don't actually, if once you're in a trade, that the only options are take profit or stop loss, there's nothing for you to do. There's no reason to overmanage it. Just let it do its thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I like to have hard rules. Like I usually put my stop to break even once it goes 1 to 1.5 R in my favor, and then I have like very, very strong profit targets that I'm not closing it early. Because if I close 20 trades early, it'll mess up my overall P&L in the long run. So I got to stick with those rules.
Yeah, I've probably lost more money over managing trades than I have on actual losing trades out.
Break even.
Exactly, man.
Yep.
Yeah, over managing, because you're not thinking as clearly. Once you're in the trade, you might not be thinking as clearly.
Yep. Like John says, you don't get any smarter once you're in a trade. Yep.
Damn straight, Dre. You do not. Yeah, especially if you have a system in which there's nothing for you to do once you're in a trade. Like stop touching it.
Wow.
Like you don't get to decide. You don't get to decide what happens between point A and point B. You can do a loop-de-loop for all it cares, but eventually it will get to point B. You just don't get to decide how it gets to point B. So I really wish I took profits in NASDAQ.
The range just stuck for the last hour.
I am going to leave another long on for the next 4 minutes to see if we stretch 17,987 and see if I can get filled there and see if it pops back up again.
All right.
Yeah, I think like the sweet spot, if I was going to do NASDAQ, I would probably risk like 250 to 300 per trade and then try to make 5 to 6 and just go 2 to 1 and fix it. And never deviate and just try to lock in 2 to 1 every
fixed
time.
risk reward.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we are beneath 18,000. Yes, it does. Beneath 18,000 here in the NASDAQ. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the session, left in the weekend. Everybody, we're getting better at this. This is a hell of a week. A lot of opportunity. It wasn't easy, but lots of volatility, lots of movement. We haven't seen different prices. We still are in that range, both equities, NASDAQ, and S&Ps. But still, there was opportunity to be had. Lots of market moving events.
There's a lot.
We got great help from all the influencers, all the people that join us on our channel, like the Dolbys, the Zach Anthonys, everyone from Monday through Friday. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Thanks for tuning in. Big week next week. Tune in Monday. Big announcement. Huge announcement. And I'm sure you guys will tune in. Like what you hear. We'll get this sucker going. But yeah, 2 minutes now. Here we go. All right, guys, talk us through this trade. Zach Anthony, are you still short?
Yeah, man, I'm holding.
All right, boy, you just hang on.
Yeah, we're in this.
We out here. Yeah. we out here. I love it.
We out here, man.
Yeah,
we out
I'm
here.
Still gonna try to nab. I'm still gonna try to nab one long here.
Yes.
Let's see if you can come and fill me real quick and jump back up again.
Here comes the liquidity. Look at the ladder just get fat.
Yeah, if
90
we can
seconds.
Get through this 990. I think there could be some decent opportunity.
Here we are. 60. 70 seconds. Eddie, you got bell. You got outro. Camera on.
I got it. Coming up.
Yes, sir. Good stuff.
Well, I hope, Chad at least learned a little something about range trading today.
Yeah.
It did offer up some really good opportunities for some very, very solid range trades with, cheap stops and lots of reward. So very exciting range trades here. I hope, traders can add that to their toolbox. It's a very useful skill to have.
Indeed. I'm getting better. I'm going to have to learn. I got to get better. We got to get better. Yes.
And I'm going to get better at taking profits in NASDAQ because I am not good at that.
Freaking wild, man.
At all.
Market's freaking wild, dude.
I just want to hold trades. I don't
want to market. All you just go market in, market out. You're not working. You're not working prices.
Did you get back long though? Are you long right now?
I never got filled. No, I never got filled. I wanted it to stretch to 17,987 and a half to see if we would stop, run down, and then hop back up again.
Amazing week. Awesome shit, guys. Zach Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby time, as always.
Yeah.
Hour.
I'm going to close this trade, guys, just so that I can have a win on TopstepTV because I've never been able to.
Nice job, man.
I've only had break even.
Awesome.
So we're done.
Awesome stuff. You guys rule. You guys rule.
Oh, look at this bounce. Yeah, man.
Enjoy your weekend, everybody. Eddie, you got it.
All right, my friends. I'd like to thank everybody for being with us here this whole week. And I had a blast here and love the chat. Great community we've got here. And, let's take a look at what's going to happen Monday. And actually, until a little later in the afternoon, I would say bring your own breakfast because it's going to be burnt toast and a rotten egg very early. Really nothing kicking out here until about 9 o'clock on Monday. And that's going to be a very minor number. CB employment. I think the big kicker, the ham sandwich for lunch is going to be FOMC member Barkin's going to be speaking. So we've got Barkin on the Barkin. And that's about it, really. I'm not really seeing too much more. Monday's going to be the 6th of May already. Wow. So join us here at 8 o'clock Central Time. And we're going to be opening call. Hoagland and myself will be here to get the day started, fire up the machine. Fast Markets, Andre Hoag, Coach Dakota. We got Jack back, and Coach Jay is going to be with us. Had a great time with those guys today. And I tell you, I learned a lot just listening to their approach and how they enter orders and what they look for exits. Power players, we got Dolby. Peter Tuchman's going to be with us here. What the Tuck? Yes, Peter will be with us here Monday the 6th, and I'm going to be joining Robert and Dolby for Power Players. Top Quiz, Jack, and we've got Devin again. Devin liked it so much, he's going to be back again. Jack and Mick for Shoulder Tap. We got group coaching with Robert. Robert's going to be answering any questions that you do have, and especially he is the master of the X. So if you got any questions regarding that, great day to ask. Also, 1 o'clock, Andre. We got Rips going to be joining us for the rest of the afternoon after that group coaching with JD and Robert. Andre Hoag and Rips, Dolby, and Andre for Power Hour. All right, my friends. Well, you know what? As Andre's been saying all day long, we got the big announcement on Monday. If you don't have a connection with our email, I had posted a link here. I don't know where it is. If we can post that link again, the email address. Make sure that you are signed up to Topstep email. Okay, you're going to be getting lots of cool things. You'll get Hoag's weekly kickoff numbers, and those are gold. Okay, lots of other things too. Announcement updates. So you don't want to miss it. But otherwise, it is Friday. I'm going to let you go. Remember, hey, it's family time. All right, spend a whole week here learning and working and hopefully having some fun. It helps. It definitely helps. So, I mean, take a break. Let's not stress out about a weekend. If you came in this week, down money, don't worry about it. We got next week to get that back. You came in this week, ended the week, and had a nice little profit in your pocket. Good job. All right. Come back Monday. Be humble. Be frugal. Don't be in a hurry to give it back. So, remember, big announcement Monday. Get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day and weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, yes, I am Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.
Good night.